Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had married with Holy DAPAHNE Greengrass? Part 3, join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. How dare you do this to us? Vernon said loudly. This is our home. We will not leave. Then they will find you and you will die. Harry responded. This is your only chance, I suggest you take it. In a week I will be leaving here and hopefully I will never have to see any of you ever again. Won't they find us no matter where we go? Petunia asked softly. She, better than Vernon, understood the danger they were in. They have magic, how can we hide? It won't be hard. Harry assured her. Wizards, for the most part, are completely ignorant on how the Muggle world works. They would never even think to look in a phone book for your address, assuming they had even new phone books existed. The farther away from here you can get, the safer you'll be. Out of country would be the best if you can manage it. I'll not be chased out of my home by a bunch of freaks, Vernon yelled, obviously clueless on how dangerous Harry's enemies were. Vernon, dear, I think we have to listen to him, Petunia said. Vernon turned his head sharply towards her and seemed surprised that she was disagreeing with him. That monster killed Lily. We may not have always gotten along, but that doesn't mean I can't still see that there is no way we could to be able to defend ourselves against a bunch of wizards as well as she could. Don't be ridiculous, Petunia, Vernon bellowed. Once we get rid of the brat, they'll have no reason to come after us. He is only trying to scare you. You're wrong, Harry said. Voldemort will kill you just because you know me. He'd kill anyone if he thought it might upset me even a little bit. You have no idea how evil and cruel he can be. If he finds you, he will torture you until he gets bored and then murder you in the most gruesome way he can imagine. I am trying to help you avoid that. Oh, really? Vernon scoffed. Can't you see the boy's crazy, Petunia? He's a freak and the biggest mistake we ever made was taking him in. Quiet, Vernon, Petunia said, much to the surprise of everyone else in the room. How much time do we have again? As long as I stay here another week you will have a year, Harry explained. But I suggest that you be out of here in a couple of months just to be sure. I see, Petunia answered sadly. She looked around the room briefly and Harry could tell she would be disappointed to leave it, even if he thought her decorations were hideous. Petunia, honey, we can't leave, Vernon said. Where would we go? What would we do? I don't care, Vernon, Petunia yelled back. As long as you and Dutters are safe, it doesn't matter. At this she began to sob and Vernon had no choice but to try and comfort his wife. He sat down next to her on the sofa and put one of his chubby arms around her, pulling her close to him as she cried into his shoulder. There. Everything will be all right. You'll see, Vernon assured her. Perhaps we will sell this house. It's a bit cramped anyway, isn't it? And the neighborhood has certainly gone downhill the past few years. It might be nice to get away from all this freakishness. As he talked, Petunia continued to cry, but she did answer his words with small nods of agreement. Harry watched and was a little bit surprised by both of them and their behavior. His aunt and uncle were showing affection, even love for each other, and that almost never happened in this house. It made him wonder how his life would be different if either of them had ever really cared about him, but he knew the time when that was a possibility had long passed. In a way, his uncle was right to blame him for the situation. They would still be blissfully unaware of what was happening if it weren't for him, but as Muggles they would still be in danger from the threat that Voldemort posed, especially if he was successful in creating a world where he ruled. Shaking his head at the thoughts, Harry decided to just leave the room and let them have their moment together. In the days that followed, Harry spent much of his time listening to the radio, hoping to hear more information on what was going on and dreading to be told of another attack. So far, however, Voldemort had not struck again. The commentators argued about what it all meant, but it was clear that they were just frightened about what would happen next. The Ministry of Magic, now under the leadership of Amelia Bones, announced that they were increasing funding to the Aurors effective immediately so that they could hire and train new recruits to help in the war effort. Unfortunately, some people were still reluctant to admit that they were in a war at all and insisted that now that the Dark Lord had his followers back, he might just leave them alone. Harry, of course, knew this was rubbish. For the most part, the week was uneventful. The Dursleys seemed even more annoyed than ever by his presence, but clearly wanted him gone more than they wanted to fight with him. That suited Harry just fine, and he was happy to avoid them as much as possible. He often thought how happy he was that he did not have to stay much longer at the house. Finally, Harry's last day at 4 Privet Drive came. He woke early that morning and gathered his things, making sure not to leave anything he wanted behind because he knew he would never return to the house. By the time he began hauling his trunk down the stairs, it was only a little past 7 a.m., meaning that Vernon should have already left for work, but everyone else should be asleep. Harry was therefore quite surprised to see his aunt sitting at the kitchen table drinking a cup of coffee. "Sit down, Harry, please," Petunia said when she saw Harry moving his trunk towards the front door. Harry frowned at her for a moment, unsure of what she wanted, but finally decided to humor her and sit down. "I should be out of here in a few hours, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, thinking that might be what she wanted to know. Petunia merely nodded and took another sip of her coffee. "You don't like us very much, do you?" Petunia asked after a few moments. Harry started to say something, but Petunia waved her hand as if to silence him. "I suppose we've never given you a reason to. Maybe I owe you an apology for that. We never wanted you, Harry, but that's no secret. There's also no excuse for what we put you through." "Why are you saying this to me?" Harry asked. "Why now? Is it just to make yourself feel better?" "Because I feel guilty," Petunia said, raising her voice for the first time. "Because I know that if something had happened to Vernon and I and your parents had to take Dudley in, they would have raised him as their own son, magical or not. That's probably the nicest thing I've ever heard you say about my parents." Harry replied sarcastically. "No, you're right. Probably was." Petunia agreed. "Another thing I hope you'll be able to forgive me for." "I don't know that I'll ever be able to forgive you, Aunt Petunia. Or the rest of your family," Harry answered honestly. "But I am trying to save your lives. Isn't that enough? Just promise me we'll be safe." Petunia pleaded with him. "I can't do that," Harry replied. "I wish I could, but I just can't. It might be safer for you if I don't even know where you're going, to be honest. I'll try and send you some way to contact me if you really need to. Once I can use magic again, I can charm something to be able to alert me if you're in danger." "You would do that for us?" Petunia asked uncertainly. "I suppose so," Harry answered just as uncertainly. "Hopefully this war will be over soon, and then we won't have to think about each other anymore." "Will it be over soon?" "Maybe. I know how to end it, and if the prophecy is right, I'm the only one who can," Harry explained, not bothering to tell her the details of what he meant. "But it could be years until we finally bring Voldemort down. There's no way to tell." Petunia nodded and sipped at her cooling coffee again. Harry thought that she looked a little calmer now than she did at the start of their conversation, but the terror was still there just under the surface. Harry knew he had done all he could, and was willing to do, for them. If they listened to his advice, they would probably survive. If they didn't, they would likely die. There really wasn't any more to it than that. "I'm going to wait outside. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia." Harry walked out of the kitchen and towards the door as his aunt also got out of her chair and watched him leave. He had already moved his trunk outside and was about to close the door when he heard his aunt speak again. "Goodbye, Harry. I'm sorry I never loved you," Petunia said softly, but loud enough for Harry to hear. Harry froze at the words, uncertain on how to respond, but in the end just nodded and closed the door without saying anything. That, he hoped, would be the last time he ever had to see his aunt. Harry pulled his trunk to the end of the sidewalk and sat on top of it while trying to clear his head of the conversation he had just had. He had never really understood the Dursleys and doubted now that he ever would. That, however, was not something he would ever lose sleep over. He had no idea when someone would be coming to get him or where he could find Sirius, so even with his ability to apparate, Harry felt a little trapped. Technically, there should be someone from the Order of the Phoenix watching him, but he knew that was not always the case. The minutes slowly passed, and soon Harry was beginning to worry that he would be sitting outside all day waiting. It was over an hour later when Harry finally saw someone he recognized walking down the sidewalk towards the house. Sirius, Harry called as he jumped up and ran towards his godfather. I said I'd be here, didn't I? Sirius asked. I see you're all packed. Ready to go then? Absolutely, Harry answered. As they turned to go get Harry's things, they heard a soft popping noise that both of them recognized as the sound associated with apparition. In a fraction of a second, both of them had their wands out and pointed towards the source of the noise, only to lower them a second later. Hello, Albus. Something I can help you with? Sirius asked with a hint of anger evident in his voice. Professor Dumbledore stood in front of them with a disappointed look on his face. Meanwhile, Harry was glaring at the man angrily. Harry, I apologize for deceiving you, but you must understand staying here really is in your best interest, Dumbledore said, ignoring Sirius. I only want to keep you safe. I don't know what you're up to, Dumbledore, but this isn't about my safety. Harry replied. What's this really about? I promise you, Harry, what I do is for the greater good. Dumbledore answered. Please remain here until school starts again. Harry, I need you to look at this. Sirius interrupted, slightly turning his back on Dumbledore. He handed Harry a slip of paper on which an address was written. Instantly Harry felt the knowledge of where Sirius lived enter his mind. Now, why don't you apparate us out of here? I'd like to see you do it. Can't, Sirius, Harry said. Underage magic restrictions, remember? About those, Minister Bones decided to get rid of them for all students currently enrolled in any magical school. Sirius answered with a smile on his face. You can use magic as much as you want, with no worries. It's nice to be a friend and advisor to the minister. Isn't it? Sirius, you know Harry needs to stay here, Dumbledore said loudly, but Harry and Sirius were still ignoring him. That's brilliant, Harry said excitedly. Let's go. Harry placed one hand on Sirius and the other on his trunk, and before Dumbledore could say anything else they disappeared, leaving the old headmaster standing in the Muggle neighborhood alone. He sighed and shook his head, wondering how he had allowed things to slip so far out of his control, before he also disappeared in the same manner Harry had. Yay for being free of the Dursleys. I didn't want that section to last any longer than I felt it needed to. Now on to more interesting things. Good call on those of you who noted my mistake last chapter. It has been corrected. Thanks again for all of your comments, including corrections, reviews, and suggestions. I definitely have a good idea on where I am taking this, but is there anything you guys really want to see that you think I haven't considered? Let me know, maybe it will show up. Chapter 28. When Harry and Sirius arrived at their destination, Harry found himself staring at a long row of houses that looked almost identical to each other. He looked up and down the row, wondering which one belonged to Sirius until finally his godfather spoke. Think about the piece of paper I showed you, Harry, Sirius advised him. Harry nodded and remembered the address that had been written down. As soon as he did, he saw that two of the homes appeared to be moving apart to make way for another house that had been sandwiched between them. That's amazing, Harry said with a goofy grin on his face. Even after years of living in the magical world, he had still not lost the joy of seeing something new and unexpected. This belongs to you then? That's right, Sirius answered with a nod. This is the house I grew up in. Welcome 12, Grimmauld Place, home of the Blacks. Sirius led Harry up to the door, but stopped once he had placed his hand on the doorknob and turned towards Harry. I do have to tell you something before we go in. The Weasleys are inside. Why aren't they at the burrow? Harry asked curiously, but without any anger in his voice. Although his friendship with Ron had fallen apart, he still liked the rest of the Weasley family, especially the twins. This is also the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius explained. Arthur and Molly are members, and she offered to help clean up. Until about a month ago, no one had lived here since my mother died, which was many years ago. Magical houses develop unique problems when they're left alone for that long, especially in a house like this. Like what? Harry asked. My family enjoyed a vast collection of dark objects, many of which attract dark creatures, Sirius said. The hard part about cleaning this house isn't the dirt and grime. It's the dangerous objects and creatures that are lurking inside of it. I'm sure you'll see though, Molly has been making her kids help and will probably ask you to as well. It'll at least be something interesting to do. I don't mind helping, Harry answered, Let's go in. Sirius nodded and opened the door. After taking a few steps he turned and put a finger over his mouth, telling Harry to be quiet. Harry looked confused for a second before Sirius pointed to a painting of a woman at the end of the short hallway who appeared to currently be sleeping. Once they were past the painting and into another room, Sirius stopped to explain. Sorry about that, Sirius said. The painting is of my mother, and she's even more foul in death than she was in life, as hard as that is to believe. Unfortunately, we can't silence her, and no one's been able to break the sticking charm holding her to the wall. So for now we just try not to let her know we're here. Harry nodded in response, and they continued on towards the kitchen. Even before he entered the room, Harry could hear the sounds of several members of the Weasley family talking and laughing. He smiled at the pleasant sounds until a terrifying thought struck him. Would Mr. and Mrs. Weasley treat him different after what happened between him and Ron? He hoped not and stepped into the kitchen, realizing that was the only way to find out. Harry dear, Molly Weasley called as soon as she saw him. She had been at the sink washing dishes but rushed over and pulled him into a hug, which he happily returned. As he hugged her, Harry looked around the room and saw Fred and George sitting at the table discussing something, while Ginny sat listening to them with a disgusted look on her face. Harry could only imagine what they must be talking about. Ron was opening and closing cabinets as if he were looking for something, most likely food, Harry guessed. A few seconds later she pulled back so she could get a better look at him. You've grown like a weed, Harry, but you're still much too thin. Are you hungry? Lunch isn't for a few hours, but I could whip something up if you'd like. No thanks, Mrs. Weasley. I'm fine, Harry said with a grin. Hey everybody. Harry, my good old chap. My brother and I were just talking about you, one of the twins said. Harry thought it was Fred, but wasn't sure. Oh, and why is that? Harry asked as he walked towards the table and sat down. Sirius went over and began talking to Molly while Ron continued to search for something to eat, apparently oblivious to everything else. We'd like to do you a favor, the other twin said. Harry immediately became suspicious of this supposed favor that Fred and George wanted to do for him. Really? Harry asked skeptically. We're offering you the once-in-a-lifetime chance to become part owner of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, George replied proudly. Harry merely raised an eyebrow in response. That's our business, of course. Right you are, Fred. The other twin, who Harry believed actually was Fred, said. For the low price of 1,000 galleons we are prepared to make you an equal partner. 1/3 of our empire will be yours. How convenient that I just happened to have won 1,000 galleons in the Triwizard tournament. Harry noted with a laugh. Did you? George asked. We must not have noticed. How convenient indeed. Fred replied. So, partner? What do you think? Why not? Harry shrugged, knowing he had more money in his vault anyway. But I get to be a silent partner, okay? No problem. Fred answered with an enthusiastic nod. I can cast the silencing charms myself. That's right. George agreed. You'll never have to say another word in your life. At that both of them began to laugh as if what they had said was the funniest thing in the world. Ginny dramatically rolled her eyes at their antics, but Harry just smiled. It was good to be back with friends and away from the Dursleys. You'll never see those galleons again, Harry. Ginny warned. We'll see. Harry answered. But I've got a feeling these two are a good investment. What's so funny? Ron asked as he sat down at the table. He had a plate of cookies in front of him and was greedily munching on one. These two just conned Harry out of his prize money. Ginny answered. Ron's jaw dropped in shock and he looked back and forth between the twins and Harry, who merely shrugged. What a horrible thing to say. My sweet sister, George replied, looking offended. Just watch, in a year you will be kicking yourself for not letting us con you too. So how long have you guys been here? Harry asked, changing the subject. Couple of days. Ron answered between bites. Mum's been working us like house elves the whole time. She's got us cleaning without magic like a bunch of muggles. You guys do know you can use magic now, don't you? Harry said. From the looks the four Weasley siblings were giving him, it was obvious that they didn't know the restrictions on underage magic had been lifted. Harry found it all incredibly funny and started laughing. He's lying. He's got to be right, Ron said. Somebody would have told us. Harry shook his head and pulled out his wand. To prove that they could indeed do magic, he cast the summoning charm on one of Ron's cookies and caught it in his other hand. As he began eating it, the Weasleys all started grinning, happy that they now knew they could use magic. Even Ron, who Harry didn't think had smiled in his presence in months, looked genuinely happy. "Oh, Molly," Sirius called from the other side of the room. "I think Harry may have just let our little secret slip." Sirius just sat back and laughed as the Weasley children began asking, all at once, why she hadn't told them earlier. In her defense, the changes to the law had only been in effect for less than 24 hours, but they felt like they should have been told at once. Harry laughed as well, knowing that Sirius had expected this result from his comment. Harry and Sirius used the distraction the Weasleys' argument provided to slip out of the room so they could look at the rest of the house. "You know this house is bigger than it looks," Harry said as they turned down a hallway. "Of course," Sirius laughed. "It's a magic house. Your room is this way, right across the hall from mine. Molly thought it would be a good idea for you and Ron to share a room, but considering I'm your guardian and you'll be spending summers here from now on, I thought you'd appreciate your own room." "Thanks, Sirius," Harry said gratefully. "I have to share a room with Ron almost 10 months out of the year, and his snores could wake the dead. It'll be nice to get away from that for a while." Sirius nodded in understanding as he led Harry towards a door which he assumed led to his new room. Once there, Sirius dramatically opened the door and showed Harry inside. A smile immediately appeared on Harry's face as he looked around his new room. It, unlike the rest of the house, was bright and happy, showing that Sirius had put quite a bit of time and work into it. Red and gold Gryffindor colors were on most of the furniture, which also looked brand new. "Do you like it?" Sirius asked hopefully. "I love it," Harry answered, to which Sirius smiled happily and hugged his godson in relief. Harry continued to look around and his eyes caught sight of something he wasn't expecting. A fireplace. "Sirius, is that connected to the Flu network? I was wondering if you'd notice." Sirius replied, "It is, although I trust you won't abuse this privilege. No one can flew in or call unless they have been told our address because of the Fidelius, but you should be able to flew out and call anywhere without a problem. Do you want to try it out? I bet I can think of someone who's been dying to hear from you these past few weeks. Go ahead. I'll be in the kitchen waiting when you're done." "Thanks, Sirius," Harry said gratefully. Sirius grinned at Harry's happiness with his new room before walking out the door and heading back down the hallway. Harry walked towards the fireplace and found a container full of flu powder sitting on the mantel. Taking a small handful, Harry threw it into the flames and watched as they turned bright green. He then stuck his head into the flames, as he had seen others do, and said the address that Daphne had given him, Greengrass Manor. For a moment Harry felt a pull on his head, as if the flu was attempting to suck him into the flames, but that soon ended and he was left staring into a dark void for a few moments. Although he knew his body was not moving, he still felt as if he were being thrown down some long dark tunnel. Finally he saw light ahead of him in the distance, and as it approached he could see that he was looking at someone's living room. He looked around at the room, which appeared to be quite formal and expensively furnished, and wondered if they had any way of knowing he had just flu called. "Who is it?" A feminine voice called from the hallway. "Hello? This is Harry," he shouted, hoping that they'd hear him. No need to yell. The girl, who Harry realized was Daphne's sister Astoria, said as she walked in the room. "How's it going, Harry?" "Not bad. Is Daphne around?" he asked, eager to speak to his girlfriend. "Yeah, I'll go get her," Astoria answered. Harry could clearly hear her yelling Daphne, "It's Harry," as she walked out of the room. Harry chuckled at the girl's antics and waited for Daphne to arrive. He did not have to wait long for her to run into the room, looking even more beautiful than Harry had remembered. They both grinned at each other as Daphne sat down next to the fire, so she could more easily talk to Harry. "I missed you," Daphne said once she was seated. "I missed you too," Harry answered. "But I'm with Sirius now, and I'll be able to see you whenever we want." "How was the Dursleys?" she asked, hoping they had not lived up to their reputation. "No fun, but it could have been worse," Harry answered. "On the bright side, I never have to go back." "Good," Daphne said with a smile. Oh, Neville sent me a letter saying that he is going to get his wand tomorrow. Are you still going? Definitely. Harry answered. You'll be able to make it, won't you? Yes, on one condition. My parents want to have you and Sirius over for lunch before we go to Diagon Alley. Daphne replied. Oh, don't make that face, Harry. You know they're going to like you. I know no such thing, I just hope so. I'll have to tell Sirius, but I doubt he will have a problem with it. We should be there. Harry said. How are things with your family? I heard about your uncle escaping on the radio. We're fine. Daphne assured him. And my uncle hasn't tried to contact us at all. Not that my father really expected him to. He won't be able to get past the wards over our house anymore even if he did try and come here, so we should be safe. It's strange though. I've never seen my father so angry. You don't think he'll go looking for your uncle, do you? Harry asked. Maybe. Daphne answered with a worried look. There's something about my uncle that my father isn't telling me. That's what I think. There has to be for him to react this way, but I don't know what it is. I hope he'll be careful. Harry said thoughtfully. It's going to be dangerous out there. I know, and so does he. Daphne said. Don't forget that my father is a powerful wizard. And I'm not just saying that because I'm his daughter. He can take care of himself. I believe you. Harry answered with a smile. So, tell me what else has been going on. From there, Harry and Daphne launched into a long conversation which forced each of them to consider how much they had missed talking to the other during the last 2 weeks. For the most part, they stayed away from the important subjects that had taken up the first part of their conversation and instead focused on catching up with each other. It was easier and happier for them to temporarily ignore the troubles of their world and focus on the good. After almost an hour of talking, Daphne's mother's voice was heard in the background asking her to come help with something. Reluctantly, the couple said their goodbyes and ended the flu call with assurances that they would see each other again tomorrow. Harry pulled his head back from the fire and found that ending a flu call was much easier than starting one. The trip back through the dark tunnel was almost instantaneous, and the only problem he had was that he had pulled back far too strongly, resulting in him tumbling back away from the fireplace and crashed into a nearby chair. He looked around and noted with relief that no one had been there to see his little accident. After getting up and shaking off the soot from the fireplace, Harry walked back downstairs to the kitchen where he found Sirius sitting at the table reading the Daily Prophet and Mrs. Weasley busy cooking lunch. The Weasley children were nowhere to be found. Where'd everyone go? Harry asked as he sat down at the table. They're upstairs getting rid of some doxies that had infested a spare bedroom. Once they realized they could do magic again, handling some annoying fairies didn't seem like such a bad job. Sirius explained. My guess is they are seeing who can get rid of them in the most creative way possible. Sounds interesting, but I'll pass for now. Harry said. Anything interesting in the Prophet? Just the usual trash. Sirius answered with a sigh. Voldemort hasn't been making obvious moves since the Azkaban breakout. We think he's taking the time to rebuild the Death Eaters and recruit more allies. Unfortunately, that shouldn't take long. Is the Order doing anything about it? Harry asked. Just gathering information, mostly. Sirius answered. Speaking of which, there's a meeting scheduled for tonight. I tried to get you permission to sit in, but Dumbledore and a few others don't think you should. There isn't really anything I can do about that, but I'll pass on anything I know that I think you need to hear. Thanks, Sirius. Harry replied. I have a strange request to make. Daphne's parents want to have us over for lunch tomorrow before we go to Diagon Alley to get Neville's new wand. Will that be okay? Ah, meeting the girlfriend's parents, are you? Sirius said with a laugh. Are you sure you want me there? I might be unable to behave and will make a horrible impression. Very funny, Sirius. Harry said. I know you can act like an adult when you have to. Yes, that's unfortunately more often than I'd like. Sirius agreed. Sure. I'd be glad to go with you, Harry. Remus and I were going to come with you to Diagon Alley anyway. As chaperones or just bodyguards? A little bit of both, I guess. Sirius replied. You can't afford to let your guard down, Harry, you know that. You're right. Harry agreed with a sigh. But that doesn't mean I can't wish you weren't. Fair enough. Sirius said. Now I've got a little project for us to work on for today. The basement of this house is huge, and I was thinking that if we could get it cleaned up, it would be a perfect place for us to practice dueling over the summer. I was an Auror once. I'm sure I have some tricks I could teach you. That's brilliant. Sirius, Harry said happily. Let's go. Sirius laughed, and together they went down to the basement. Harry found Sirius's description of it was quite accurate. With its large, open floor plan and high ceiling, it would be perfect for their intended use if they could ever get it clean. Unfortunately, it appeared that 100 years' worth of junk had been thrown in the space, and it all had to be sorted before moving it. Harry knew that even with magic it would take several days to finish the task, but the reward at the end would be well worth it. He couldn't wait to face Sirius and hopefully beat his godfather in a duel. Hours later, people began arriving at the house for the Order of the Phoenix meeting. Many of them, such as Tonks and some of the professors from his school, Harry recognized, but most he did not. He, along with the Weasley children, were told to wait upstairs during the meeting and warned not to come downstairs unless their lives were in danger. Ron and Ginny grumbled unhappily about it, but Fred and George immediately began discussing ways to listen in without going downstairs. Harry felt confident that within a few weeks they would have figured out some way to learn what was being talked about, but for now they were out of luck. The meeting lasted over an hour, and at one point Harry swore he could hear Sirius yelling from all the way upstairs, although he had no idea what Sirius was so angry about. Despite their earlier protests, Harry and the others managed to stay upstairs the entire time. It was easier for Harry because he knew Sirius would tell him anything he needed to know anyway. But by the end, Ron was on the verge of running down the stairs. "All you're going to do is get yourself in trouble, Ronnykins," George said teasingly. "You've got to be smart about this, not just run off without a plan." "Oh yeah?" Ron replied. "If you're so smart, what's your plan?" "You'll see," Fred answered with a smile. "You two never tell me what you're doing," Ron said unhappily. "I only find out about what you're doing when you prank me. This prank isn't for you, little brother," Fred assured him. "Although, now that you mention it, it has been a while since we've pranked you." "Very true, Fred," George agreed. "We'll fix that. Maybe not tonight or tomorrow or even the next day. But we'll be coming for you, Ron. Count on it." Ron angrily left the room after George's vague threat, and the twins immediately started laughing at his reaction. Harry silently watched the conversation between the siblings and tried to stifle the laugh that was trying to work its way out. He and Ron had not spoken to each other much since his arrival at the house, but Harry hoped that they would be able to get along and maybe even start to repair some of the damage that had been done to their relationship over the last year. He wanted Ron to his friend again, but he knew that would be impossible if Ron wouldn't grow up a little. "We're done," Sirius announced as he walked up the stairs, with Remus following close behind him. "Weasleys, your mother wants you all downstairs." The Weasley children nodded and walked out of the room, leaving Harry, Sirius, and Remus alone. "So what happened?" Harry asked. "Not here, we don't have much time left," Remus answered. "Follow me." Harry wondered what was going on, but followed them, wondering if there was any danger. They walked up another set of stairs to the third floor and then to the end of the hallway. When Remus opened the door, Harry saw that a large steel cage that looked like a prison cell had been built inside. "What's going on?" Harry asked. "It's the full moon, Harry," Remus explained. "I have to be locked up. Even with the Wolfsbane potion, I will feel safer knowing I can't get to you."
"I'm sorry, Moody,"
Harry replied. "I didn't even realize that was today." Remus nodded and walked into the cage. As the door closed, a loud click was heard, signaling that the door was indeed locked. Remus made sure to carefully hand his wand and coat over to Sirius before sitting down in the middle of the cage. "It's not a problem," Remus said. "Thank you, Padfoot, for setting this up for me. We're brothers, Moody. Of course I'd do this for you," Sirius replied. "How much longer?" "I'm not sure," Remus answered. "But soon." "Moody," Harry interrupted. "Does it hurt when you transform?" "Yes, it does," Remus replied from inside the cage. He scratched his chin as if thinking about how he wanted to answer. "But the Wolfsbane helps. So does having Padfoot around. When he and your father were finally able to complete their animagus transformations and spend the nights with me when I was a werewolf, it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I wish I could do that for you," Harry said sincerely. "I know you do, and I appreciate it all the same," Remus said with a smile. Then suddenly his smile turned into a grimace, and he raised his hands to his head as if he were in pain. "Padfoot, check the lock," Sirius ran over and pulled on the lock, but it was secure. "It's good, Moody. Don't worry," Sirius assured his friend. Remus nodded a little, but then the transformation overtook him. Remus moaned in pain as his body started to change shape and coarse hair sprouted all over his body. He dropped to the ground and Harry watched in fascination as his hands slowly became paws and his face elongated into a snout. Soon the painful transformation was complete and a large ferocious-looking werewolf was sitting in the cage where only moments before his normal-looking former professor and friend had been. Moody sniffed at the air and seemed to glare at Harry and Sirius, but did not make any move to attack them. The wolfsbane potion was working as intended. "I wish he didn't have to go through that," Harry said as he looked at the werewolf pace inside the cage. "So do I," Sirius agreed. "Come on, let's sit down." Sirius led them over to a small table and a couple of chairs that had been placed in the room and sat down. "How was the meeting?" Harry asked finally. "Boring for the most part. Snape was being a jerk as usual," Sirius answered. "There was one thing that I thought you should hear now before you find out tomorrow. Dumbledore found out we were having lunch at the Greengrasses tomorrow, and let me guess." Harry interrupted. "He doesn't think we should go." "No, not that," Sirius answered. "He wants me to offer Daniel Greengrass a place in the Order of the Phoenix like he had done in the last war so long ago." Harry's jaw dropped open in shock. He had not been expecting that. "What do you think he'll say?" "I have no idea," Harry answered honestly. "I get the impression he doesn't like Dumbledore very much. Sometimes the old man makes it easy not to like him." Sirius replied. "I'm going to make the offer anyway. It'll be up to him to decide what to do." Harry nodded, thinking that probably was the best way to approach it. Suddenly Moody howled and Harry's attention was brought back to him. "Sirius, how did he become a werewolf?" "What happened?" Harry asked. Sirius sighed a little before answering. "He was just a little kid when it happened, not even old enough to go to Hogwarts," Sirius answered. "His father had somehow insulted a werewolf named Fenrir Greyback, and as revenge Greyback made sure he was near the Lupin's house on the next full moon. When night came he changed and attacked. Moody's parents were okay, but he got bit. There wasn't anything they could do to stop the infection once that happened." "Whatever happened to Greyback?" Harry asked. "He's still out there somewhere," Sirius answered. "He followed Voldemort in the last war, so it's possible he has rejoined the Death Eaters. He particularly likes biting children, the sick bastard." Harry responded, unsure of what else to say. "I'm glad you and my dad were there for him." "Me too," Sirius said. "Back then he was so scared that when we found out he was a werewolf we wouldn't want to be friends with him anymore. But James just swore we would learn to be animagi so we could still be with him, and we did." Sirius sat back and smiled as he thought about happier memories from his younger days. Harry decided not to say anything because he felt like he was intruding on a private moment. "It's getting late. I think I'll go back downstairs," Harry said a few minutes later. "Coming?" "In a little bit," Sirius said. "For now I think Padfoot wants to come out and play." Harry smiled as Sirius transformed into a large black dog that briefly came over and licked Harry before running off towards the cage where Moody sat watching them. Harry observed the two friends for a moment and thought he might never see anything as odd as a smiling werewolf. As the two animals began to play, Harry left the room so the two old friends could spend time together like they had so often before. "Yes, the Weasleys are back. I'm still not sure what I want to do with Ron. I can't see Harry wanting to be around someone so immature, but I also doubt that Ron is willing to grow up. What do you guys think? Big things planned for the next few chapters. Hope you guys are liking how the story is progressing. Thanks again for all the reviews." Chapter 29. "Something wrong, Harry? You look nervous," Sirius commented with a grin. He and Harry had just arrived at the Greengrasses' home and were standing in front of the door waiting for someone to answer their knocks. Harry looked at Sirius and frowned in response to his statement. "I'm fine, Sirius. And I'd appreciate it if you stopped trying to make me panic about this. It's a calm lunch, nothing to be worried about," Harry replied. Sirius snickered but didn't say anything else. Their wait did last much longer because the door soon opened and revealed Daphne, who was smiling brightly at her visitors. "Harry," she said excitedly as she rushed forward to hug her boyfriend for the first time in a few weeks. Don't mind me, I'll just avert my eyes, Sirius said as he began to look away. Good to see you again too, Sirius. Daphne laughed. Please come in, everyone's waiting. Daphne led her two guests through an impressive hallway lined with portraits of Greengrasses from days past, and into a room that felt somehow more relaxed than the other parts of the house Harry had seen. This room was circular with the outer edges lined with large, leather couches. The walls contained not portraits but a huge mural that showed a mountainous landscape. The mural was obviously magic, as Harry could see the trees swaying in the wind and even animals moving about. As interesting as it was, Harry only gazed at it for a moment before focusing on the family in the room that had stood to greet their guests. In front was young Astoria, who Harry had come to know better since beginning to date Daphne. She waved at Harry as he came in, but then tried to straighten up and act formal as perhaps her parents expected her. To Astoria's left was her father, Daniel Greengrass. Harry wasn't sure what he had expected the man to look like, but he had to concede that Daphne was correct in one sense. He was intimidating. The man was tall and broad, reminding Harry of what the professional beaters he had seen at the Quidditch World Cup looked like. He had short dark hair that was beginning to gray, but that did little to detract from his overall youthful appearance. He was not smiling, but the look in his eyes showed that he was enjoying the tenseness of the situation. His wife, Penelope Greengrass, stood beside him. With her flowing blonde hair and in bright blue eyes, Harry thought she looked much like an older version of Daphne. Unlike her husband, she was smiling towards Harry and Sirius. Sirius, a pleasure to see you again, Daniel Greengrass said as he stepped forward to shake Sirius' hand. I was delighted when I heard you weren't actually a raving psychopath. Ah, in the eyes of the law I'm perfectly sane, Sirius answered with a grin. It's a different story to those who know me, of course. Indeed, Daniel replied. Harry, welcome to our home. We've heard a lot about you. Thank you, Mr. Greengrass, Harry said uncertainly. Why don't we all sit down for a bit? Daniel suggested. We can all get to know each other. Harry and Sirius nodded, and they all took their places on the couch. Harry had Sirius on one side and Daphne on the other and felt somewhat comfortable in the situation. Astoria, meanwhile, was having a hard time suppressing her laughter. So, Harry, how has your summer been so far? Daphne's mother asked, trying to start the conversation. Oh well, a lot better recently, Harry answered. I moved in with Sirius. It's great. Penelope Greengrass smiled at his answer but did not ask anything else. Well, Daniel, I suppose we both know why we're here, Sirius said suddenly, surprising Harry. I am the boy's godfather and legal guardian after all, so we should be able to handle this quite easily. Sirius, what are you talking about? Harry asked. Excellent, Daniel replied. I am sure we agree in principle to the major issues, now it's just the details to work out. Father, what's going on? Daphne asked with a concerned look on her face. Nothing for you to worry about, dear, Daniel answered. Mr. Black and I were just going to hammer out the details on your marriage contract. We'll be done in time for lunch, I assure you. He's right, Sirius agreed. We aren't going to request anything out of the ordinary after all. The Potters are an old and respected family, plus with your relationship with Harry your father, and I thought you'd both be thrilled by the idea. Now wait a second, Harry said loudly. Daphne and I aren't going to. What I mean is not now, obviously. Not that we're planning anything, but we're just 15. Sirius, do something. Sirius was able to keep a straight face for about 5 seconds before he finally burst into laughter, which soon spread to the rest of the room, minus Harry and Daphne. Harry looked around in confusion for a moment before realizing the whole thing had been one big prank. The look on your faces was priceless. Sirius laughed. You did excellent in your part, by the way, Daniel. I see you still like a good prank. As serious? Daniel said between chuckles. Just like I remembered. How dare you? Daphne yelled, although she knew she would have thought it was funny if it had happened to someone else. That was not a nice prank. Oh dear, don't be angry, Penelope said. You know as well as I do that our family hasn't used a marriage contract in over 200 years. Why would we ever start that foolish tradition again now? Daphne's jaw dropped open as she realized that her mother was right, and she should have recognized the deception. Still angry regardless, She sat back on the couch and glared at her father and Sirius. Harry held her hand but said nothing, knowing that it would be stupid to get in the way of an angry Daphne. I'll get you back for that one, Sirius. Harry promised. I know you'll try, pup. Sirius replied, still laughing. Lunch is ready, Penelope announced. Let's move the party into the dining room, shall we? Everyone stood and followed her through the house and into the dining room where an elaborate meal had been laid out. As they ate, everyone seemed to grow much more comfortable around each other, and soon Harry and Daphne had forgotten about the prank that had been played on them. Harry quickly found that he liked the Greengrass family. They talked and laughed and genuinely loved each other in a way that he had never seen the Dursleys act, and Harry realized that it was the way a family should be. His fears about Daphne's parents disliking him were erased. They continued to chat during the meal. The Greengrasses, meanwhile, weren't sure what to expect from their daughter's boyfriend. Although they did not trust anything that had been written about him in the press, they still hoped that Daphne had chosen a young man worthy of her. Despite their high standards, they were pleased with Harry's kindness and the obvious affection he showed towards Daphne. A smile and a nod between the parents let them each know that the other would not object to the relationship. More than an hour had passed and lunch had long since given way to dessert, but the conversation had not died down. Eventually Penelope asked Astoria to help her put everything away, leaving only Harry, Daphne, Sirius, and Daniel in the room. Daniel, can we speak without worrying of being overheard in this room? Sirius asked. Of course. Daniel assured him. What's this about? Harry already knows, and I'm sure he'd just tell Daphne if she weren't here for this, so I'm just going to come out and say it. Sirius began. Dumbledore wanted me to offer you membership in the Order of the Phoenix. Daniel sat back in his chair and sighed as if he had somehow expected this. Not surprising, I suppose. Daniel said finally. Tell me, Sirius, what do you think of the Order? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Sirius answered. Everyone in the Order is dedicated to bringing about the destruction of Voldemort. It isn't your dedication I question, it's your methods. Daniel commented. What real action has Dumbledore taken against the Dark Lord since his resurrection? Anything? No, I thought not. I have the same goals as you do, Sirius. I just question if following Dumbledore's lead is the best way to accomplish them. Oh, we have our own problems with Dumbledore, believe me, Harry said. But still, I don't think he's evil. No, neither do I, Daniel replied. But he doesn't have to be evil to be an arrogant fool whose days of leading the fight against dark wizards should have ended 50 years ago. Forgive me if this is a sensitive subject, but Daphne told me of the prophecy. And I already knew that the Dark Lord had made at least one Horcrux, possibly more. These are important revelations that should prompt action. Dumbledore is still a powerful wizard, and if it is your destiny to oppose the Dark Lord, then he should be training you in addition to helping you hunt down and destroy every last Horcrux. But what has he done instead? Locked you up with your Muggle relatives until your godfather was forced to come rescue you. Harry found he really could not argue with Daniel's logic and nodded in agreement. Harry and I plan on destroying what remains of Voldemort's soul this summer. Soon he will be mortal again, Sirius vowed. Yes, and what does Dumbledore say of that? Daniel asked. We didn't tell him what we were planning, Harry answered. But he'd probably want us to leave it to him. I concur. Daniel said. What would be expected of me if I did join the Order of the Phoenix? I'm not quite sure, Sirius answered. To be honest, we're not doing much right now. We'd need you to help gather information and fight alongside us when there is need. I would be gathering information even if I did not join the Order, Daniel replied. And is the information gathered by others shared freely? Or does Dumbledore hold it all for himself? Somewhere in the middle, I suppose, Sirius said with a sigh. Fine, you've convinced me that the Order isn't the most useful group around, but what's the alternative? Join the Ministry? Even with Amelia Bones in charge, they aren't capable of handling the problem. You're right, of course, Daniel assured him. And in another situation I would probably just stay out of the fight altogether. But things are different this time around. Neutrality is not an option. Is that because of me and Daphne? Harry asked. Partly, but not completely, Daniel answered. Most of the blame falls on my brother. But besides that, the world will suffer irreparable harm if the Dark Lord is not stopped. There must be a force to oppose him, But that force cannot be led by Albus Dumbledore. Who should lead then? You, Daniel? Sirius asked skeptically. No offense, but there aren't many people who would choose you over Dumbledore. This isn't about prestige or winning recruits. Daniel insisted. All we need is a small group of people willing to do what has to be done to end this war, even if that means violating Dumbledore's rules of engagement. I'm not asking you to quit or betray the Order, but you and I both know that the Order of the Phoenix won't stop the Dark Lord this time, just like they didn't stop him last time. You're wrong, Harry said. My mother stopped him, and she was in the Order, and she did it by using a ritual that demanded she sacrifice her life for you. Do you think Dumbledore ever would have approved that method if he had known?
No.
Harry answered truthfully. Probably not. So what now? Now I reluctantly join the Order of the Phoenix. Daniel answered. What? Daphne said, speaking up for the first time in the conversation. After all that, you're going to join anyway? Besides giving me access to information I might not otherwise have, it will solidify my reputation as one of the good guys in their opinion. Daniel explained. There are people in the Order whose help I would gladly welcome, but in order to convince them of my point of view I must win their trust. You make it sound like you're infiltrating the Order, Harry said with a small frown. In a way I am, Harry, Daniel answered, but I promise to be honest with you and Sirius. Hopefully our combined efforts will be enough to stop the Dark Lord. For a few minutes after that, the table was silent as each person took the time to think about what they had discussed. Harry's instinct told him that Daniel's opinion on the war was correct, but the idea that such a small group of people could defeat Voldemort and his army still seemed crazy to him. Now on to more serious matters. Daniel said finally, just what are your intentions towards my daughter, Mr. Potter? Harry's head jerked up in surprise at the question, but found Daniel and Sirius both smiling back at him, trying not to laugh. Harry stammered, trying to think of what to say, but when everyone started laughing he realized they weren't actually expecting an answer. Relieved, he began laughing too. For the rest of the afternoon they did not discuss the war again, but even so it was on each of their minds. A little while later Harry, Daphne, and Sirius arrived at the apparition point in Diagon Alley, where they were supposed to meet Remus and Neville for their day out. As they looked around they saw that Neville was already there and looking through the window of quality Quidditch supplies where they were displaying the newest broom from the Nimbus Company. Neville! Harry yelled, trying to get the other boys' attention. Neville's head shot up and he began looking around, but it took him a few moments to find Harry and the others because of the crowds. Neville quickly walked over to the rest of the group. Hey guys, Neville said. You're lucky I waited. I've been dying to get my wand ever since I got here. Sorry, Neville. Harry replied. We're just waiting for Moody now. Harry looked back towards the apparition point but didn't see Remus. He did, however, see a pair of Aurors patrolling in front of Gamble and Japes. Neither of their faces looked familiar, but Harry suspected he knew who the female Auror with purple hair was anyway. He wanted to go over and say hello, but they began quickly walking off in the other direction. How's your summer been? Daphne asked. Good, Neville answered. Mostly I've just been getting our greenhouse at home back in order. I don't think my gran does anything with it while I'm away at Hogwarts, and it is always in bad shape when I get there. Daphne nodded politely and then began looking around again. There, she said suddenly, pointing away from the apparition point towards another part of the alley. They all looked at where she was pointing and were surprised to see not just Remus but Molly, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny with him. Remus pointed out Harry and his group to Molly and then made his way over while the Weasleys went inside Slug and Jigger's apothecary. Sorry I'm late, everyone, Remus said as he approached. When Molly heard I was coming to Diagon Alley, she decided she needed to come pick up some supplies. Then the Weasley kids heard about the trip and began begging her to go. Well, it slowed me down a little.
No worries, Moody,
Sirius replied. As long as they are okay with Molly, I think Mr. Longbottom here is eager to get his new wand. To Ollivanders then? Yes, Neville said excitedly. Harry and Daphne both smiled at their friend's eagerness but understood the reason behind it. Neither of them could imagine ever using a wand other than their own. As the group happily made their way to the wand shop, they had no idea that they were being watched. But they were. They would not have recognized the person watching them even if they had known. He was a young Death Eater, one of the first of the new wave of recruits and only a few years out of Hogwarts. Perhaps surprisingly, he had not been in Slytherin while there but in Hufflepuff. That fact certainly displeased his family and he was eager to impress them. Perhaps, he thought, this was his chance. Inside Ollivander's, Neville was walking around and inspecting the various wands and other items in the shop. The others, knowing this could be a long process, had decided to sit down while Neville looked for his wand. "Ah, young Mr. Longbottom, I presume," said a voice from the shadows. An white-haired old man slowly made his way past the huge stacks of wands and approached Neville. "I was expecting you some time ago. What have you been using until now, I wonder?" "My father's wand, sir," Neville answered, holding out the wand. "Ah yes, I remember that one well," Ollivander said.
"Vine, tulveinches, dragon heartstring."
"A fine wand, but perhaps not well suited for you. Come, lad, let us go meet your wand." Ollivander ushered Neville back to the stacks of wands and began giving him different ones to try out. Some worked better for him than others, but he had yet to find one that really appealed to him. After over 30 minutes of trying, Ollivander handed Neville a wand that looked almost exactly like many of the others he had tried. But somehow he knew this one was different. The moment it touched his hand, a comforting warmth seemed to spread up his arm, and the wand began to vibrate as if begging to be used. "Cherry, 13 inches, unicorn hair," Ollivander announced with a knowing smile. "Go ahead, Mr. Longbottom." Neville nodded, but his gaze never left the wand he now held in his hand. He gave it a quick swish, and a fountain of colorful sparks that crackled like fireworks erupted from the end of the wand. A large grin spread over Neville's face as he brought the wand closer to him so he could inspect it. "I do believe you have found your wand. Yeah, this is the one. I know it," Neville said happily. The sound of people applauding finally got him to look up, and he saw his friends giving him a standing ovation. Neville blushed and gave a small bow before walking over to them. "Congratulations, Neville. I'm glad you finally got your own wand," Harry said. Daphne nodded in agreement and gave Neville a short hug to show she was happy for him too. "Thanks. And the best part is I can actually use it this summer," Neville said happily. "This calls for a bit of celebration," Sirius announced. "Come on, ice cream from Florian Fortesque's on me. Even you, Moody. You know I never turn down mint chocolate chip." Remus replied thoughtfully. "Fine, I'm in." Neville quickly paid for his wand, and the group headed out of the old shop and back into Diagon Alley. The heavy crowds from earlier in the day had died down a bit, but the street was still full of people. Harry had expected there to be fewer people or perhaps a less festive atmosphere because of the ongoing war, but everyone seemed to be doing their best to avoid thinking about that subject. After ordering their ice cream, the group went to sit on the patio in front of the shop to enjoy the warm day. Harry was enjoying the ability to walk around freely and be with friends after his confinement at the Dursleys. They had been eating and taking for a few minutes when Harry noticed the Weasleys walking towards them, evidently through with their shopping. That is when everything started to go wrong. The first clue that something was amiss was the rapidly dropping temperature. Most of the people in Diagon Alley stopped walking and began to look around, unsure of what was going on. Harry and his friends knew better and immediately reached for their wands. Only Neville wasn't sure what was happening. "What is it?" Neville asked as he too pulled out his wand. "Dementors," Sirius answered with a growl. "Lots of them. Wait until you see them to cast your Patronus charms." Everyone else nodded at his advice. "Keep your guard up," Remus said. The Death Eaters used the Dementors as a distraction and then attack behind them. The Weasleys came running up towards the other group with worry evident on their face. Of them, only Molly had her wand out and seemed to know what was happening. "Is this what I think it is?" Molly asked nervously. Sirius and Remus nodded in confirmation of her fears, and a determined look came over her face. "Kids, I want you to keep your heads down. Turn over that table and get behind it. Keep your shield charms up as strong as you can. Move." None of her children had ever seen her act like this, and it was that fact more than anything that spurred them into action. In seconds, all 4 Weasley children were crouched behind an overturned table watching to see what happened next. "There!" Daphne yelled, turning her wand to point towards the apparition point they had come through earlier in the day. Over the buildings surrounding the entryway, dozens of Dementors were gliding down towards the already frightened witches and wizards. The foul creatures caused a panic in the streets as everyone tried to run from them. No one appeared to be able to cast the Patronus charm, which left everything up to Harry and his group. Expecto Patronum, they all yelled as Harry, Daphne, Sirius, Remus, and Molly cast the Patronus charm. Neville, who had been waiting to get his new wand to learn the charm, instead began casting cheering charms on the others in the hope that it would make their task easier. Sirius Patronus was, unsurprisingly, a big dog like his animagus form, but Remus Patronus was not a version of his werewolf self but a fierce-looking eagle that gracefully swooped towards the Dementors and drove them back. "Try to surround them," Harry commanded. "Prongs can hurt them, but you have to keep them together." The others changed their tactics and directed their Patronus to force the Dementors towards Harry's Patronus, who was maiming and killing Dementors at a shocking speed. Every 15 seconds or so another Dementor would fall to Harry's overcharged Patronus. But with dozens of Dementors around, it didn't seem to be enough. Suddenly 2 new Patronus showed up and began helping fight off the Dementors. Harry looked towards where they came from and smiled when he saw Tonks and her fellow Auror with their wands out directing their patron uses. With their additional help, Harry could sense the tide of the battle was turning. It was then that several loud cracks were heard, a sound Harry knew meant people were operating in. He desperately hoped they would be on his side, but expected otherwise. They were indeed Death Eaters, a fact confirmed by the long black robes and skull masks. Not all of them were wearing masks, however, and those willing to show their faces Harry recognized as people who were already known to be Death Eaters. There were 10 of them altogether, and the group included all 3 Lestranges, Barty Crouch Jr., 5 masked Death Eaters, and a feral-looking man that Harry did not recognize. They began firing curses indiscriminately as soon as they arrived, clearly looking to cause as much panic as possible. The Dementors, however, took their arrival as a signal that their job was done, and immediately began to leave the area and their fallen brothers behind. "Sirius," Harry yelled, "do you have a way to contact the rest of the Order?" The Death Eaters apparently had not seen them yet and were still firing at random targets. It was only a matter of time before they started killing people, and Harry was having a hard time restraining himself from running into the middle of the battle.
No.
Sirius answered sadly. "We're on our own." Sirius growled as he saw the first unforgivable of the day cast by one of the masked Death Eaters no more than 15 feet away from them. It was a Cruciatus curse used on an elderly witch who was now screaming in pain. Sirius could stand no more and in an instant had transformed into his animagus form and was running towards the unaware Death Eater. Without warning, the huge black dog leapt on the man, knocking him down and ending the curse. Padfoot closed his powerful jaws on the man's hand and in the process broke his wand along with several bones. Having defeated his opponent, Sirius transformed out of his animagus shape and prepared to face a new threat. The screaming Death Eater did not attempt to rejoin the fight, but instead used a portkey to escape. Remus ran to assist his friend, knowing that his attack would not go unnoticed. "Stay here with the Weasleys," Harry shouted to Daphne. "I'm going to help them." Daphne nodded and began looking for a defensible position to fire from near the Weasleys. Neville followed her lead, and soon they were both crouched behind a low brick wall that surrounded the patio of the ice cream shop. After a few moments they fell into a pattern where one of them would concentrate on shielding them while the other fired curses at the Death Eaters. It was a wise tactic, and before the battle was over they would catch more than one of their enemies unprepared for it. "Cousin Sirius, so nice to see you again," a crazed-looking Death Eater with long black hair said happily. Harry knew from pictures that she was Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the people responsible for sending Neville's parents to St. Mungo's among other heinous crimes. Her greeting came along with a bone-shattering curse which Sirius was able to shield against. "Hello, Bella. It looks as though Azkaban was worse for you than me," Sirius answered as he sent a blasting curse back her. She gracefully danced out of its way and began laughing maniacally again before sending a huge ball of fire at Sirius, which luckily for him was stopped with a flame-freezing charm from Remus. "Thanks, Moody. I knew you'd have my back. As always, Padfoot," Remus answered with a grin. Harry was only seconds behind him, and soon the 3 were standing back to back, making sure that all angles were covered. 6 of the remaining 9 Death Eaters had decided that they posed the greatest threat and were focusing on them, while the other 3 were battling Tonks and the other Auror. Being outnumbered 6-3 placed them heavily on the defensive, but they were still able to hold their ground. Harry had quickly come to the conclusion that the best use of his opportunities to strike back would be to transfigure and animate different objects and command them to attack the Death Eaters. This way they would be able to fight and distract the Death Eaters while he still had his shield up. A bench that had been transfigured into a tiger was able to pounce on Rodolphus Lestrange before his brother Rabastan was able to use a severing charm to slice of its head. In doing so, however, Rabastan lowered his guard and was hit in the leg with a powerful curse from Daphne which snapped his femur in 2. He howled in pain but was not willing to let that take him out of the battle. "Gotcha!" Remus yelled as one of his reducto curses blasted a masked Death Eater into a brick wall. The man moaned in pain as his body hit the hard surface and evidently decided he had had enough of the battle because he too used a port key to escape. "Good one, Moody," Sirius commented between curses. "Just like old days. Isn't it?" "Confringo," Remus said. "Almost Padfoot, but Harry isn't Prongs." "Of course not, Expulso," Sirius replied. "But remember Hogsmeade? March 1980. Ah, Reducto. I remember the 3 of us huddled up just like we are now. We were lucky to survive that one." "Not lucky, just good," Sirius laughed. Harry had to shake his head in amazement. In the middle of the battle, they were still able to stay calm enough to joke with each other. "Levi Corpus." Sirius' spell hit Bellatrix and she was lifted off the ground and suspended in the air upside down. Sirius sent another curse at her, but she was able to dispel the effects, and as she painfully crashed to the ground, Sirius' follow-up spell flew harmlessly over her head. "Help!" A familiar voice called from the other side of the street. Harry glanced over and saw that Tonks' partner had been knocked out of the fight and she was now facing 3 Death Eaters by herself. A stunning spell from Neville and Daphne's direction hit a masked Death Eater in the back and knocked him to the ground, unconscious. "Greyback," Remus growled as he looked towards the Death Eaters attacking Tonks. Harry remembered the story Sirius had told him of how Remus was turned into a werewolf and guessed that the feral-looking Death Eater was in fact Fenrir Greyback. Remus sent one last spell towards Rodolphus Lestrange and then ran to help Tonks. Before he could get there, Greyback had disarmed her and was rushing towards her with his mouth wide open as if he were going to try and bite her. He and Remus collided just before Greyback reached Tonks and the 2 werewolves crashed down to the ground, but they were throwing punches and kicks before they even came to a stop. Harry and Sirius now had to contend with all 3 Lestranges, but the other 2 masked Death Eaters had abandoned that fight and were concentrating on Daphne, Neville, and the Weasleys, who until then had been able to attack from their covered position without being challenged. They were good enough to keep Neville and Daphne from firing at their fellow Death Eaters, but were also outnumbered as Molly and the twins began to fire spells back at them as well. Ron and Ginny had so far not taken any action except to hide behind the table, but after seeing the others fight, Ron was beginning to feel useless and crawled over to where Neville and Daphne were. Neither of them paid Ron much attention and continued to fight against the masked Death Eaters, who were slowly becoming more desperate in their attacks. Suddenly Ron jumped up from behind the wall and shouted, "Stupefy!" His poorly aimed stunner missed his target, but his action had left him exposed, and one of the Death Eaters pointed his wand towards him and yelled Avada Kedavra. The ugly green light of the killing curse sped through the air as Molly screamed in horror. Ron was frozen in shock and fear from the bright light that represented his impending doom. "Accio chair," Daphne called, summoning a piece of furniture towards her and into the path of the killing curse. When the spell hit the chair, it exploded into a shower of splinters, otherwise ending harmlessly. Ron fell to the ground immediately, shaking with the awareness that he had almost died. He stayed that way while the others continued the fight. Meanwhile, Barty Crouch Jr. had enervated the stunned Death Eater, which once again put Remus and Tonks at a numerical disadvantage. Remus and Greyback had ended their physical fight at a draw and had transitioned into a magical duel. Here Remus had the advantage, but he also had to contend with an extra Death Eater. Tonks had managed to get back to her wand and had her hands full with Crouch and the random spells fired by the masked Death Eater. Remus knew if they didn't do something to change the odds soon, they would be in trouble. Yes. Harry yelled in triumph as his piercing curse made its way past Rabaston Lestrange's defenses and struck him in the stomach. The man, who already had a broken leg, grunted apologetically to his brother Rodolphus before port-keying away from the battle. Sirius and Harry were now free to challenge their attackers one-on-one, Harry versus Rodolphus and Sirius versus Bellatrix. The husband and wife pair were two of Voldemort's most skilled duelers, a fact that had become clear to Harry as the battle progressed. Rodolphus was much better than Crouch, and Harry was having a difficult time landing a decent blow against him. Sirius was not faring much better against Bellatrix, who he had been dueling almost without interruption since the battle began. Her frequent use of the Cruciatus Curse had forced him to produce numerous physical barriers to stop it from hitting him or those standing beside him, but it had also made the fight much more difficult. A loud scream was heard as Tonks was hit with a spell that sent her spinning to the ground with a broken arm. Unfortunately, the injured arm had also been the one she held her wand in. She began using her other arm to cast, but it was not nearly as effective. The others, sensing Tonks' weakness, simultaneously sent curses towards her, hoping to put her out of the fight for good. Remus jumped in front of her and brought up the strongest shield he could, but it was only able to stop two of the spells. The third hit him in the chest and forced him to his knees. Remus knew from the pain that the spell had broken several of his ribs, but he could not let that stop him. Gathering his strength, Remus fired a blasting curse at the masked Death Eater that knocked him flat on his back and out cold. At the same time, however, Crouch had banished a brick from a broken wall into Tonks' stomach, which sent her flying to the ground in pain. "It doesn't have to be like this, werewolf," Greyback said as he advanced towards Remus. "Join us. When the Dark Lord rules, our kind will not be treated as animals or some inferior creature." "Never," Remus replied. He then sent a jet of flame towards Greyback, but the older werewolf was able to dive out of its way. Greyback came back up snarling at his attacker and firing a variety of deadly curses. They came at such a high speed Remus was forced to divert all of his attention to Greyback. While that happened, Crouch took the chance to move into a position where he could attack Remus from behind. Harry was barely aware of anything else going on because of his fight with Rodolphus Lestrange. He had eventually come to realize that while Rodolphus was excellent at dodging and shielding against curses, he was also easily distracted, which meant Harry could take the advantage with some well-timed transfiguration and animation. As he transfigured a pile of rubble into two wolves, he saw the uncertainty in Rodolphus' eyes and knew he now had the advantage. Crouch, finally in position, carefully took aim at Remus' back. So far no one had noticed what he was doing, but he knew that could change at any moment. When he saw Remus raise a shield in front of himself to block an incoming attack from Greyback, Crouch realized this was his chance and struck. "Inficio," he yelled as his signature acid spell erupted from his wand and hit the unsuspecting Remus in the back. The surprise attack caused Remus' shield to fail and allowed Greyback's spell to hit him in the chest with full force. Harry had just managed to bring part of a brick wall down on Rodolphus while his wolves had the man distracted when out of the corner of his eye he saw Remus get hit. Greyback's spell was a strong cutting curse, and Harry watched in horror as it tore open the flesh on Remus' chest from his right shoulder to his left hip. He saw, as if in slow motion, blood splatter as the magic ripped into Remus. Remus immediately slumped to his knees and fired off a poorly aimed curse at Greyback, which flew harmlessly past him. Remus tried to cast again, but his hand was shaking unsteadily due to the pain and blood loss.
"No,
Moody!" Harry yelled as he raced towards Remus. As he approached, Remus fell on his side to the ground, still alive but in very bad shape. "Oh," Greyback said sarcastically. "Did I kill your puppy?" Harry did say anything in response, but inside him a rage like he had never felt before was taking hold of him. His only coherent thought was to make Greyback pay for what he had done. With a flick of his wand, Harry silently conjured a dozen small, silver pellets which began to circle around him as if they were planets in orbit. Greyback laughed at Harry, not believing a teenager could be a threat to him, and sent another cutting curse his way. Harry waved his wand again, and a bright yellow shield surrounded him on all sides, very different from a Protego shield which only protected from one direction. Greyback's curse hit this shield and seemed to be absorbed by it. Later, Harry would not remember what spell he had cast. He would only know that he seemed to be commanding the magic to obey his will, and the magic had done so. With another flick of his wrist, Harry summoned Greyback's wand to him. It was only then that Greyback realized his mistake. He reached into his pocket for his portkey but could not find it. Evidently it had fallen out at some point during the battle. "Fine, put me in Azkaban," Greyback snarled. "When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kill you." Harry waved his wand again and Greyback was lifted off the ground with his arms and legs magically held in place. "What do you think you're doing? You won't kill me, golden boy. You don't have it in you. Are you sure about that?" Harry asked. Suddenly one of his silver pellets flew like a bullet and smashed Greyback's knee. He howled in pain as the silver seemed to make his flesh burn. Then another piece of silver flew at Greyback, hitting him in the shoulder. After this the scene turned into pure chaos. The silver pellets all left Harry and sped towards Greyback. Each one would pierce his body at high speeds and then stop to change course and attack the man again. In mere seconds Greyback's body was covered in holes and his screams of agony had stopped altogether. For a moment his lifeless body hung suspended in the air because of Harry's magic, and all who saw it gasped in shock at the ruined form. Then the spell holding him ended and Greyback's corpse dropped to the ground like a ragdoll. Harry stared at it for a second, not really feeling anything, before remembering he also had to deal with Barty Crouch Jr. Harry turned to face the man whose eyes were still bulging open in surprise from what he had seen. Harry sent a powerful bone-breaking curse at him, but Crouch was able to dive to the ground and out of the way. Before Harry could send another curse at him, Crouch had activated his portkey and escaped. "Coward!" Harry screamed at the spot where Crouch stood only moments before. He then turned to see how the rest of the battle was going. "Death Eaters! Retreat!" Bellatrix yelled, having seen that they were now outnumbered. She and the others all portkeyed away, even including Rodolphus, who had managed to free himself from the rubble that Harry had brought down on him. In the end, all of the Death Eaters had managed to escape except for Greyback. "Moody!" Sirius yelled as he ran over to check on his friend. Harry too rushed over to check on him. When they got there, Tonks was crouched next to him sobbing, and it did not take long for Harry to see why. Remus was covered in blood, all of it his own, and Harry knew that there was probably extensive internal damage as well. "Someone help us!" Harry screamed at the crowds. "We need a healer, please." But for a while no one moved. Finally Molly nodded and ran off to find someone. It was only then that Harry knelt down beside his injured friend. "You're okay, Moody," Sirius assured him. "We're gonna get a healer and you'll be fine." "You're a terrible liar, Padfoot," Remus gasped. He winced, as if the effort to speak had taken a lot out of him.
"I'm sorry, Moody,"
Harry said as tears began to fall from his eyes. "I should have gotten there faster. Not your fault," Remus assured him in a voice that was beginning to get quieter. "Sirius, brother." Sirius grabbed Remus' hand and held it in his. "Brother." Sirius replied in agreement. "Take care of each other," Remus said. "And if anyone asks, tell them my last words were, mischief managed." Sirius laughed at Remus' joke despite the circumstances, and a weak smile formed on Remus' face. "Damn it, Moody. You aren't supposed to be making me laugh at a time like this," Sirius said. He waited for Remus to say something else, but he didn't. "Moody? Moody? Oh no. Oh God, no." In the end there was no last gasp of breath or a sudden lurch. Remus had simply smiled and closed his eyes as the life left his body. As Harry and Sirius cried over their fallen friend Neville, Daphne, and the Weasleys came and formed a circle around them to keep others from seeing their private moment. They too wept at the sight of their former professor. "It's my fault, Sirius," Tonks said. "He was your friend and he died saving me."
"No,"
Sirius yelled. "Moody would never forgive me if I let you think that. It's the Death Eater's fault, no one else's." Tonks nodded at his words, but Harry wasn't sure she believed them. In the background Harry heard yelling and orders being given as the main force of Aurors finally arrived. But it was quickly apparent to them that they were too late. They would be there another hour giving statements and making sure that Remus' body was treated with respect. But all of them wanted nothing more than to leave this place of pain and death. The Order of the Phoenix had suffered its first loss of the new war, but it would not be the last. For now they mourned, but each of them eagerly awaited the day when they avenge Remus Lupin. Don't hate me for killing off Remus, I didn't want to do it. But after saving Cedric and pardoning Sirius, something tragic was just begging to happen. I never liked the way Remus and Tonks died in canon. Personally, I like this a little more. Well, as always, tell me what you think and thanks for reading. Chapter 30. The next morning Harry awoke in a cold sweat. He had been having a nightmare, but not one of the kind which caused his scar to hurt. He had stopped having those when the Horcrux inside his head was destroyed. This was a normal nightmare, but that fact did not make it any more pleasant. In his mind he had replayed the events of the previous day 100 times, and each time he came to the sad realization that there was very little he could have done to save Moody. Perhaps if he had been better with his healing charms. But no, not even Hermione, who was the best of his group, could have done anything to heal Moody. He didn't blame Tonks either, and hoped she would not blame herself. She had been caught in a 3-against-1 fight against a team of Death Eaters. It would be foolish to expect almost anybody to come out on top in a fight like that. As Harry pulled himself out of bed, a sudden thought struck him. He had killed a man the day before, and unlike the incident with Professor Quirrell, Greyback's death couldn't be blamed on Voldemort. Harry did it by himself of his own free will. Harry paused to consider this new development. He didn't feel bad about what he had done, nor did he feel any regret, and it was that feeling that disturbed him more than anything else. He had been told to expect subtle changes in his personality. Was this evidence of that? Reluctantly, he decided it probably was. His opinions on killing in battle had changed in the past few weeks. Trying to end the war with the least amount of casualties, whether enemy or ally, was a noble but unrealistic goal. People on both sides would continue to die, and his only real concern should be to make sure most of those were Death Eaters. Harry walked down to the kitchen hoping to find breakfast waiting for him, but saw instead that the Weasleys weren't in the house. Sirius, however, was sitting at the table with a cup of tea in one hand and the Daily Prophet in the other. From the expression on his face, Harry knew he didn't like what he saw there. "Morning, Harry," Sirius said, looking up from his paper.
"Sleepok."
"Good enough," Harry answered as he sat down at the table. "So what's in the paper that's got you so angry? Look for yourself," Sirius said, sliding the paper over to his godson. Harry picked it up and saw that the headline read Harry Potter brutally kills werewolf in Diagon Alley. Below it was a picture of him apparently taken during the battle. Even Harry had to admit that the picture made him look fairly intimidating, something he didn't think he was capable of. The story itself was, of course, written by Rita Skeeter. Damn it, Harry swore when he began reading the article. Rita was really trying to make him look dangerous, completely ignoring the fact that they had been ambushed by a group of Death Eaters. I think Rita Skeeter just outlived her usefulness. What are you talking about? Sirius asked curiously. It's time she stopped writing this trash, Harry replied. And the Greengrasses and I have a way to do that. Good. Don't let her off easy either, Sirius said. He paused for a moment and Harry could tell he was thinking about what he was going to say next. Harry thought he was going to ask how he was feeling after what had happened, but he apparently decided against whatever he had been thinking of and said, "So the Order is having an emergency meeting tonight to discuss yesterday's attack. What is their response going to be?" Harry asked, wondering how the Order would handle the situation. "Response? There won't be one," Sirius snorted. "Dumbledore will say a few nice things about Moody, warn everyone to be careful, and then go on as if nothing had happened." "But that's ridiculous," Harry said. "We ought to be doing something to weaken Voldemort and stop this from happening again." "Like what?" "We don't know where the Death Eaters are hiding, and even if we did, Dumbledore would oppose an attack." "Fine, but what about the Dementors?" Harry asked. "They were there yesterday, which pretty much confirms that they've sided with Voldemort again. Maybe we don't know where the Death Eaters are, but we do know where the Dementors are. They'll probably leave Azkaban soon if they follow the same pattern as the last war. Now is the time to strike. Who else can cast a Patronus powerful enough to kill one?" "Moody can. Shacklebolt too. I assume Dumbledore can. Other than you, that's it. I don't think I'll ever be able to. A side effect of all those years in Azkaban, I suppose," Sirius answered. But an assault on the Dementors at Azkaban? I don't know if it could work, Harry. Of course it can. Harry assured him. It wouldn't even take that many of us. How many Dementors are at Azkaban? Nobody is really sure. But if I had to guess, I'd put it at somewhere between 100 and 150, and that was back when I was still a prisoner. You've killed about 10 already. Exactly. They aren't that tough once you figure out how to fight them. Harry replied excitedly as a plan began to form in his head. We wouldn't even need that many people. Maybe a dozen Order members surrounding Azkaban making sure the Dementors can't escape. Then the 3 or 4 of us who can kill them directing our patron uses inside the prison. Could work, Sirius, and if it does it would take a powerful ally away from Voldemort. Maybe so. Sirius answered thoughtfully. He had heard worse plans, after all. The Ministry would be pissed at us and Dumbledore would never go for it. But it might work. I'll start asking around, quietly of course, but if Moody and Shacklebolt say no we'll have to call it off. Fair enough. Harry replied. But remember, I want to be a part of this. I was the one who figured out how to kill them, I deserve that. And if we're in need of people who can cast a Patronus, Daphne and Hermione both can. I'll start working with Neville and I bet you he'll have it down in a week or less. I'll admit they did a good job yesterday. But do you really want to purposefully put them on the battlefield? They deserve to choose for themselves whether to fight or not. Harry responded. Sirius shrugged as if he wasn't convinced, but didn't say anything else about it. I've got something else we could do today, if you aren't going to be too busy. I'm sure I could find a few free hours. What did you have in mind? Let's go destroy another Horcrux. Harry answered. Voldemort hid a ring in the house his family used to live in. The protections around it won't be too bad since I can speak Parseltongue. But there's a pretty nasty curse on the ring itself. We should be fine as long as we don't touch it. Sounds like a good way to spend the morning. Sirius agreed. That will leave 3 Horcruxes and Voldemort himself. Perhaps the end of this war is finally in sight. Sirius, the war just started. Harry reminded him. For you maybe, but for me the first war never really ended. I fought and struggled for the last 2 decades, and I'm tired of it, Harry. I've seen too many good men die, your father and Moody most of all. Sirius explained. I'm glad you're here, pup. This would be a lot harder if you weren't. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Harry answered truthfully. Go get ready, we'll leave in an hour. Sirius replied, getting up to prepare himself as well. As Harry watched his godfather leave the room, he wondered how he was really coping with Remus' death. They had been friends since they were first years at Hogwarts, and Harry could only guess at how he would react if a friend like Hermione had died. Sirius didn't strike him as the type of person who would want to talk about his feelings either. But Harry knew he would need to be there for his godfather if he did. An hour later Sirius made his way downstairs, finally ready to leave. Not knowing how dangerous their mission would be, Sirius decided to assume the worst and was fully prepared for a fight. His normal clothes had been replaced with Auror-issue battle gear, which included a heavy cloak with numerous charms on it which was supposed to be able to stop or weaken some spells. In truth, it wasn't quite as effective as advertised, but it was better than nothing. The cloak appeared heavy and cumbersome, but was actually quite light and easy to move in. You should know, you look ridiculous in that, Harry commented as he tried not to laugh. Laugh it up, kiddo. I'm having one of these made for you, too. I'd give you mine if it could fit, but I think you're still a year or 2 away from being my size. Sirius replied with a smile. I've got to make sure you're staying safe. We really shouldn't face any trouble. I know what is protecting the ring and how to get past it. Harry said, it's better to be safe. We have the advantage of Voldemort not knowing what we're doing. But there is no telling how long that will last. And if he did find out, he would stop at nothing to prevent us from completing our task. Sirius commented. Harry nodded, knowing it was the truth. If you're ready, I can apparate us there. Harry said. Sirius walked towards him and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, waiting for him to begin the apparition process. A moment later Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on his destination, and instantly they both felt as if they had been forced through a narrow tube. Thankfully, the journey did not last long, and soon they found themselves standing somewhere completely different. Sirius looked around and saw that he was standing on a hill overlooking a small village. A cluster of houses and tiny shops lay off to the east, and he could see a few people walking through the streets. The residents were dressed as muggles, leading Sirius to doubt that there was much of a wizard population in the area. North of town, a large, but evidently abandoned, old house stood apart from the rest of the village. "What is this place, Harry?" Sirius asked as he continued to survey his surroundings. "This is the village of Little Hangleton, the home of Voldemort's parents," Harry said. "That graveyard near the big house is where Voldemort was resurrected. His father was buried there." "What exactly do you know about this town?" Sirius wondered. "Just things related to the Horcrux," Harry answered. "I know that large house I just pointed out belonged to the Riddle family, and that's where Voldemort murdered them. He used their deaths to split his soul and create the Horcrux we're looking for. They were muggles and he hated them all. The ring itself he stole from his uncle Morphin, who lived in the shack where it's now hidden. He also framed his uncle for the deaths of the Riddle family. I'm actually a little surprised he didn't kill his uncle too," Sirius said. "No, he just let Azkaban take care of that," Harry replied with a frown. He hated the Gaunts too, but for different reasons. The fact that they were wizards didn't change that. Harry paused for a moment to see if he could remember anything else, but that was as far as the knowledge he had been given went. "Come on, the house is about a mile west of here." Sirius nodded and they began walking to the west. Sirius didn't see a house at first, but Harry seemed to know where he was going, so he just followed his lead. The village was surrounded by farm and ranch land and looked quite peaceful from the path they were walking on. It seemed strange to him that the worst Dark Lord in a millennium had his origins here, or that one of the most vile pieces of dark magic imaginable was hidden there. Eventually he saw a small house set at the edge of a dense forest. There did not appear to be anything noteworthy about it, but he knew looks could be deceiving. "Stop," Harry commanded as they approached it. He took out his wand and bubblehead charms on both himself and Sirius. "The air inside the house is tainted with one piece of a complex poison," Harry explained. "By itself it does nothing, but when combined with the other part that looks like a layer of dust, it can be deadly." "Do you have to breathe in the dust?" "No, if you touch it, the powder can go straight through your skin and into your bloodstream," Harry said. "We'll get rid of it once we're inside. I just wanted to be careful." Harry walked towards the door to the house but did not attempt to open it. He instead tapped his wand against the door and waited. For a moment nothing happened, but then a large snake head seemed to emerge from the door itself and began to hiss angrily at him. "I am the rightful heir of Salazar Slytherin," Harry said in Parseltongue. "I demand you grant me entrance to recover that which I have hidden." The magical snake looked at him carefully for a moment, but then nodded and became part of the door again. A loud click was heard and the door slowly swung open on its own. "We're in. Well done," Sirius commented. "What would have happened if you tried to open the door without talking to the snake first?" "Electrocution, to start with," Harry said. "Then, if you were still alive, your body would be covered by flames which are nearly impossible to put out." "What a nice place," Sirius said. "Shall we go in?" "Sure," Harry answered, turning back to the house. He walked in and immediately began casting Tergeo, which allowed him to quickly remove all of the poisonous powder from the room. After a few minutes of cleaning, Harry stopped and looked around to make sure he had gotten everything. Confident he had, he cancelled the bubblehead charm and waved Sirius inside. "Come on, it's safe." Sirius cancelled his charm and walked inside. The room he entered in was a wreck, with furniture in pieces and scattered everywhere. Broken dishes littered the floor as well. While he was looking around, Harry had taken a small box out of his pocket and set it on the floor. He opened it, revealing the basilisk fong he had taken from the Chamber of Secrets, but did not yet remove it. Instead he began pulling on a wooden plank on the floor that reluctantly gave way and showed a small space that had been concealed under it. A small, golden box was laying in the hole, and Harry lifted it up and placed it next to the other box. "What do you have to do to open the box?" "Something crazy, I'd imagine," Sirius asked. "Just open it." Harry laughed. "The real danger is inside." Harry opened the box, revealing a golden ring with a large stone set in the face. The stone had an odd symbol on the front but was otherwise fairly plain. "Give me the ring, Harry," Sirius said with a slightly dazed look on his face. "I need to put it on."
"No,"
Harry yelled at him. There's a compulsion charm on the ring, Sirius. That's what is making you feel that way. I should have warned you before I opened the box. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Sirius replied, his reason finally having returned. I really should have known better. It's okay, Harry said. He then turned his attention back towards the ring, which still had given no indication it was cursed in any way. Harry knew that was part of the trap though and did not drop his guard at all. He picked up the basilisk fang and used it to lift the ring out of the box and place it on the floor. Already the spots where the poison had made contact with the ring were sizzling, as if they had been exposed to a very hot flame. Here goes nothing, Harry said as he lifted the fang into the air above the ring and then brought it down with all his strength. The force of the blow, combined with the power of the basilisk venom, was enough to break the ring into 2 pieces and knock the stone free. The ring itself was slowly consumed by the venom and melted away until nothing remained. The stone, however, appeared to be untouched. Is that it, or do you have to destroy the stone too? Sirius asked. The Horcrux is dead, but I expected the stone to break or something. I wonder why it didn't, Harry said thoughtfully. He cast the few diagnostic charms he knew on the stone until he was confident that there was not a curse on it before picking it up to look at it closer. I guess that means it's safe, Sirius said, surprised that Harry had picked it up. It should be, Harry answered. There's something weird about this rock. I think I'll take it with me. Fine by me, but let's get out of here, Sirius replied. This place just bothers me. We'll have to walk back to where we operate in. Voldemort had alarms that would tell him if anyone operate closer. Those charms have actually probably worn off by now. But there's no reason to risk it, Harry said. Sirius nodded and together they walked out of the house, leaving it looking almost exactly the same as it had from the outside. Their success so far had encouraged their hopes that they could destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes before he even noticed. The others would be more difficult, but they were dedicated. Later that day Harry sat in the living room near the front entrance of 12, Grimmauld Place, watching as Order members began to arrive. Most through the front door, but others through the flue connection that was also in the room. He knew he would not be allowed to listen in on the discussion as it happened, but he would learn the important details later on anyway. Some of the people he knew, such as Arthur and Molly Weasley and Professor McGonagall, had stopped to ask him how he was doing and to tell him they were sorry about Remus' death. He had told them he was doing fine and thanked them for their concern in response. It felt odd for him to be the center of attention for this, but he knew he would just have to deal with it. Harry was quite surprised when he saw Cedric Diggory and his father, Amos, arrive via the flue. Harry rose out of his seat to greet former champions. Cedric, what are you doing here? Hey Harry, Cedric answered as Amos wandered into the other room where everyone else was waiting. Dad and I joined the Order, are you in it too? Nope, Harry said. They think I'm still too young. That's bollocks. You weren't too young to win the Triwizard Tournament, were you? Cedric replied. This is the first meeting I've come to. I wonder what they're like. Not too exciting, apparently, Harry answered. So what are you doing now that you graduated? Playing Quidditch? A lot of people said you were good enough. Nice of them, but I'd never get past the practice squads on a pro team, Cedric said with a laugh. I got on with the Nimbus Company in their broom design department. They're even going to pay for me to get my charms mastery. Wow, that sounds like a great job, Harry replied excitedly. I never even thought about doing something like that. You're only a 5th year now, Harry. You can put off worrying about that for at least another year or so, Cedric said. Harry nodded in agreement, but he was just thinking about how hard it was probably going to be for him to make it to Hogwarts graduation, let alone something beyond that. I guess I better get in there. Talk to you later, okay? Yeah, later, Harry answered as Cedric joined the other Order members who were about to start the meeting. He knew he wouldn't gain anything by hanging around, so decided to continue cleaning the basement. The sooner he got that finished, the sooner he could resume his training. He left the Order to go about its business, knowing they probably would not accomplish much. This meeting is called to order, Dumbledore announced a short while later. It is a great pleasure to introduce Amos and Cedric Diggory, our 2 newest members of the Order of the Phoenix. There was a smattering of applause as both Diggorys stood and waved hello. Sadly, I must also announce the death of Remus Lupin. He was a brave and loyal man, and it was my great honor to have known him. Hear, hear, Sirius said sadly. The others around the table nodded in agreement. Sirius, how did Daniel Greengrass respond to our invitation? Dumbledore asked. Positively. Sirius answered. He seems willing to ally himself with us. Excellent. Dumbledore replied, a small amount of surprise evident in his voice. I know this will be difficult, but could you please explain what happened yesterday? Sirius shrugged and began to tell them all that had happened the previous day, beginning with their arrival at Diagon Alley all the way until after the fight when the Aurors had finally arrived. The others listened quietly for the most part, but with obvious interest when he described the fight with the Death Eaters. Nymphadora, I assume your account matches his? Dumbledore asked. Tonks. And yeah, he got it all right. Tonks answered a bit sadly. What'll this mean for the werewolves? Elphia's Doge asked. Several discussions on the topic started up all at once, but were silenced with a wave from Dumbledore. It is likely that without Greyback the werewolves will fight amongst themselves in an effort to determine a new leader of the pack. Dumbledore explained. However, there was no clear second in command, so this process could be long and bloody. It is unlikely they will be of much use for Voldemort for some time. We should have killed Greyback a long time ago. Moody said gruffly. Dumbledore looked at his old friend as if he was disappointed in what he had said, but otherwise did nothing. I must confess I am concerned about Harry's state of mind. Dumbledore said, looking at Sirius. No matter what the circumstances, he has just taken a life, 2 lives actually. Snape said, interrupting him. Dumbledore looked at him with a confused look on his face and then motioned for his spy to continue. Rabaston Lestrange has died from injuries suffered during the battle, but he was alive when they left. Sirius replied. Surely he could have been healed. Bones broken, blood lost, organs damaged. All these things can be repaired if properly attended to. Snape explained. Rabaston, however, was a fool. He mended his own bones and refused to allow a healer to inspect him. When Bellatrix awoke this morning, she found him dead as a result of injuries he had failed to heal. Good riddance, Moody proclaimed. Guess I won't have to throw him back into Azkaban after all. Bellatrix was enraged. Snape said, continuing. She swore vengeance on both Potter and you, Black. Why? She hated Rabaston. Sirius said with a laugh. Perhaps. Bella is responding like a child who has had a toy taken from her. That she did not like the toy is of no consequence. Snape replied. Bellatrix Lestrange is a dangerous enemy to have, Sirius. Dumbledore reminded him. I would hope you and Harry take this threat seriously. Of course. Sirius answered. Emotionally, how is Harry? Dumbledore asked him. Pissed at you, old man. Sirius replied. And so am I now that I mention it. He's also sad about Remus and probably worried about me. But if you're asking if he is depressed and upset about killing Greyback, the answer is absolutely not. In fact, I think he is more disappointed that he couldn't kill Crouch, too. This is not an issue to joke about, Sirius. Dumbledore scolded him. I am only worried about his mental well-being. We do not expect children to be soldiers. Excuse me, Cedric interrupted, clearly nervous about speaking up. But I don't think you guys should be treating Harry like a little kid. He's a good wizard and much more mature than most of the guys that were in my year. He won the tournament this year on his own merits. I appreciate your point of view, Mr. Diggory, but Harry still has a lot of growing to do. Dumbledore answered, giving it his best wise old man look. Cedric shrugged and sat back quietly. Perhaps I could talk to him afterwards. No, Albus, I don't think that's a good idea. Sirius replied. I'm his godfather, and if he needs someone to talk to, it will be me. Dumbledore, knowing Sirius would not budge on this issue, reluctantly let it go. I have another question. How are we going to respond to what happened? One of our best men and one of my best friends is dead. Yes, and 2 of their men are dead. Dumbledore pointed out. The question is, how will they respond? We must be ready to deal with whatever it is. Severus, any insight you have would be greatly appreciated. I have not spoken with the Dark Lord since the attack. Snape replied. However, I cannot imagine he would be happy with the outcome. Someone will feel his wrath because of this. Sirius sighed, realizing that he was correct when he guessed that Dumbledore would do nothing in response. He considered raising Harry's idea of attacking the Dementors but decided not to, knowing that Dumbledore would never approve. It would be better to approach the others individually. Moody would probably agree to it, and he felt pretty confident he could convince Tonks to as well. The others he asked would have to be chosen carefully. Clearly, the plan needed quite a bit of work before they could even consider trying it. The rest of the meeting progressed as expected. No one seemed to know what the Death Eaters or Voldemort were doing or when their next attack would take place. Just like last time, people were beginning to disappear. Some had probably gone into hiding, but how many others had been kidnapped and murdered by Voldemort? No one knew, and it would be almost impossible to find out. Sirius yearned to do something to avenge his friend, and the significant step they had taken by destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes earlier in the day did little to dampen that urge. He would just have to be content with the fact that they were doing something with or without Dumbledore's approval. A few of you have complained about how resilient the wizards seem to be. My point of view is that it has already been established that these characters live in a world where all of the bones in a person's arm can be vanished and then regrown in a night. Therefore, it seems reasonable to assume that almost any damage that is purely physical in nature can be healed without any problems, as long as the healers get there in time. Magical injuries and curses are a different matter, but so far that has not been an issue. Reaction to Moody's death has been mixed, but mostly positive concerning how it was handled. I know some of you don't like characters dying at all, but if they are truly in the middle of a war, then death is unavoidable. It is unrealistic to expect otherwise. I've also got to commend you guys on your reviews recently. They've been great. I especially love it when you say what you liked and what you would have liked to see differently. Chapter 31. A few days later, Harry and Sirius had finally managed to clear everything out of the basement so that it was usable as in practice space. For Harry, the nearly 3 weeks spent without any substantial training had quickly gone from annoying to almost unbearable. His body had gotten so used to him depleting his magical reserves on a constant basis that he physically felt odd when he had not. Finally, though, Harry was free to return to his normal schedule, and he was loving it. The best part of the day, however, was that Daphne had been able to come over to 12 Grimmauld Place and join him. "Do you really know what you're doing there, Harry?" Sirius asked as he and Daphne watched Harry cast the protective spells around the room that would prevent anything from getting too damaged. "I think so," Harry answered, "but I've never tried these spells before, so I guess we'll just have to see." Daphne laughed at the response and turned towards Sirius, letting Harry continue to work. "Don't worry, he'll get it right," she assured Sirius. "It's amazing how much he's improved in the past year. And knowing how much he's been looking forward to this, I bet he's read how to do those spells 100 times already. From what I hear, you aren't far behind him," Sirius commented. "I don't know about that," Daphne answered somewhat modestly. "I may have improved in terms of skill, but not in power like Harry has. Of course he has a built-in advantage when it comes to that, so I guess I shouldn't be too upset." "You did the right thing in Diagon Alley," Sirius said. "I just thought you ought to know that. You kept your head down and helped out as much as you could without endangering yourself. You and Neville landed a few good hits, too." "I wish I could have done more," Daphne replied. "I'm sorry about your friend. Professor Lupin was one of the only good defense against the dark arts teachers we ever had." "I appreciate it," Sirius said, "but don't underestimate how valuable your help was. The Death Eaters never enter a battle in which they are at a disadvantage. They expected to face 2 adults and 3 children, and underestimating you 3 was their first mistake. That would have been a 10 versus 5 fight, but we got lucky. Tonks and the other Auror was there, which evened things out a bit. The Weasleys, unfortunately, did little to help. Molly was too worried about protecting her kids, Ron and Ginny panicked, and the twins weren't able to do anything more than annoy the Death Eaters. You and Neville, though, stayed calm and became an asset, not a liability. I'm proud of you both for that." "Thank you," Daphne said. She was grateful for the praise, but was still sad that one of their own had died despite their best efforts. She might not have been as close to Remus as Harry was, but the next time something like that happened, it could easily be someone she was close to, like her father or Harry. Could even be her, she knew. "It's ready," Harry announced as he walked over to where Sirius and Daphne were standing. Who wants to test it? Why don't you, Harry? Sirius replied with a grin. It is, after all, your work. Harry looked towards Daphne to see if she wanted to try it, but she simply laughed at his eagerness. Go on, she told him. Harry smiled as he walked back towards the center of the large room. The spells he had cast had been powerful and quite draining, but if he had done it correctly, he would not have to recast them for several weeks. Taking a deep breath and steadily raising his wand, Harry started trying to decide which spell to use. Anything with fire was out because the last thing he needed to do was start a house fire if the protective spells had been cast improperly. Finally deciding on one, Harry began the wand movement and concentrated on the incantation but did not say it aloud. The bright light of Harry's Defendo charm raced towards the wall Harry had been aiming at, but a split second before it would have hit the wall and ripped a gash into it, the spell seemed to hit a magical wall of orange light that rippled like water as it absorbed the impact of Harry's spell. The wall soon faded though, leaving everything looking exactly as it had before. "Eh!" Sirius called as he began clapping. Daphne soon after joined him. "Guess it works then." "Huh?" Harry said in response. "You don't have to clap, it wasn't that complex of a spell." "Oh fine, spoil my fun," Sirius replied. "Now, I've heard all about what you've been learning this last year. Why don't you show me?" Harry smiled at the request, and for the next hour he demonstrated the different spells he had learned. Daphne, bored of just watching, eventually joined in to show that she too could cast almost all of them, although perhaps not as powerfully as Harry. Sirius was amazed at how advanced Harry was, but in retrospect he decided that he should have expected it. His mother was an absolute genius when it came to charms and was quite skilled at potions as well. James, when he wasn't chasing Lily or playing Quidditch, was better at transfiguration than everyone else in their year. They both seemed to have passed on a little of their natural talents to their son. Eventually they decided that they were too hungry to continue and went back upstairs for a late lunch. The Weasleys had returned to continue helping out, which Harry did not expect. Sirius assumed Molly was probably feeling bad about what had happened to Remus, and was doing housework for him as a way to make him feel better. When Harry and the others reached the kitchen, Molly was cleaning up the mess she had made making lunch and Ron was blissfully attacking a large bowl of soup. "There's plenty here for everyone," Molly announced as they walked in. They all sat at the table with Ron, who had finally noticed them and waved hello before going back to his meal, to begin their lunch. They ate quietly for the most part, which made it even odder when Ron finally spoke up. "Hey, Greengrass?" Ron said uncertainly. "Yes?" Daphne answered curiously. Harry too looked at his old friend, wondering what he was doing. "I just wanted to say thanks for what you did in Diagon Alley," Ron continued. The whole time he talked he stared down at his empty bowl. "That guy would have killed me if you hadn't been there, so thanks." Daphne answered, a little surprised by Ron's behavior. "You're welcome then." Ron nodded, got up from the table and left the room without saying anything else. "Did you tell him to do that?" Sirius asked Molly after a few moments of silence.
No.
"That must have been his idea," she answered with a proud look on her face. "The Weasley family owes you a debt of gratitude, Daphne. If you ever need our help, we'll be there the best we can." "I'll remember that, Mrs. Weasley." "Thanks," Daphne replied. As she finished saying that, a loud gonging noise was heard from the direction of the living room. When Harry first heard the noise it had confused him, but he had learned it was the wizarding equivalent of a telephone ringing and meant that someone was calling them. "I'll see who it is," Harry announced as he got up and headed towards the living room. Once there he saw the face of Daniel Greengrass staring up at him. Harry. "Just who I wanted to talk to," Daniel said. "Are you and Daphne having fun?" "Hi, Mr. Greengrass." "Yeah, we are." "Is something wrong?" Harry asked. "No, nothing like that. I have a surprise for you and Daphne lined up. Why don't you both come back here? It shouldn't take more than an hour or so." "All right," Harry answered uncertainly. "I'll go get Daphne." "Excellent," Daniel replied. "Hurry though. There is no time to waste." Harry left and explained to Daphne and Sirius what he had been told. Neither of them had any idea what he could have been talking about, but Daphne assured them that this kind of behavior was not out of the ordinary for her dad. The best thing for them to do would be to go along with it because they would probably enjoy whatever it was he had planned. And so, a few minutes later Harry and Daphne stepped out of the flue and into the Greengrass home. Grasping Harry's hand, Daphne led him to another part of the house in an attempt to locate her father. Eventually they found him in the sitting room looking over a piece of parchment. So what's the surprise? Daphne asked as they entered the room. We have a guest coming. Daniel explained. Whatever happens, I need you both to follow my lead. Okay? In fact, it may be best if you tried to say as little as possible and just let me handle this. What are you talking about? Daphne said in an obviously confused tone. But a moment later one of their house elves appeared to announce that their guest had arrived and was being shown in. Daniel motioned for Harry and Daphne to sit down and stood up to meet their guest. When the door opened, Harry was only barely able to stifle his gasp of surprise when he saw who it was. Ah, Miss Skeeter. Please come in, sit down, Daniel said as he welcomed the annoying reporter in. Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up when she saw that Harry and Daphne were both in the room, and she began to imagine how much attention a joint interview with them would bring her. Thank you, Mr. Greengrass, she said as she sat down at a table that had been prepared for them. A tray of drinks was brought in for them to enjoy as they talked. I am curious about why you called me here though. Yes, I suppose you would be, Daniel replied as he took a sip of his drink. You have done your best to drag my family's name through the mud during the past year. Not to mention the abuse you have heaped onto Harry here. Don't be so sensitive, Rita said dismissively. It's just a story in the newspaper. What harm could it actually do? I thought you might see it that way, Daniel said with a shake of his head. We're here because I want to offer you a deal, Miss Skeeter. I offer you my assistance and protection, and in exchange you never write another word about my family or Harry Potter ever again. You must be joking.
Rita left.
I don't need your help or protection, and I will not be told what to write about. Are you sure? Daniel asked. This is my last offer. Turn me down now and you will never get it again.
No, Rita answered confidently.
Well then, I suppose I should explain why you might need my help and protection. Daniel answered with a smile. I know everything, Miss Skeeter. All of your secrets. I highly doubt that.
Rita snorted.
Let's start with the fact that you are an unlicensed animagus. A beetle to be precise. Daniel began. You do know that is illegal, don't you? Rita looked a bit unnerved by the revelation, but was able to keep a smile plastered on her face. So you know about that, huh? Rita said. No matter, I will simply pay the fine and continue my work. That is not enough to keep me from writing about you or anyone I want. Oh, but there's more. I've had an associate following you for the past few months. Daniel explained. He, like you, is an unregistered animagus. His form is a common pigeon. Something you could see a dozen times a day and not be suspicious of. He has been watching and compiling a list of your various crimes. I have a copy here if you'd like. He handed her the piece of parchment he had been looking at earlier, and as soon as she began to read it the color drained out of her face. Lies! Rita shrieked once she had finished reading. All lies. Could you say that under Veritaserum? I highly doubt it. Daniel replied with a laugh. An interesting read though, wasn't it? Stealing documents from the ministry is a serious offense, Rita. And using an illegal animagus form to do so only makes it worse. And isn't it odd that you, a reporter supposedly dedicated to exposing corruption, is an integral piece of the corrupt infrastructure that has overtaken our government? Fudge was bribing you to write nice things about him, although you clearly turned on him when the bribes stopped coming. And what will the Aurors do when they discover your interest in dark artifacts? Those are for research purposes. Nothing more.
Rita insisted.
Of course they are. But will they believe that? I think not, Daniel said. Oh, and did I forget to mention that this list was placed on Amelia Bone's desk an hour ago? How silly of me, it must have slipped my mind. How dare you?
Rita angrily yelled.
You've ruined my life. We aren't done here, not by a long shot. Daniel practically growled. Bring in Ms. Skeeter's things. In a flash house, elves began dropping suitcases and clothes on the floor. You broke into my home and stole my clothes? Rita said with a look of confusion. Why, I'm sorry to say that my elves were a bit careless. Daniel said with a nod. Your apartment is quite a mess. Why, it looks like someone was trying to leave in hurry for some reason. As if maybe they expected to be arrested if they stayed much longer. I won't run, Rita said. I'll explain everything. Whatever punishment they give me won't be too bad. And then I will make you pay for this. Maybe so, but you're forgetting about the potion I slipped into your drink. Daniel commented, curious about what it does. You've poisoned me? Rita said in shock. No, certainly not. Daniel answered with a shake of his head. The potion merely traps you in your animagus form. Judging from how much you drank, I would guess you will remain a beetle for almost a year once the potion takes effect. That should be any moment now, by the way. It took me months to finally brew that potion correctly. I do hope you enjoy the fruit of my labors. You've made your point, Rita said finally, lowering her head in defeat. What do you want from me? Nothing. You turned down my offer. Remember? Like I said, that was the last chance you had. Daniel replied. The last part of your punishment is this. Daniel reached down beside him and brought up a large glass jar. Are you going to imprison me in that? Rita asked, the fear beginning to show in her voice.
No.
Well, yes, but not for long. This is actually a portkey which will take you somewhere that you might feel a little more at home in your animagus form. There must be billions of insects in the Amazon rainforest, wouldn't you think? Although I must ask you to be careful, some of them probably eat beetles. You wouldn't, Rita yelled, although she clearly wasn't convinced of it. I would and I will, Daniel yelled back. Did you really think you could attack my family and get no response from me? If so, you are a fool. If you do live through this, I suggest you stay out of England and try to forget you ever heard of me or my family. Cross me again and my next response will not be so lenient. Rita tried to respond, but her words were cut off as she began to make a choking noise. Her hands flew to her throat as she gasped for air, but then she very slowly began to change into her beetle form. It was clear she was fighting to change, but she stood no chance against the powerful potion. Once she had become a beetle, she attempted to flee, but a simple Accio charm was enough to send her flying into the glass jar, which was then capped shut. Daniel set it on the table and looked towards Harry and Daphne, who had silently watched the scene in shock. Are you really going to do all that? Harry asked. Yes. Daniel answered. She deserves it. Sometimes it isn't enough simply to win, Harry. You must crush your enemies and see them driven before you. If that bothers you, then take comfort in knowing I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for myself and to protect my family. Harry nodded and then noticed the glass jar containing Rita Skeeter had begun to glow. A moment later it disappeared, apparently headed for a South American jungle full of creatures just waiting for a tasty beetle to eat for lunch. Do you think she'll live? Harry asked once it was gone. Maybe. Her chances will dramatically increase if she's able to make it back to civilization. Daniel commented. I guess we'll find out in a year. That may have been a little harsh, Dad. Daphne said. Even for a vile piece of trash like Skeeter, her attacks on Harry and Dumbledore served no purpose but to help the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Daniel answered. She may not have officially been on their side, but she may as well have been. Make no mistake, this is a victory for the war effort. Harry could see the man's point and felt it would be silly to argue with him about it now. Daphne shrugged at the answer but did not say anything else about it. Come on, Harry. Let's go outside and I'll introduce you to our hippogriff. Daphne finally said, to which Harry happily agreed. They spent the rest of the day together, and after a while Harry even stopped wondering if Rita Skeeter had been eaten by a frog or trapped in a spiderweb somewhere on the other side of the world. When Harry returned to 12 Grimmauld Place through the flu later on, he was in an excellent mood. That, however, quickly changed when he saw that Professor Dumbledore was sitting down waiting for him. Harry considered walking out the door, but his curiosity on what the old man wanted got the better of him. Hello, Professor, Harry said. It's good to see you again, Harry. Dumbledore replied. Why don't you have a seat for a while? I'd like to talk to you. Fine, Harry said as he sat down on the couch across from Dumbledore. Why don't we start with why you tried to keep me at the Dursleys? Dumbledore sighed as if he would rather not discuss it, but began to answer anyway. Voldemort has still not found a solution to his weakness due to the ritual to return him to his body being performed incorrectly. As of now, that is our greatest advantage over him, and we must do whatever necessary in order to maintain it. Dumbledore explained. When Severus explained to Voldemort that the only way he knew of to restore his strength was to perform the ritual again, Voldemort told the Death Eaters that their top priority was to capture you. He seems to believe that your blood is the key. Why? It was Wormtail's part of the ritual that was wrong. Not my blood, Harry pointed out. True, but Voldemort has apparently experimented extensively on Wormtail and decided his flesh does not hold the secret to correcting the ritual. Dumbledore answered. I believed then, as I do now, that we must prevent Voldemort from capturing you at all costs. I fear that if he does somehow get to you, he could kill you and increase his strength in one fell swoop. If that happens, and the prophecy holds true, our world could be plunged into a darkness from which it may never recover. You are safest living with your relatives, despite the animosity between you. I disagree, though I understand why you think that. Harry replied. But what I don't get is why you decided to try and trap me there without even discussing it with me first. It was perhaps a mistake on my part. However, I knew you would never agree to such a request. Dumbledore said as Harry nodded in agreement with the statement. You must survive, Harry, not only for your own sake but for that of the entire world. The prophecy again? I'm not sure I even believe in it. Harry commented.
Ido.
And Voldemort does as well. Dumbledore pointed out. He will keep coming for you. There is no doubt of that. We can better oppose him working together, not separately as you and Sirius seem to be doing. And what do you mean by that? Harry asked. I am no fool, Harry. I know that you have destroyed the Horcruxes contained in Ravenclaw's diadem and the one in Marvolo Gaunt's ring. I did not attempt to prevent you from doing so. Why didn't you help me then? Harry said, surprised that Dumbledore knew. What have you been doing to get rid of the Horcruxes? Nothing, as I suspect it must be. Dumbledore answered. According to the prophecy, it is your task to vanquish the Dark Lord. I find it hard to believe that it was a mere coincidence that you destroyed the Horcrux in Tom Riddle's diary, and were able to gain extensive knowledge on all of Voldemort's Horcruxes if this task were not up to you. And since then you have destroyed 2 more, further evidence that this point of view is correct. But you can't know that, Harry replied. No one else has tried to get rid of one yet. Could be just one big coincidence. Perhaps, but I still saw no reason to stand in your way. That day at the Gaunt's old house, I was there watching you and Sirius. Dumbledore said, prompting a look of surprise from Harry. Yes, I suspected you did not know that. If I felt that either of you were in any danger, I could have arrived in a few short moments. But in the end you did not require my help, and I commend you for your efforts. There are still other Horcruxes out there. Harry pointed out. Are you going to help me or not? If you wish, Dumbledore said with a nod. Now, are you going to tell me what it is you and Sirius are up to? I will find out even if you don't tell me. Harry looked a little angry at that comment, but knew Dumbledore was right. We want to attack the Dementors while they're still at Azkaban. Harry said. Most witches and wizards don't even know how to cast a Patronus, meaning there is not much they can do to fight one off. But we can kill them. Just think of how many lives we could save if we acted now and didn't just sit around waiting for them to attack. The idea has merit. Dumbledore agreed. The Dementors are monsters, not men, and I do not oppose destroying them. Sirius and I have discussed it quite a bit. Harry replied. And we realize that this will be hard on the Aurors since they will have to guard the prison now, but the Dementors are going to leave eventually anyway. That is likely, Dumbledore said with a small nod. We think that with a couple of people who can cast the Dementor-killing version of the Patronus and a dozen or so other who can cast a normal one, we can trap the Dementors inside Azkaban and destroy them one by one. Harry explained. Interesting. Dumbledore replied. I will consider it. And by that, do you mean I won't hear anything about it again?
No, Harry.
Dumbledore answered. It means I will think about the strengths and weaknesses of the idea and decide what to do from there. I will make my decision within the week. I assume you wish to be a part of the team that would mount the attack? Not many other people can cast a Patronus like mine, so yes, Harry said. Haven't I proved by now that I can handle myself in dangerous situations? I suppose you have, Dumbledore said. That brings up another point I wish to discuss with you, Harry. I am worried about your reaction to killing Fenrir Greyback and Rabaston Lestrange. I'm not sure what you want me to say, Professor. Harry answered with a sigh. I wish they had never put me in that situation. I wish there wasn't a war going on and that my friends weren't in danger. But they are, and it's their fault. I refuse to mourn the same men who killed Moody and drove Neville's parents insane. They started this, not me. I worry that this is not you speaking. It is, sir. Harry assured him. My attitude may have changed some, but I still know right from wrong. It is wrong to kill innocents, and that is exactly what they do. Very well, but I do hope you will consider that everyone should have the chance to redeem themselves. Dumbledore said. Sometimes your greatest ally can be someone who was once your greatest enemy. I'll think about it. Harry answered, but internally he was thinking how ridiculous it would be to expect Voldemort to repent of his sins and beg forgiveness. If that's all, I'll be going now. Indeed. Dumbledore replied as he stood up from the chair. I do regret our disagreements, Harry, but I believe we can get past them and work together. Harry nodded at his words and Dumbledore seemed pleased by the response. The professor then walked out of the room and left the house without saying anything else, leaving Harry to wonder what Dumbledore's next move actually would be. He had no idea, but knew that the assault on Azkaban would be much easier with his help than without it. Plus, getting a group of people willing to help out would be much more difficult if Dumbledore was actively opposing the idea. He hated just waiting for Dumbledore's decision, but at the moment there was not much more he could do. Ron got his start on the road to redemption here. How far he'll be able to go is still an open question, but he is not a villain in this story. Neither is Dumbledore for that matter, despite his actions during the last few chapters. He made, and continues to make, mistakes, but he has good intentions. The problem is that the more responsibility a person has, the larger their mistakes are likely to be. That's just my take on it. Hope you guys are still liking the story, and thanks as always for reading and commenting. Chapter 32. Harry was in the library looking through a book on potions he had found when he heard the front door to 12 Grimmauld Place open. A few seconds later he then heard the sound of something crashing to the ground, which awoke the portrait of Walburga Black. The angry magical picture began yelling obscenities as loudly as it could at whoever it was who had entered. Shut up, you old hag. Harry heard a familiar voice shout back. Mrs. Black, of course, did not comply with the order but continued to scream. Harry got up and left the library just in time to see Tonks walking down the corridor still looking angry at the portrait. Watch her, Harry. Look who I found. Tonks took a step to the side to reveal that Hermione had walked in behind her. Hermione, Harry said as he rushed forward to greet his friend. When did you get back? Just yesterday. Hermione answered. Thanks for bringing me, Tonks. No problem. Tonks replied. Sirius thought Harry would appreciate having someone around to bother him today since he isn't here. Where did Sirius go? Harry asked. I didn't get the chance to ask him before he left this morning. It sounded like he was in a hurry. A couple of giants tore apart a little village in Yorkshire last night. The Aurors didn't get there in time to stop it, just to try and cover it up from the Muggles. Tonks explained. Sirius, Dumbledore, and a few others went to try and figure out why the giants attacked. They usually stay away from populated areas. Dumbledore seems to think that who has already started encouraging the giants go on rampages. You can't really control the giants, but you can get them pissed off and point them towards something you want them to destroy. Did this happen last time, too? Hermione asked curiously. Sure it did. Tonks replied with a nod. Luckily there aren't that many giants around, and even fewer that are willing to come to England and fight. But there will be some. And unless there is absolutely no choice, you should run when faced with an angry giant. Those guys are almost as hard to take down as dragons. No giants here, Tonks. Harry said. We'll be okay. Yeah, you say that now, but what are you going to do when one jumps out of the closet at you? Tonks asked, grinning. Come running to me, that's what. Alright, well I've got to get to work. You two try to stay out of trouble, or at least don't blame me if you do get into trouble. Thanks again, Tonks, Hermione said. The now purple-haired Auror smiled and waved goodbye as she left the house and Harry and Hermione behind. Once she was gone, Harry looked towards Hermione, and saw that her smile had been replaced with a look of worry and sadness. "Hermione, are you okay?" Harry asked uncertainly. Hermione responded by hugging him and beginning to cry. "I'm so sorry, Harry," she began. "I heard what happened to Professor Lupin. I can only imagine how you must feel." "It's okay, Hermione," Harry assured her as he pulled away from the hug so he could look her in the eye. "We're all still sad, but we know Moody wouldn't want us to mourn him forever. It's still hitting Sirius pretty hard, but he's doing better every day. And then I saw those awful things that Rita Skeeter wrote about you." Hermione began, but Harry cut her off when he began, laughing. "What? I wouldn't worry about Rita Skeeter anymore. Daphne's dad took care of her," Harry answered. "Come on, I'll explain while I show you around." Hermione agreed, and so Harry launched into a vivid retelling of what had gone on a few days earlier. Hermione was somewhat shocked at how cruelly Daniel Greengrass had dealt with Skeeter, but even she could not deny that the annoying reporter deserved it. Meanwhile, Harry had shown her almost the entire house when Hermione's observant mind caught something she had missed. "Harry, what's in that room?" she asked, pointing towards a closed door. "Oh, that's just where everyone's been putting the junk we don't know what to do with. Some of the things in there are dark and dangerous, but most of it is just garbage we need to throw away," Harry answered. He was about to show her something else when he noticed the look on her face. "You want to see it too, don't you? Okay. Prepare to be underwhelmed." Harry opened the door and walked into the room with her. In truth, he had not bothered to come in the room before either, except for briefly to throw something into it. Now that he was inside, though, his curiosity had started to get the better of him, and he began to wonder what hidden treasures might be hidden in amongst the trash. "Hey, look at this, Hermione. It's a remembrall just like the one Neville had in our first year," Harry said as he held the small sphere. Instead of being clear or red, though, as remembralls normally were, this one seemed to be alternating wildly between the two colors. "Oh, I think this one's broken. A lot of this stuff is," Hermione commented as she looked through a box that had been shoved into the corner of the room. Inside it was a large stack of parchment, which caused Hermione to laugh when she looked at it closer. "Harry, I found serious old-school work. Here's a essay he wrote on the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Looks like Binns gave him a dreadful on it." "Really? I think I managed to get a pour on that one," Harry said. "It's hard to remember anything we do in that class, though. So bloody boring. You really should try harder, Harry," Hermione scolded him. "Especially with our OWLs this year. Come on, Hermione. You know I'm near the top in our year in almost every other class I'm in." Harry whined. "It's just that there is not practical part of History of Magic, it's all theory. Besides, I pulled my grade up to an exceeds expectations last year, didn't I suppose?" Hermione finally agreed. Her attention was then caught by another item. "I wonder what that is. Not really my color, but it is sort of pretty. Whatever it is, don't touch it," Harry warned, not bothering to turn and look at what Hermione was looking at. Even normal-looking things could have curses on them. "I know," Hermione replied, clearly offended that Harry thought she needed the warning. "Besides, a necklace with a big snake on it is a little tacky for my tastes." "What did you say?" Harry said as he quickly turned his head around. He rushed towards where Hermione was standing and stared in disbelief at the item laying in front of him. "It can't be. This isn't possible. Harry, what's wrong?" Hermione asked worriedly. "This shouldn't be here, Hermione," Harry answered. "Don't you see? This is Slytherin's pendant, the same one that Voldemort stole and turned into a Horcrux. But this should be in cave guarded by Fiendfyre, not sitting in a cabinet at the order of the Phoenix headquarters." "Is it safe to touch?" Hermione asked. "Sort of," Harry replied. "If it were open it could possess a person like the diary tried to possess Ginny, but since it is closed it will mostly just put you in a bad mood. I have to destroy it." Harry reached into the cabinet and pulled the pendant out, but as soon as he did, Sirius' insane house elf creature appeared before them. "You must leave Master's necklace," the house elf yelled as it threw itself at Harry, attempting to rip the pendant from his hand. Creature had caught him off guard and knocked him on his back, but Harry maintained a tight grip on the Horcrux, and the old elf was unable to take it from him. "Incarcerus," Hermione yelled. Immediately ropes began shooting out of her wand and surrounded the house elf. By the time she finished the spell, creature was completely surrounded by ropes and unable to move anything except for his head. Thanks, Hermione. I owe you one, Harry said as he pulled himself up. Now, creature, I order you to tell me everything you know about this necklace. Filthy little half-blood. Not worthy to live in Master's house. Creature continued to shout. Now, creature, Harry commanded. The house elf looked at him angrily, but began to explain. Master Regulus told me that I must destroy it, creature said. But I can't. I failed my master. Creature began to bang his head on the ground violently, and Harry suspected he would be doing much worse if he could move his entire body. Stop it, creature, Harry ordered him. Creature stopped hitting his head, but continued to whine as Harry began to think about what he knew of the locket. From Voldemort's memories, he knew where it was hidden and what protected it in addition to how it was created. He wasn't, however, aware of the Horcrux ever being moved. Harry was about to give up when a new memory came to mind. Voldemort had used a house elf to test the protections around the Horcrux. Voldemort did not consider the identity of the house elf to be important, and so Harry didn't have access to that information. But could it be possible that Voldemort had used creature? Creature, I want to ask you something very important. You must tell me the truth. Did Voldemort ever make you drink poison so that he could see how well protected this necklace was? Yes. The crazy elf screamed. Bad man thought creature was dead. But Master Regulus called me and I went. Master was very angry when he heard what Bad Man had done. I showed Master where Bad Man had taken me and then, Master. Creature began to cry and attempt to hurt himself again. Harry was forced to reissue his command to stop before creature would continue. Master Regulus took the locket and ordered me to destroy it. He ordered me to leave him there to die. I did not want to, but he forced me. It's okay, creature. I think I understand, Harry assured him. Regulus turned on Voldemort at the end. I'd bet Sirius will be happy to hear that. Creature, we want to help you. I know how to destroy this, you just have to let me do it. Can you? Creature asked hopefully. Harry nodded his head and the elf began bouncing up and down despite the ropes that constrained him. This time, however, he seemed to be happy and not trying to hurt himself. Defindo, Harry said, cutting the ropes that held creature. Now, bring me the wooden box that is hidden under my bed. Creature nodded and vanished. A moment later the elf had returned holding the box that Harry had spoken of, which contained his basilisk fang. Harry smiled gratefully as he took the box and placed it on a table that had been left in the room. He set the locket down next to it and was preparing to open the locket so he could destroy it when an idea came to him. Hermione, why don't you do this? Harry said, holding the basilisk fang out to her. Me? But why? Hermione asked. Dumbledore thinks I'm the only one that can get rid of the Horcruxes, Harry explained. It would prove him wrong if you could do it. It'll be okay, Hermione. And I'll be right here to take over if anything goes wrong. Okay. Hermione replied uncertainly. What do I do? I'm going to open the locket, and when I do I want you to stab it with the basilisk fang. Harry told her. The Horcrux will try and save itself by making you feel like your worst dreams have come true. But it isn't real. Just ignore whatever it is telling you and kill it. Do you think you can do that? Open it, Harry. Hermione answered with a nod as she held the fang up ready to strike. Harry leaned in towards the locket and hissed open in Parseltongue, which caused the locket to spring open. Inside each side of the locket looked like eyes that were staring at them angrily. It immediately began to taunt and insult Hermione, and she hesitated as she seemed captivated by its words. They don't like you, mudblood, the Horcrux proclaimed. They never did. They all make fun of you. You aren't smart enough. You'll never be good enough. You don't deserve to be a witch. Hermione finally slammed the fang down into the locket and it broke apart with an angry scream. When it was over, Hermione let the fang drop out of her hand to the floor as tears began to run down her face. Harry, sensing she needed to be reassured, rushed to his friend and pulled her into a hug. You did great, Hermione, Harry said. And don't listen to what the Horcrux said. You know it isn't true. None of it is. I know. But it still made me feel so awful, Harry. Hermione explained. For a moment I almost believed that you all thought I was just a stupid, worthless little girl. Not true, Harry said. You feel better now that it's dead. Don't you? Yes, Hermione answered. Whatever it did to me is already wearing off. Creature will bring Master's mudblood pepper-up potion, Creature announced before vanishing. Well, that was odd, Harry commented as he looked at where the elf had stood just moments before. I think you just found another elf hopelessly devoted to you, Hermione said with a laugh. I wonder what Dobby is going to think of that. Creature suddenly reappeared and offered Hermione a vial containing a potion which after closer inspection she confirmed to be pepper-up potion. Although she no longer felt like she needed it, Hermione drank the potion anyway in an effort to be nice to Creature. Can I do anything else for you, Ms. Mudblood? Creature asked hopefully. Just stop calling me that name. Okay? Hermione answered. It's Hermione. Yes. Anything you wish, Creature said as he eagerly nodded his head. You were wrong, Hermione, Harry said with a laugh. It looks like it's you he is devoted to, not me. Creature did nothing to contradict this point of view, causing Harry to laugh even more and Hermione to feel a little uncomfortable. For the rest of the day Creature hardly left her alone, insisting that he be allowed to bring her anything she needed. Hermione tried to convince Creature that she appreciated his offer but did not require his help, but he was not convinced in the least. Her explanation of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare and its goals likewise fell on deaf ears. In the end she was forced to accept that there was nothing she could do to change Creature's attitude, even though that was difficult for her to do. Harry, although he was happy with the outcome of the day, was worried about the one of the other Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup. He knew Nagini could always be found near Voldemort, but the cup could easily have been moved. And if Voldemort ever figured out what was happening, he would move it without delay. That reminded him that there was nothing at all more important than destroying the last two Horcruxes. A few hours later Harry and Hermione were sitting in the kitchen talking when they heard Sirius come in. Once he found them, he took a seat next to them, and it was clear to both Harry and Hermione that he had had a long and stressful day. Are you okay, Sirius? Harry asked.
Fine, Harry.
Sirius answered with a forced smile. Did Tonks fill you in on what I was doing? Giants. Harry replied. That's right, Sirius said. Dumbledore had hoped that he and Hagrid could convince them to stay out of the fight, but apparently Voldemort got to them first. There weren't any giants left in England after the first war with Voldemort, so the only explanation for what happened last night is that he has started bringing them over already. How many giants are there? Hermione asked. Around 80 in all, but that counts the females and children as well. Sirius said. It's impossible to say how many are here. Is the Ministry doing anything about it? Harry asked, although not really expecting the government to do much. Last time around they had squads of specially trained Aurors out hunting the giants. I expect they'll do the same now, Sirius explained. But there's more going on than that. Take a look at this. Sirius pulled a copy of the Daily Prophet out of his coat and placed it on the table. The headline read Attack on the Ministry, and below it showed the picture of a man who had stripped of his clothes and nailed to the wall of the Ministry of Magic building. A group of Aurors were working to take the man down, and from the movement it was clear that the man was still alive but in horrible pain. Hanging above his head was a sign that looked like it had been written in blood that said Mudblood. Who is this? Harry asked, knowing that Voldemort would not go to so much trouble for just anybody. His name is Henry Collins. We were in the same year at Hogwarts, although he was in Hufflepuff, and both joined the Aurors at the same time, Sirius said. He was also Minister Bones' chief of staff and the highest-ranking Muggleborn in the government. The Death Eaters apparently didn't like that and used the Cruciatus curse on him until he was driven mad. Then they did that to him. They're trying to scare Muggleborns. Hermione commented as she looked at the picture. Probably so. Sirius agreed. No, you don't get it, Hermione said. Whoever did this knows more about Muggles than the average wizard. I wouldn't be surprised if they were a half-blood or raised around Muggles. Why? Sirius asked. This man wasn't just nailed to the wall, he was crucified. Hermione explained, but from the look on Sirius' face, she could see that he still didn't understand why that was significant. The most common religion among British Muggles is Christianity, and crucifixion is a very powerful and symbolic image for them. Also the word cruciatus, uses the same route as crucifixion or excruciating. All of this was done in a very specific way meant to taunt and provoke Muggles. But what Death Eater would know enough about Muggles to do that? Sirius wondered. Maybe it was Voldemort himself. He was a half-blood and raised by Muggles after all. Harry said, I bet he would understand what message was being sent. That could be important if it's true. Sirius said thoughtfully. Up until now there haven't been any reports of Voldemort actually participating in attacks. It's not good news if he is feeling comfortable enough in his new body to start leading the Death Eaters into battle again. It was bound to happen eventually. Harry pointed out. If he doesn't fight, the Death Eaters might start to wonder if he still can. I've seen him though, and even in his weakened state he's more powerful than any wizard I've ever met. Dumbledore might be able to match him, but I'm not even sure about that. That's not good to hear, Sirius said with a sigh. I do have good news though, Harry replied. We got another Horcrux today. Harry, you said you were going to wait for me to come with you before you tried to enter that cave, Sirius said, the worry evident in his voice. Infighting, especially in great numbers, are incredibly dangerous. What would you have done if they had taken hold of you? Calm down, Sirius, Harry said. We didn't go into the cave. Turns out the Horcrux was here all along. What? How? Your brother Regulus betrayed Voldemort and died trying to make him mortal again, Harry explained. Creature brought the locket back here but couldn't destroy it. We did. You're not joking here, are you? My brother fought against Voldemort? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head no, and a small smile broke out on Sirius' face. Damn it, Regulus, why didn't you come to me for help? Were you too close? Hermione asked. Not as close as we should have been, Sirius answered. I was an outcast in my own family, but my parents loved Regulus. He got sorted into Slytherin like they thought I should have and always acted just like they wanted him to. But maybe in the end we had more in common than anyone thought. Thank you, Harry, and you too, Hermione. You have both given me a gift that I will treasure for the rest of my life. The knowledge that my brother redeemed himself before he died. I'm glad we could help, Hermione replied. Sirius, Bellatrix Lestrange is your cousin, right? Harry asked, unexpectedly changing the topic. From the look on his face, a thought had just occurred to him. Yes, she is, you know that, Sirius said. Why? Well, her husband Rabaston is dead. So who would her vault go to if she died? Harry asked. Sirius leaned back in his chair a little and thought about the question for a moment. She never bothered to make a will, I know that much. Sirius began. I suppose I might have a claim to it as the head of the Black family, but according to Goblin law Rodolphus or any Lestrange would have a better one because Bellatrix is still technically considered a Lestrange. How many Lestranges are there? Harry asked. Just the two of them, Sirius replied. I see where you're going with this, Harry. It's not a bad plan, Harry argued. But it'll be difficult. Easier than breaking into Gringotts, don't you think? Wait a second, Hermione said, interrupting them. Are you seriously considering killing two people just so you can take what's in her vault? That's awful. They are both evil people, Hermione, Harry explained. They tortured Neville's parents into insanity. They are part of the reason Moody is dead. And if by killing them we can bring Voldemort one step closer to being mortal, then I am in favor of it. I'm not arguing that they are good people, but isn't there another way? Hermione asked. If you have a better plan, I want to hear it. Harry replied. All I'm saying is that if we do run into either of them again, it might be a good idea to try and take them permanently out of the fight. I don't like it, Harry, Hermione said. And I'm going to figure out another way to get the Horcrux. I hope you do, Harry answered honestly. But until then, this is the best plan we've got. We have no idea where they are or where they're going to be, Harry, Sirius commented. I can't help but feel like your idea is very dependent on luck. But Bellatrix wants the both of us dead, Harry replied. We're bound to run into her again. And wouldn't you think that whatever she is trying to do, Rodolphus would help? It was his brother that died after all. Perhaps so, Sirius agreed. I'm not saying it's a bad plan, Harry, but I'm just not sure it is one we can act on at the moment. I'll keep it in mind though. I guess that's all we can do then, Harry said. Harry continued to think about his plan. It did not really bother him that it required the death of two Death Eaters. In his mind, the Lestranges had already committed crimes worthy of that. He also wished there was another way to get the Horcrux, but could not think of a better idea. Perhaps, he thought, Hermione could come up with something. She had rarely failed to come up with a good idea in the past. Still, the one part his plan assumed was that he would actually be able to kill the Lestranges when he got the opportunity. That might be more difficult than it sounded. "Hey Sirius, you up for a duel? I've been wondering when you would finally ask me." Sirius chuckled. "Come on, let's see if all of that training of yours has paid off." Harry and Sirius practically sprinted off to the basement with Hermione following not far behind to watch. Over the next hour, as they fought each other, it became clear that Harry was already significantly more powerful than Sirius. But Sirius was also creative and had excellent instincts during a fight which mostly made up for his disadvantage. In the end, though, Sirius was not able to stop Harry from winning, and even then he had the creeping suspicion that Harry had been toying with him for the last half of the fight. All of which made him wonder just how good was Harry, and how good could he become. Many miles away, the Dark Lord Voldemort sat upon a throne and reviewed the previous day's events while trying to ignore the screams of pain from the Muggle one of his Death Eaters was torturing. Convincing the Giants to join him had indeed been a major success. With the loss of the werewolves, it was more important than ever for him to solidify his control over the Giants. He of course promised them land and revenge against the wizards that had hunted them, and then laughed at the fact that they were stupid enough to believe him. He fully planned to eliminate the idiotic beasts once he was done using them, a fact neither the Giants nor the werewolves had grasped. The vampires, on the other hand, had always been leery of him and reluctant to offer any support. He did not like that fact, but it did raise his opinion of them slightly. As Harry had guessed, it had been Voldemort who had led the attack on Henry Collins. He had done so without the aid of the strengthening potions that Severus had been bringing him. Voldemort was no fool and understood the risks that taking such potions constantly could pose. It was of vital importance that he not take them unless absolutely necessary in order to avoid addiction and his body nullifying the effects. The attack itself had been a success, but still something bothered him. It had taken almost 2 minutes of the Cruciatus Curse to destroy the man's mind, nearly double what he was normally capable of. His Death Eaters just assumed that he was drawing out the torture for his own pleasure, something he was indeed known to do occasionally, but not this time. "McNair!" Voldemort yelled, the noise finally annoying him. "Just kill the Muggle and be done with it. I'm tired of listening to it whine." "Yes, master," McNair immediately replied. Avada Kedavra. With a flash of green light, the screaming man he had been torturing was dead, and the room was silent once again. Seeing that the Dark Lord wished to be alone, McNair dragged the dead body out of the room as he left. All things considered, Voldemort believed the war was going well for him. The Order of the Phoenix was as useless as ever, and the Ministry, even under new management, had more problems to deal with than it could handle. Progress may have been a little slower than he wished, but why should an immortal being like himself worry about time anyway? Had he not just shown that death had no power over him? Yes, no matter what happened he would remain, and soon his power would be undeniable. The wizarding world would have no choice but to admit that. I'm trying to find the right balance of action and plot here, and I hope everyone who reads is happy with the mix I have come up with. That is one of the things I have worried about. So what say you, readers? Not enough action or about right? I'd love to hear your input. Chapter 33. As Harry lay in his bed, blissfully unaware of anything going on in the world, he smiled slightly in his sleep at the strange yet happy dream he was experiencing. He was high in the air on his firebolt, desperately looking for the snitch as the crowd cheered. The Gryffindor house team had somehow made it to the finals of the Quidditch World Cup and were playing Bulgaria and, of course, Viktor Krum. The game seemed to be going well, Harry imagined, and while he had not spotted the snitch, he had managed to avoid several bludgers that had grown mouths and snarled at him as they passed by his head. Below him he heard a whistle, and when he looked saw Daphne wearing a referee's uniform and calling a penalty on the Bulgarian team. As he watched his girlfriend yell at a Bulgarian, a speck of gold suddenly caught his attention. The snitch! Harry dove forward on his broom and gave chase, but the little golden ball was doing its best to avoid him. Krum must have seen Harry flying after the snitch because he was soon on its trail as well. Eventually the two seekers were side by side battling for position. Krum, the larger of the two, should have been strong enough to bash Harry out of his way, but in his dream Harry bravely held his position, and with a powerful shove sent Krum tumbling to the ground. Now nothing separated him from the snitch. He could see it more clearly than ever now, and as he began to close the distance the crowd began to chant his name. Harry! 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 Wake up! Harry's dream world came to an abrupt end, and he found himself back in his bed in his still dark room. His hand shot out to the table next to him as he clumsily tried to put his glasses on. When he did he saw that his godfather was standing next to him. Huh? Sirius? Harry said, still not fully awake. What time is it? About 3 in the morning. Sirius answered. Get your clothes on, we don't have much time to waste. Harry nodded and began to change into his normal clothes. As he did, Sirius paced around the room impatiently but did not explain what was going on. By the time Harry was tying his shoe laces, he had finally woken up enough to demand an explanation. Sirius, what is going on? Harry asked. Dumbledore's finally agreed. We're attacking the Dementors tonight. Sirius said. We leave in less than a half hour. And he didn't have a problem with me participating? Harry asked, the shock evident in his tone. He's gonna try and talk you out of it before we leave. Sirius warned him. But Kingsley and Moody are both on your side. They aren't sure that the plan will work with just 3 people capable of casting the Dementor-killing Patronus, but agree success is likely with 4. Why now though? I didn't think he would ever agree. That's the other part of this. Sirius said. Little Whinging was attacked by Dementors tonight. What? Harry gasped. The Dursleys were supposed to still be protected, that was why I stayed. They're fine, Harry. Sirius assured him. But the wards have degraded faster than any of us predicted. They're still strong enough to keep anyone from locating where exactly they live, but are weak enough to allow them to narrow the possibilities down to about half of Surrey. That's still a pretty big area, Harry. I know. Harry answered. Was anyone hurt? Quite a few in the surrounding towns, but as far as I know only one person actually in Little Whinging got kissed. Sirius said. A Muggle boy, named Piers something or other. Piers Polkiss? Sounds right. Sirius answered with a nod. Did you know him? He was a part of Dudley's little gang. Harry replied. He was a jerk and a bully, but he didn't deserve that. I don't see why this makes a bit of difference to Dumbledore though. I don't live there anymore. I'm not in danger. That's true. Sirius agreed. But I think Dumbledore is still holding on to the hope that you will go back there next summer. Don't underestimate how persistent he can be. If they're smart, the Dursleys will be gone by then. Harry said. I sent Petunia away to contact me if they were ever in danger. But she hasn't done it yet. They probably don't even know anything strange has happened. Let's get downstairs. Sirius said as he walked towards the door. Harry, who was now ready to leave, nodded, followed him. The others are meeting here first. Then we will all head to Azkaban together. The decision to go tonight was only made a few hours ago, so we should have the element of surprise on our side at the very least. As they walked down the stairs, Harry could hear several people talking before they even reached the kitchen where the Order of the Phoenix was gathering. Already present were Mad-Eye Moody, who was grinning about something as he talked to Kingsley Shacklebolt. Tonks, Arthur and Bill Weasley, Amos and Cedric Diggory were all sitting at the table drinking coffee in an effort to wake themselves up. A very nervous-looking Mundungus Fletcher was talking to Hestia Jones, who looked like she would rather be somewhere else. Severus Snape stood in the corner looking on indifferently at the assembled group. A moment later the front door opened and Emmeline Vance walked in, followed by Minerva McGonagall. Harry, meanwhile, sat back and watched in interest as the Order of the Phoenix prepared for its mission. For some of them it was the first time they had ever done anything like this, while for others it had been many years since the last time. A few seemed calm or even, as in the case of Mad-Eye Moody, excited about what was to come. Others, particularly Mundungus Fletcher, appeared as if they were terrified by the idea of assaulting Azkaban. I didn't realize it was Bring a Child to Work Day, Black. Snape sneered as Harry and Sirius walked towards the part of the room he was standing in. Shut up, Snevellis. Sirius replied. I'd rather have him watching my back than you. Are you sure you'll even be able to produce a Patronus? Snape asked. I've heard that long-time prisoners of Azkaban often find it impossible to do. I've seen it, Harry said. I'm surprised someone like you can do it at all. What memory do you use then, yelling at your potions class? My Patronus? Snape laughed. If you only knew, Potter, then you would be most surprised. But I'm not about to tell a brat like you. Snape turned and walked out of the room, but from the look on his face it seemed as if he had found something about the conversation very amusing. Harry shrugged, not understanding what Snape thought was so funny, and let the man go. Sirius seemed to have relaxed a little after the verbal confrontation with Snape, as if the familiar event had put him at ease. The sound of the flue activating caught Harry's attention, and when he turned to see who it was, he was surprised to see Daniel Greengrass walking in with Daphne right behind him. Harry went to meet them, but as soon as Daphne saw him, she ran to her boyfriend and pulled him into a worried hug. Daniel, meanwhile, went to join the ongoing conversation between Moody and Shacklebolt. I'm glad you're here, Harry said quietly as he held her. Are you going too? No, Dad doesn't want me to, Daphne replied. He wants me to stay behind and get things ready for if any injured people get brought back here. I told him I'd rather be there with you, but he wouldn't budge. They're only letting me go because they need my Patronus, Harry commented. Otherwise I'm pretty sure I would be right here with you. Stupid, Daphne said, a little angrily. I've faced the Dementors twice already. That should be enough to prove that I could be useful. I know, Harry replied. But we never would have been able to get this much help if it wasn't an official order of the Phoenix mission. I think everyone is still a little bit shocked that this is actually going to happen. According to Sirius, things like this almost never happened during the First War, especially after Dumbledore heard the prophecy. It'll work, Harry, and you're going to do fine, Daphne assured him. You just promise me that you'll make it back here in one piece. I'll try my best, Harry said. Daphne sighed, knowing that she could not reasonably expect anything more than that. Harry sensed her uneasiness and leaned in to place a comforting kiss on her lips. When it ended, Harry saw that Daphne was smiling, hopefully a sign that his idea had worked. Their moment was interrupted, however, when Harry heard someone loudly clearing their throat behind him. When he turned, he saw that it was Professor Dumbledore, who was eager to talk to him. Good morning, Harry. And to you, Ms. Greengrass, Dumbledore said quite cheerfully, considering the time and what they were about to do. I was wondering if I might be able to speak to you. Certainly, Professor, Harry answered. I'm sure you won't mind if Daphne stays, will you? Dumbledore frowned a bit at this, but did not fight it. Of course, Dumbledore replied. I would like you to reconsider participating in the morning's activities. The Dementors are dangerous at normal times. I am unsure how they will react when their very existence is being threatened. You need me, Professor, Harry responded. Even Moody and Shacklebolt know that. I can help make the world a safer place, and that is something I would gladly do even if there is danger involved. You are a brave young man, Harry, with a noble and mature personality, Dumbledore said with a smile. I only wish you would give greater concern to your own safety and to the lengths that others would go to ensure it. Protecting you is perhaps the most important role the Order of the Phoenix has. If we fail in that, then we have perhaps failed in everything else as well. I don't believe that, Harry replied. I've thought about the prophecy a lot since I heard it, and I don't think that it means I am the only one capable of beating him. Perhaps not, Dumbledore allowed, but that does not change the fact that your safety is paramount. I will not stop you from coming because, as you have pointed out, your participation will make our efforts much more likely to succeed. I only ask that you not take any unnecessary risks. I'll try, Harry promised. Good, Dumbledore said with a nod. Now, I believe Professor Moody is going to give a briefing before we leave. You should not miss it. With that, Dumbledore walked to the kitchen where everyone was gathered. Harry grasped Daphne's hand and together they followed him in. At one end of the kitchen, Moody was attempting to get everyone to quiet down so he could speak. Eventually they did, and Moody began his speech. All right, now that we're all here, let's get down to business. The old Auror began. Our target tonight is Azkaban, but more specifically the Dementors that live there. As you all may know, there are anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards that extend for more than a mile in all directions around the island. We will be operating to a point outside the wards and traveling by broom to the island itself. For those of you who don't have a broom of your own, we have spares. Once we reach the island, we will break off into 4 teams, each consisting of one wizard able to cast a Patronus powerful enough to kill a Dementor and a couple of others to back them up and try to keep the Dementors on the island. The defenses of Azkaban are powerful, but they were designed to keep prisoners in and any who would wish to free them out. Neither of those apply to us, and so you will find that the Dementors will be quite open to attack. Any questions so far? Who are the 4? Amos Diggory asked from the back of the room. Me, Kingsley, Albus, and Potter. Moody answered. The last name caused some brief surprise amongst many members of the order. My group will come in from the north, Kingsley's to the east, Albus's from the south, and Potter's from the west. You're free to join whatever group you want, as long as they end up being equal in size. We will need the rest of you to use your patron uses to contain the Dementors while we attempt to kill them. What about the guards stationed at Azkaban? Tonks asked. I know some of them, they're not bad blokes. They shouldn't be harmed by the patron uses. You are all to remember not to engage the guards in battle unless they attack first, which I don't think they'll do. With luck, we should be out of Azkaban 20 minutes after we get there, Moody explained. He then reached into his coat and pulled out a bag which he threw onto the table. As it landed, it came open and few chocolate bars from Honeydukes fell out. It's chocolate. Everyone needs to eat one as soon as we get to Azkaban. Keep a few on you for if you feel like you need it. I'd also recommend eating one once we get back. Well, that's it. Anybody else got something they want to say? No one did. Some of the assembled group began to look around as if suddenly realizing that this was really going to happen. Most of them were ready and eager to begin, but a few were clearly not feeling as brave. We leave in 5 minutes. Be ready, Moody said gruffly as he finished the meeting. The small crowd began to disperse at that point, including Harry and Daphne, who made their way to the closet where Harry kept his firebolt. He smiled, knowing that he would have the fastest broom of anyone that night. Daphne said very little over the next few minutes, but it was clear that she was both worried about Harry and upset she could not also go. Soon, the time to leave approached, and so they walked to the living room where most of the order was waiting. Sirius was standing next to Daniel Greengrass, Tonks, and Hestia Jones and waved Harry over. Harry will all be accompanying you tonight, Sirius informed him. Is that okay with you? Sounds good, Harry answered. He looked around the room and saw that the other groups had similarly been formed. You two better take care of each other, Daphne demanded as she looked back and forth from Harry to her father. I mean it, Harry, you'll find that my daughter often has stubborn and demanding tendencies, Daniel said, smiling. Harry, however, was smart enough to agree with him. I wouldn't change a thing about her, Harry said, earning a smile from Daphne and a laugh from everyone else. Listen up, Moody yelled from the front of the room. We leave in 30 seconds. At least one person in your group should have the apparition coordinates. Just side along apparate with them. Good luck, and good hunting. Shouts of agreement and nervous laughter met Moody's announcement. Daphne, knowing it was time for them to go, reluctantly let go of Harry's hand as the rest of them made sure they were touching another member of the group. The last thing Daphne saw before they disappeared was Harry waving at her. Then the house was eerily quiet and empty. It made her feel a bit sad. But then she remembered she had work to do and got started on it. When they arrived, Harry found that they were on another, smaller island not far from Azkaban. The impressive prison fortress was easily visible in the moonlight, and Harry was briefly glad that their objective was not to invade Azkaban. Stay together until we reach the island, Moody shouted as he mounted his broom and took off with a grace that Harry did not expect. Despite the man's difficulty walking, he could still move like a bird in the air. Harry obediently lifted off the ground on his firebolt with the rest of his group near him. Once in the air, they flew at a steady pace through the clear and cool night air, making sure that all those with slower brooms would have no trouble keeping up. As the minutes passed, Azkaban drew nearer, and for the first time Harry could see it clearly. A layer of fog seemed to the island, though there was no fog to be seen anywhere else. The closer they got, the lower the temperature seemed to drop. The warm July night had quickly turned into one that felt like it belonged in late fall. Looking to his left, Harry could see that Sirius was very unhappy about returning to the prison where he had been wrongly kept for all those years. He did not look scared, however, just angry. Soon the groups were close enough to the island to begin splitting up to head for their assigned sides. Harry's group approached the west side of the island and landed quietly. All four of them began to look around for any sign of trouble, but it was clear that they had not been spotted yet. "Chocolate, everyone," Daniel Greengrass commented as he pulled out a bar from his pocket. The others soon followed suit, and though Harry had not thought that the Dementors were having an effect on him already, he immediately felt a little better. The sheer number of Dementors present on the island meant that their impact could be felt from much further distances. "We wait for Moody to send up a flare. That is our signal to begin," Hestia Jones said as she held her wand out ready to cast. Harry did not know the woman very well, but she seemed to be confident in her abilities. Realizing that the time to act was drawing near, Harry began to concentrate in preparation of casting his Patronus. This mission was important, and he was eager to prove that he deserved a place on the battlefield next to anyone in the Order of the Phoenix. A bright red jet of light streaked into the air from the north, and a moment later the night sky was suddenly illuminated from the glow of over a dozen Patronuses. Harry's stag raced towards the prison, as if it already knew what role it was supposed to play. It passed through the walls as if they were not even there, and Harry was forced to adjust to not being able to see his Patronus. Through the magic, he could still feel the link between them and instinctually knew when he needed to supply more power and when he needed to focus more. Moments later, he felt a small drain in power from the magical creature and knew it had just killed its first Dementor of the night. Suddenly shouts could be heard from inside the prison as its guards realized something out of the ordinary was going on. Lights turned on all over the island, and several guards ran outside to see what was happening. Thankfully, they realized they were outnumbered and made no move to stop the Order of the Phoenix. The Dementors, meanwhile, had continued to fall at a steady pace. But with only 4 Patronuses capable of destroying them and over 100 Dementors, it was clear the process was going to take some time. After only a few minutes, the Dementors seemed to all realize at once that the battle was lost and attempted to escape the island. The evil creatures poured out of every exit in the castle until the night sky was darkened by their presence. Knowing that their part of the fight had arrived, the rest of the Order began attempting to contain the escaping Dementors. They were soon trapped between the out-ring of Patronuses and the 4 more powerful Patronuses behind them. In the initial moments, a few Dementors were able to successfully flee the island, but as their numbers continued to drop, it became easier for the Order to prevent them from escaping. Sweat poured off of Harry's head as he continued to pump as much of his strength into his Patronus as he could. As he watched prongs tear into another Dementor, he smiled in pride at how well the ambush had gone so far. 10 minutes after the battle began, there were fewer than 50 Dementors left on the island, and their numbers were dropping constantly. Harry guessed that it would take less than 5 minutes to destroy the rest. "Incoming!" Harry heard a voice shout, but he did not dare turn away from his task to look at what was approaching them. The others, though, turned and saw a group of wizards in dark robes flying on brooms towards them. Although they were still far away, they were coming in from the south, which meant that they would run into the group led by Professor Dumbledore first. "Damn Death Eaters!" Sirius yelled. "Probably still 3 or 4 minutes away. Do you think we'll be done by then?" "It'll be close," Daniel replied. "A guard must have contacted them somehow." "How many?" Hestia wondered aloud. "I can't tell. Maybe a dozen," Sirius answered. "But I have the feeling Voldemort will be with them. At least we've got Dumbledore here," Hestia replied nervously. "Harry, can you cast and fly at the same time?" Daniel asked as he glanced back and forth between the dying Dementors and the approaching Death Eaters. "I can try," Harry answered uncertainly. "We should regroup around Dumbledore. We don't want to let them isolate us, and that's where the others will be headed," Daniel explained. "You just focus on casting. We'll ride right beside you and help guide your broom." Harry nodded and hopped back on his firebolt as the others mounted their brooms as well. With Sirius on one side and Daniel on the other, Harry was able to fly towards Dumbledore's group and continue the assault on the few remaining Dementors without a problem. By the time he arrived, there were fewer than 10 Dementors left. As the last ones fell, Harry finally ended his spell and attempted to rest for a moment before the next fight began. "What do you want to do, Albus? We might be able to make it out of here before they reach us," Moody said as he landed next to Dumbledore. He took the time to look around at their group, which was unharmed from the attack on the Dementors, but most were a little tired. Snape had fled, apparently in accordance with Dumbledore's instructions, when the Death Eaters were first spotted. That still left them with a group capable of repelling most attacks, though. "No, old friend, that is not an option," Dumbledore answered sadly. "They all appear to have the fastest brooms available and could pick those of us on slower brooms off one by one. We must drive them off before we can make our escape." "Fine by me," Moody replied with a grin on his face. The others heard the conversation and understood what it meant for them. Mundungus Fletcher, one of the less reliable members of the Order, decided that he had had enough of the fight and hopped onto his broom and flew off in the opposite direction of the Death Eaters, leaving the rest behind. Since he was alone, the Death Eaters probably would not even attempt to chase him down, but it left the Order with one less wand to use. Moments later, the group of Death Eaters, led by Lord Voldemort, landed on the island about 100 feet from the Order of the Phoenix. As they followed their master as he walked towards their sworn enemies, they made no attempt to attack them. Soon the distance between them had been halved and both groups could see who they were facing. Voldemort had brought with him Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Barty Crouch Jr., Alecto and Amicus Carrow, and Gabriel Greengrass. "You're outnumbered, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly. "It would be foolish to attack us now. And you're outclassed, Dumbledore," Voldemort replied. "Tonight you and your pathetic order will pay a heavy price for the minor victory you achieved before we arrived. As for being outnumbered, perhaps you should think again. I've always known that I would eventually have to overtake Azkaban. Do you really think I did not plan ahead for that day? You have fallen into a trap nearly 30 years in the making. Tell me, Dumbledore, do you know what Azkaban does with their dead?" "I do." Before anyone could respond, Voldemort cast a spell aimed at the water around the lake. For a moment nothing happened, but then the first corpse pulled itself up onto dry land. Soon Infighting were climbing out of the water all around them. Every dead body that had been thrown into the sea for the last 30 years had been caught in a spell that Voldemort had cast, which turned them into his mindless slaves, and now he was calling on them. In all there were about 75 of them, and although they could not do magic, it did tip the scales in Voldemort's favor. "Flame spells," Moody yelled, instructing the others on what to do. A moment later the calm that had existed shattered and the battle began in earnest. As the rest of the Order began casting spells which hurled fire at the Infighting, Dumbledore concentrated on shielding them from the attacks of the Death Eaters. For a moment the plan was successful, mostly because Voldemort had not yet entered the battle but instead stood by laughing at the spectacle before him. But as his Infighting started being pushed back into the sea, he realized it was time for him to make his presence felt. The Dark Lord began with something simple to get Dumbledore's attention: an Avada Kedavra aimed at his head. Dumbledore was easily able to conjure a stone wall to block the curse, but he knew that he would no longer be able to shield his allies from the Death Eaters. With that, the two most powerful wizards in all of Europe, perhaps in the world, began to duel. Harry, like many others on both sides, momentarily lost his focus as he watched the two do battle. Voldemort had levitated dozens of large rocks from off the ground and began hurling them in rapid succession at Dumbledore. The professor, however, was not harmed and instead used the boulders to form a massive golem that he animated and commanded to attack. The golem was able to crush several Infighting before being blasted apart by one of Voldemort's spells. A blast of energy from Dumbledore sent Voldemort flying backwards, but the Dark Lord was much too powerful to be defeated by a move like that and was able to stop his brief flight and hover in midair. As the battle raged on between them, neither man appeared to be gaining a clear advantage over the other. The rest of the combatants, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire, slowly moved away from Dumbledore and Voldemort as they continued their fights. The Infighting were rapidly falling to the combined efforts of Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Moody was using all of his power to create a whirlwind that he sent spinning through the ranks of the Infighting. As he did this, Kingsley poured his efforts into sending flames at the tornado. Normally the flames would have been blown out by the wind, but the experienced Aurors were able to combine their spells and create a whirlwind of fire that sucked the infighting towards it and then spit them out in a ball of fire. Together they managed to destroy more than half of the infighting before they were interrupted by attacks from the Carrows. Harry, meanwhile, was being shielded from the Death Eaters by Daniel and Sirius so that he could focus on attacking the infighting. Luckily for him, the infighting were not fast or able to defend themselves from his well-aimed incendios. The inferi were simply a distraction, something they all realized, but they could not be ignored. Finally, all of the infighting around them had been burnt or driven back into the sea, and Harry was able to rejoin the battle against the Death Eaters. He happily took over the task of dueling Barty Crouch Jr. from Daniel, leaving him to focus on his brother Gabriel alone, while Sirius yet again battled Bellatrix. "You're a fool, Daniel," Gabriel Greengrass yelled between spells. He looked much like his older brother, but the time in Azkaban had left him thin and with long graying hair. "What would father think? Don't you dare mention him," Daniel roared as he cast what would be considered by most to be a dark spell, which conjured a magical band of energy around his brother's neck that began to constrict, cutting off his flow of air. Gabriel would have died if it were not for Bellatrix noticing the curse and casting the counter to it on her fellow Death Eater. "I know it was you, Gabriel. I know what you did to earn that dark mark. Father was a fool not to join the Dark Lord," Gabriel countered. "He deserved to die." Throughout the brief conversation, the two had not slowed in casting spells at each other, but Gabriel's admission that he had killed their father enraged Daniel, and he ceased caring what anyone might think of the spells he was using. "Crucio!" Daniel yelled. Gabriel was caught off guard by his brother's spell and unable to avoid it. He immediately fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Harry looked at Daniel in shock that he had used an unforgivable, but other than him or Sirius, no one else seemed to have noticed. Eventually Daniel was forced to release the spell to block an attack from Bellatrix, allowing Gabriel to roll away and seek shelter behind a boulder as he regrouped. Harry was beating Barty Crouch Jr., and they both knew it. This time around Barty had not managed to land a single spell on Harry, and was beginning to seriously consider retreating in order to save his own hide, like he had done the last time he faced Harry. A high-powered reducto had forced Barty to produce a shield which rapidly drained his magical reserves, and he knew that the fight would be over for him soon unless he escaped. And so he turned and ran, leaving Bellatrix to face Sirius and Daniel alone. Harry, unwilling to let Barty escape again, jumped onto his firebolt and soared towards him. No man is fast enough to outrun a firebolt, and so within seconds Harry was only feet away from Barty. He conjured a whip made of flame from the tip of his wand and swung it with all of his strength towards the fleeing man. As the spell hit Barty in the neck, even Harry was surprised by the power behind the spell. It did not knock Barty to ground. Instead, the force of the fire whip combined with the speed at which Harry was traveling on his broom enabled the magical energy to slice cleanly through the man's neck, decapitating him. The momentum caused the rest of his body to run a few more steps before crashing down to the ground. Harry stopped flying and hovered in the air above Barty's body, still quite surprised by what had happened. He did not realize in that moment how vulnerable his position was. Voldemort had seen Harry chase down Barty, and when he stopped to observe the damage Voldemort knew, he had a chance to strike at the boy who lived. It would have been so easy to kill him, but Voldemort knew he needed the boy alive if he hoped to regain his former strength. He knew, however, what he thought was the perfect spell to use in the situation. The spell that erupted from his wand was a swirling ball of yellow and purple light. The moment Dumbledore saw it, he also knew that he would not be able to prevent it from hitting Harry. Harry turned to leave just in time to see it soaring towards him, but could not move in time to avoid it. As the spell hit him, Harry fell to the ground, though he was unconscious before he hit it. The battle continued to rage around him, and though eventually the Order of the Phoenix would be able to drive off the Death Eaters, Harry was not aware of it. Barty is finally dead, but Harry was stupid in how he did it and will have to pay the price. What evil will Voldemort's spell do? You'll just have to keep reading. Thanks again for the input. Most of you seem to think I have done a decent job balancing action and plot. And for a question I have gotten a few times, yes, this will be going into the next school year, but there are a couple of things that are still going to happen before that. Chapter 34. Someone get Pomfrey here. Sirius yelled as he operated back into 12 Grimmauld Place, carrying Harry's unconscious form in his arms. The others were operating in as well now that the battle was over. For the most part it had been a success, but it had not come without cost. Emmeline Vance had been struck down with the Avada Kedavra curse by Lucius Malfoy and other had been injured. Amos Diggory even lost a hand to a cutting curse from Rodolphus Lestrange. Harry's condition was the only one that was uncertain however, and repeated attempts to enervate him had proved that the spell Voldemort used was more powerful than a simple stunning spell. What happened to him? Daphne screamed when she saw Harry not moving. He's gonna be okay, right? He isn't dead, is he? Daniel Greengrass, who had operated back just in time to see Daphne's reaction, pulled his worried daughter into a tight hug. He's not dead. See, he's still breathing. Daniel assured her. We'll figure out what happened to him and we'll fix it. Did you recognize the curse that hit him? Sirius asked as he placed Harry on a cot that Daphne had set up for wounded Order members. I didn't.
No.
The Dark Lord could have simply killed Harry if he wanted to. But he didn't. Daniel replied. So this spell either isn't fatal, or it's designed to make Harry suffer before he dies. How can you say that so casually? Sirius said angrily. It's the truth and you know it. Daniel retorted. I like Harry and I want to see him get better. But lying to ourselves about his condition won't help. Daphne, meanwhile, was only vaguely aware of the conversation taking place next to her. She had pulled up a chair next to Harry's cot and was holding his hand and worrying about him. To her, admittedly untrained eyes, he looked like he was simply asleep. He was perhaps a little paler than usual, but aside from that there was no sign of injury. Wake up, Harry. She whispered into his ear, hoping that he would be able to hear her. I know you're in there. Harry did not respond, causing Daphne to frown. She hadn't expected him to, but she had hoped. She sat by his side until nearly a half hour later when Madame Pomfrey, looking as if she had just been woken up, stepped through the flue with Professor Dumbledore and asked her to move so she could examine Harry. Daphne nodded and complied with the request but did not leave the room, nor did Sirius or Dumbledore. They all silently watched as she cast a wide variety of diagnostic charms on Harry. Finally she stopped working and simply stood over the cot looking at Harry with a confused expression on her face. Well, Poppy, what have you learned? Dumbledore asked. Pomfrey turned to the professor and shrugged slightly in disappointment. Physically speaking, he's fine. Pomfrey began. Whatever that spell did, it doesn't appear to have hurt his body in any way. He seems to have used quite a bit of magic tonight, but did not reach the point of magical exhaustion. His magical power level has gone up quite a bit since the last time we checked at the end of the school year, either due to him maturing or his specialized training. There is, however, a small but consistent drain on his magic taking place. It's as if he were attempting to use his magic to do something, perhaps heal himself. Can you confirm that is indeed the case? Dumbledore asked. I don't believe so. Honestly, it could be anything, but whatever is happening is quite weak. Perhaps it's nothing to worry about. Pomfrey replied. I also ran a scan on his brain which confirmed it was still active. The results, however, were not consistent with sleep or even a coma. This is something else entirely. Will he wake up? Sirius asked nervously. For not the first time he felt as if he had failed James and Lily who had trusted him to watch after their son. I don't know. Pomfrey said sadly. It would help if we could identify the spell used on him. Any ideas, Albus?
Unfortunately, no.
Dumbledore answered. It is unlike any spell I have seen Voldemort use in the past. It could be one of his own creation, or a spell he found in his extensive dark arts library. I must admit that even I do not have access to as much information on the subject as he does. The Blacks have books Hogwarts doesn't. Sirius pointed out. We could start looking there. The Greengrasses do as well. Daniel said. Hopefully between the two of us we can identify what happened. And I will talk to Severus, perhaps he has learned something. Dumbledore replied. You mean besides how to run from a fight? Sirius scowled. Sirius, he did so on my instructions. Dumbledore responded. He is far more important to the Order as a spy than as a soldier. Forcing him to openly fight the Death Eaters would only put him in a more precarious position, which would not help us or Harry. I will return when I know more. Dumbledore, we should consider moving Harry to St. Mungo's. Pomfrey suggested. I can't be here to watch him constantly like they could, and there is always the chance they know something I don't. Doubtful. Dumbledore answered with a small smile. No, that is out of the question. Harry must stay here. Why? Sirius asked. I want him here as much as anyone, but if they can help Harry, he needs to be there. Harry is a symbol to the wizarding world and for the opposition to Voldemort. Dumbledore explained. If they see that he is injured, it would be a serious blow to morale, which is quite unneeded at the moment. Besides, there is no healer in all of England more skilled than Poppy, and we have access to all of the resources St. Mungo's does. If there is a cure for what has happened to Harry, we will find it. Fine, Sirius said. Can I move him to his room now? Yes, that will be fine. Pomfrey answered. Please call me if he wakes up. If not, I will be along later today to check on him. Madame Pomfrey gave Harry one last look over before heading back through the flue. Dumbledore followed her a short time later, explaining that he was going to research the spell Voldemort had used. Daniel and Daphne accompanied Sirius when he carried Harry back to his room and carefully placed him back in bed. It was hard to believe that only a few short hours ago he was waking Harry up to go on the mission. Perhaps Sirius thought he had been wrong to do so, but Harry would never just sit back and do nothing if given the chance. It's not your fault, Daniel said, understanding what Sirius was thinking. You don't know what it's like. I failed him. Sirius answered sadly. I do know what it's like. Believe me. Daniel replied. Years ago I had a son. There was an accident and he died. Do you really think I didn't blame myself for not being there? For not being able to do something to prevent it? Well, I did. In the end, though, you are going to have to accept that this was what he wanted. His choice. You did your best to protect him. I know that because I was there. But best of all, Harry isn't dead. You can still help him. Sirius nodded as he thought about what the other man had said. He was right to point out that he could still help Harry. Perhaps he wouldn't disappoint James and Lily after all. Can I stay? Daphne asked quietly. You've been up all night. You need rest. Daniel answered. If it's okay with Sirius, you can come back in a few hours. I'll take care of him, Daphne, don't worry. Sirius assured her. Daphne nodded and placed one last kiss on Harry's forehead before she and her father made their way out of the house. Sirius didn't bother seeing them out, but instead sat down in a chair in Harry's room, so he could be there if anything changed. After a few minutes of watching, his godson Sirius began to feel the effects of not having slept the night before and drifted off to sleep where he sat. 2 days later, Harry's condition had not changed. Madame Pomfrey had stopped by each day to ensure that Harry was not getting any worse. Despite her best efforts, she had not found anything to help him. Neither had anyone been able to determine what spell Voldemort had used even after days of research on the parts of Dumbledore, Sirius, and Daniel. Cures for various sleeping spells had been attempted, but none had been successful. As a result, they knew as little 2 days later as they did when they first got Harry back to headquarters. Research continued, but their hopes were beginning to decline. Daphne, meanwhile, had been come back to sit with Harry as she had asked. That lasted several hours before she realized that her time would be better spent helping the others look for a cure than simply sitting at his side. The Black Library was huge, even larger than that of her own family, and Sirius was in obvious need of help going through it looking for clues. By the end of her first day in the library, Daphne knew she was going to need additional help and called in Hermione and Neville, who eagerly agreed to do anything they could. The Longbottoms also had an extensive library, but it did not contain nearly as much information on dark curses as the others. What if it isn't here? Neville sighed as he set down yet another useless book. Maybe you know who made the spell up himself. It shouldn't matter. Hermione answered, we know the effects of the curse, so if we can find something similar, we can use the counters for that as a starting point. It might take some variation, but we should still be able to find the answer. But that's the problem, Daphne said. We don't really know what the curse is doing. Sure, we know it's put Harry into some kind of magical sleep, but Madame Pomfrey said something else is also going on and she doesn't know what it is. I have an idea, Hermione said thoughtfully. I know a healer that could help us. I've heard that there's no one better than her at repairing physical damage. Why do I get the feeling this isn't someone from Street Mungo's? Daphne said. She not from our world, is she?
No.
Hermione answered. She was still unsure of how her friends would react to the abilities she had gained at the end of the last year. What they did not know was that Hermione had spent much of her time this summer experimenting with it. She still felt ashamed of how she had gone about everything though, and for that reason had not wanted to remind the others of it. But now, finally, she saw a chance for her to use the results of her mistake for a good purpose. Pomfrey should be leaving soon, Daphne said, looking towards the part of the house where she knew Harry's room was. You could try it then. Do you want to tell Sirius what's going on? I'd rather not. Hermione answered nervously. I asked Harry to keep this ability a secret, and I don't think he's told Sirius yet. Fine. We'll have to distract him somehow. Daphne said. Do you really think it will help? Can't hurt. Hermione replied. Daphne nodded in agreement and went back to looking at the book she had in front of her. After long hours of searching, frustration was beginning to set in, and Daphne was beginning to feel that she and others were getting desperate. Nothing they did seemed to have any effect on Harry's condition. She slammed her book closed and pushed it away from her. The others looked up at her briefly, understanding how she felt, but soon went back to what they were doing. After a few minutes' rest, she pulled the book back towards her and tried to find the place where she had left off. A half-hour later, Madame Pomfrey finally left after sadly telling Harry's friends that there had been no change in his condition. They knew Sirius would be sitting in Harry's room watching him, as he had been for most of the morning. Dumbledore was supposed to stop by later, so they knew this was their chance to get to Harry alone. The three of them walked down the hallway to Harry's room, and when they looked inside they found Sirius, as they expected him to be, sitting down staring at his godson. Dark circles were under his eyes, evidence that he had barely slept since the night of the attack on Azkaban. Hermione thought that he was beginning to look more and more like the man she had met at the end of her third year, before his life became more comfortable and he was able to truly begin recovering. Sirius, you need to rest, and get something to eat, Daphne said. You look awful. I know, Sirius answered. I'll just stay a little while longer, though.
No, Sirius,
Hermione replied. Harry is going to be mad at us when he wakes up and sees we let his godfather worry himself to death. I can't be that bad, Sirius said proudly. But then his stomach rumbled, reminding him that he had not actually eaten anything that day. Fine, perhaps a snack, and a little nap. We'll stay with him, Daphne assured him. Promise. Come find me if anything changes, Sirius said as he stood and approached the door. All three of them nodded in agreement, and Sirius walked out the door with one last look back at his godson. When he was gone, Neville closed the door and looked back at the two witches in front of him. So how do you do this? Neville asked. Do you need help? No, but a little space would be nice, Hermione said. It's not difficult to do, but it does take my full concentration. Daphne and Neville backed up so that they could watch. Neither of them had seen this before, and they were both very curious about it. Hermione closed her eyes and stood completely still for a moment before beginning to wave her arms in an intricate manner and chanting something so softly that neither Daphne nor Neville could make it out. Daphne did notice the thin silver bracelets that had been placed on Hermione's wrists at the end of the ritual were still there, and had begun to glow. About 5 seconds after she started the summoning spell, a small ball of energy began to form in front of her. 10 seconds in it began to grow, and by the time Hermione stopped chanting and waving her arms a few seconds later, it was a large glowing disc. Neville gasped when he saw the figure who exited the portal. Although her body was shaped much like a human's, her skin was a dark purple and her eyes were at least twice that of a human's. She stepped out and looked around as if ready for a fight, though she relaxed slightly when she saw that none was coming. You called gatekeeper? The woman asked Hermione. Yes, Hermione answered confidently. Daphne was surprised by her tone, which did not show any evidence of doubt or weakness. My friend was hit by an unknown spell. Can you heal him? The woman looked at Harry walk towards him. She held her hand a few inches over his body and began waving her hands all over him. Interesting, she said quietly. A ball of light formed on the palm of her hand and she gently placed it on Harry's head, where it seemed to be absorbed by him. Very curious, indeed. Answer me then. Hermione demanded. Can you help him? No, child, I cannot. She answered with a look of disappointment. His wounds are not truly physical but mental. The magic is turning his mind against itself, making him in essence a prisoner of his own mind. Unless the process reverses, his mind will destroy itself, leaving him merely a shell of a person. It is possible that, in time, he will overcome it by himself, but there is nothing I can do. I am sorry, gatekeeper. I release you, Hermione said, the disappointment evident in her voice. The woman nodded, stepped back through the portal which closed behind her, and then vanished completely. Hermione sat down on a chair to think about what had happened, while the others were more focused on what they had seen. It was a waste of time, I think. I've heard Pomfrey talking to Sirius and Dumbledore. She reached basically the same assumption. This just confirms it. But he's still in there, right? Neville asked uncertainly. Can we just, pull him out somehow? You'd need a master legilimens to even have a chance at doing that. Daphne answered. But from the looks she received, it was clear neither Hermione nor Neville understood what she meant. Legilimency? It's the ability to read thoughts from a person's mind, although it can be used for other purposes as well, of course. Hermione said. I've heard of occlumency. That must be the defense against legilimency. Exactly, Daphne confirmed. But I don't know anyone trained in legilimency. Maybe Dumbledore is. Reading someone's thoughts without permission seems like a rather dark art. Hermione said. Would Dumbledore really do that? Officially, it isn't considered a dark art. Daphne explained. But it is almost impossible to find anyone willing to teach you how to do it. What about your dad? Neville asked. He's an occlumens, but not a legilimens. Daphne replied. Doesn't help us much. So what now? Neville wondered. Back to the library, I guess. Hermione answered with shrug. None of them really wanted to do that, but it did seem to be their best option. And so they returned to their research, though they would not find anything useful that day. Do you really think this could help him? Sirius asked as he turned to face Dumbledore. They, along with Professor Snape, were standing in Harry's room discussing how to help him. While Sirius and Dumbledore talked, Snape stood near the door looking bored and uninterested. Severus has not been able to learn the true nature of the spell used, and neither have we. Dumbledore explained. Poppy has confirmed that his mind is still active, so there is hope that I can begin to repair the damage that has been caused. Or, at the very least, confirm that Harry's consciousness is still there. Is it safe? Sirius asked worriedly. Safer than doing nothing, I would think. Dumbledore replied. Try not to worry, Sirius. This could be a long process, and I do not expect any significant changes tonight. Fine, Sirius said. But why is he here? Sirius motioned towards Snape, who shook his head in annoyance at the question. I may need his help. Dumbledore explained. I know you two are not the best of friends, but Severus is one of the few people in the world capable of assisting me in this if necessary. Shall I begin? Sirius let out a frustrated sigh before nodding for Dumbledore to start. Dumbledore smiled at his former student before turning back to Harry. Placing his wand on Harry's forehead, the old wizard whispered legilimens and began searching through Harry's mind. A strange mix of memories began to appear in no clear order. Harry studying in the library at Hogwarts, a younger Harry running from his cousin Dudley, Harry riding the cart in Gringotts, Ron and Hermione arguing about something during first year, Uncle Vernon throwing Harry into the cupboard under the stairs when he was 5 or 6, Professor Lockhart vanishing the bones in his arm during second year, Harry and Daphne talking about the Mirror of Erised in first year, and so on. The images kept coming and coming without any sign of slowing down. Underneath the memories, Dumbledore could feel a sense of panic and confusion coming from Harry. The boy had apparently been trapped in this state for days, and it was taking its toll on him. Dumbledore thought about the situation for a moment before deciding that there was something he could do to help Harry. He would try to suppress the memories and bring Harry's consciousness to the forefront. A difficult task, to be sure, but still possible. He started by willing Harry's mind to slow down and quiet the constant barrage of memories he was facing. Somewhere in there Harry was also trying to do this, so it did not present a major challenge for him. Soon Harry's mind was a more still and peaceful place. His next step was to encourage Harry to take back control of his mind, but that is where he faced problems. Something was holding Harry back, and although they both fought this force, it seemed nothing they did could stop it. Dumbledore was reluctant to give up and so kept trying for more than an hour, far longer than most Legillimens could maintain a connection, but in the end was forced to withdraw and concede defeat. When Dumbledore's eyes opened again, he was back in Harry's room. Sirius and Snape were still there, one acting very interested in what was happening and the other trying to act like he was ignoring it. He looked back at Harry, whose appearance had not changed at all. Dumbledore sighed and vowed to try again once he had rested some. Then perhaps he could find out how to help Harry. Suddenly, Harry's eyes shot open. He did not move from the bed, but his eyes began to dart to left and right as if he were trying to determine where he was. "Harry?" Sirius asked excitedly. "Are you okay?" Harry's eyes settled on Sirius, who he looked at with a confused expression. For a moment they stared at each other, unmoving, but then Harry began to scream. He pulled the sheet covering his body over his head before throwing himself off of the bed, all the while continuing to scream at the top of his lungs. Still clutching the sheet, Harry crawled to the nearest corner of the room where he curled up into a ball and began rocking back and forth. "Severus! Calming draft!" Dumbledore commanded. The potions professor nodded and reached into his robes, pulling out a small vial containing the potion. Dumbledore took it and then approached Harry, who had not yet noticed him. Having no other choice, Dumbledore tried to pry the sheet away from Harry so he could administer the potion. Harry, however, was stronger than he looked, and it became obvious that Dumbledore would need help. Sirius rushed over and held Harry's head up as Dumbledore poured the contents of the vial down his throat. Harry continued to fight at Sirius' hold on him and scream as the potion slowly took effect. But a few minutes later Harry quit moving and his screams turned into cries. Tears began to fall from his eyes as he sobbed. But at what no one was sure, Potter's finally lost it. Snape said with a laugh, "I knew this day would come." "Shut up," Sirius said angrily, before turning towards Dumbledore. "What happened? What did you do to him?" "I'm not sure, Sirius," Dumbledore replied. "I did not anticipate this happening. I believe it could be a sign that his mind is fighting back though. Perhaps this is a good thing." Sirius looked back down at his godson, who was still crying for some unknown reason. He was also beginning to mumble something that was not intelligible. Sirius shook his head, unsure if he preferred this over what Harry had been like before. "What do we do when the calming draft wears off?" Sirius asked. "Hopefully he will have regained his bearings somewhat by then," Dumbledore said. "If not, we will continue to help him the best we can. For now, perhaps it would be best if we give him a sleeping draft." "Severus?" Snape nodded and handed him the vial. Sirius looked at it uncertainly for a moment, unsure if that was what Harry really needed. "You two can go. I'll give it to him in a few minutes," Sirius finally said. "If you're certain," Dumbledore said. "I am," Sirius answered firmly. "You should go." Dumbledore reluctantly left the room, motioning for Snape to follow. When they were gone, Sirius carefully picked up his godson and placed him back on the bed. Harry's crying had stopped as the calming draft took full effect, but he was still whimpering and muttering something to himself. Sirius tried to decipher what was being said, but could not. He decided that the best thing he could do for Harry was to simply sit with him and try and make him comfortable. A half-hour later Harry fell asleep without the use of the sleeping draft. Sirius, seated in the chair next to Harry's bed, was asleep soon after. The next day Daphne stood in front of the closed door to Harry's room, bracing herself for what she knew she would find inside. Sirius had warned her that Harry's condition had changed, but though he was awake he was unlikely to recognize her, and had been speaking nonsense all morning. Slowly she turned the doorknob and stepped inside the room. Harry was laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling. Every few moments his hand would dart up as if trying to grab something invisible. "Hello, Harry," Daphne said cautiously. "How are you?" Harry looked at her for a moment but did not seem to recognize her. He then turned back towards the ceiling to continue what he had been doing. "So many stars," Harry said, his words slightly slurred. His hand shot forward again, Only this time Harry whooped in joy as he brought his closed fist back down. He sat up and cupped his hands together as if trying to keep what was in them from escaping. Carefully, he brought his hands towards his face so that he could peek between his fingers. When he had his shoulders slumped down in disappointment and he unclenched his hands to find that nothing was there. "Ah," he said, a little confusion evident in his voice. "Can I do anything to help you, Harry?" Daphne asked as she sat on the floor next to him. This time when Harry looked at her, he began to stare at her, though still he gave no indication that he knew who she was. After a solid minute of staring at her, which Daphne happily allowed in the hope that he would recognize her, Harry put his hand on her forehead and ran it down her face in a similar manner that someone would do when petting a dog. "Pretty," Harry said before abruptly turning around and attempting to crawl under his bed. He was quite unsuccessful, however, because the bed was too low to the ground. In the end, the only parts that he managed to get under were his arms. Daphne watched him, not knowing what to do or say. Harry, meanwhile, had pulled his arms out from under the bed and decided to try and get under it another way. Now he was laying face up with his legs up to his knees were under the bed. But he could go no further. His eyes began looking around the room randomly and eventually stopped on Daphne. For a second Harry's face was blank, giving no sign what he was thinking or feeling. But then it was as if a switch had been flipped and Harry appeared almost normal again. "Daphne?" Harry said uncertainly. "Yes, Harry," Daphne answered as she scooted closer to him. "Are you okay? Everything's confusing," Harry said. "I don't think I can hold on much longer. We're trying to figure out how to help you," Daphne explained. "We will, I promise you." Daphne waited for a response, but the light of recognition in Harry's eyes had gone out again. Harry abruptly stood up and jumped onto the bed, apparently deciding to use it as a trampoline. Daphne, for the first time since hearing Harry had been hurt, began to smile. She now knew for a fact that Harry's mind was still intact even if it was not accessible at the moment. There was still hope that he could be returned to his normal self. "Everything is going to be okay, Harry," Daphne promised. Harry didn't even bother to look at her this time, but that didn't dampen her improved mood. Still smiling, Daphne left the room to tell the others what had happened and to keep looking for a cure. Chapter 35. The Flu in 12. Grimmauld Place roared to life with bright green flames. Moments later, Neville Longbottom excitedly came tumbling through, dropping the book he was holding in the process. He quickly picked the book back up and began looking around for a sign that anyone was home. Daphne and Hermione, who had been alerted that someone was using the flu, walked in from the kitchen to see Neville rushing towards them. "I think I found it," he said as he held the book out towards the two girls. "Here." Neville settled down for a second. Daphne said, "Where'd this book come from?" "It was in my library at home," Neville said, a little more calmly this time. "We weren't finding anything helpful here, so I thought it couldn't hurt to start looking around there. That's when I remembered there was a locked chest full of books Gran always told me I was not allowed to open. I figured it must be because they were either really valuable or because they were dark." "Which was it?" Daphne asked curiously. "Both, I guess," Neville answered. "Some of them I had seen here too, but not this one." I marked the page. "Tell me if you think it's what is wrong with Harry." Hermione and Daphne stood side by side, holding the heavy book between them. For the next few minutes they read silently, each hoping that the pages in front of them would hold the key to healing Harry. "Maybe," Hermione was the first to say as she gave the book to Daphne and sat down to think. "It does sound very similar. I think Neville was right," Daphne said. "This is it. The spell Voldemort used was Loki's Wrath, or some variation of it. The spell that they had found was well over 1,000 years old, and the instructions on how to cast it were said to have been lost. Still, Neville's book was able to describe its effects, which matched what Harry was going through perfectly. The biggest clue was Harry's sudden change from unconscious to somewhat mad and confused. This, the book warned, was to be expected if the mind of the affected was tampered with. "We still have a problem, though," Hermione said, interrupting the silence. "Yeah, the cure. It's impossible," Neville replied. "No, it isn't," Daphne said angrily. "We'll find a way." "Okay, let's think about this calmly," Hermione said. "The counterspell can only be cast by two people. First, the person who cast it, and I don't think Voldemort is going to be offering to help us out anytime soon, Daphne commented. And second, the person who was affected by the spell. Hermione continued. It has to be Harry then. Can he do that? Neville wondered. Not in his current condition, Daphne said, shaking her head. There has to be something else. I think there is, Hermione explained. In the first part it said that those who have mastered their own mind have nothing to fear from Loki's wrath. Do you think that might be a reference to occlumency? Daphne's eyes shot open in realization. She had not considered that. It might, she agreed. But Harry doesn't know occlumency, and I'm not sure he is in the right state of mind to start learning now. No, I guess not, Hermione replied, the disappointment obvious in her tone. When Harry was able to fight off the effects of the spell, how long would you say that lasted? Less than 10 seconds, in fact probably closer to 5. Daphne answered. That's not enough time to teach him the spell, even assuming we were right there the next time it happened. So what now? Neville asked. We've got to show this to the others. Hermione replied, pointing to the book. Maybe one of them has heard of it or could at least find information on it. It's the best chance we've got. She's right, Daphne agreed. Let's go. Daphne led the others out of the room and into Harry's, where Madame Pomfrey was examining him. Thankfully, Harry was asleep and not rambling incoherently as he now did when awake. Pomfrey motioned for the 3 teenagers to be quiet as they walked in, which they all obediently did. When the nurse was done with her exam, she turned to the others who she knew were eagerly awaiting news. I've given him something to help him sleep, Pomfrey explained, but otherwise nothing has changed today. I wish I could do more. Neville found something, Daphne said. We think it's the spell Voldemort used. Madame Pomfrey looked shocked but still took the book that was being offered to her and began to read. She could not deny that the description she found there was nearly identical to what Harry was experiencing. Oh my, Pomfrey said as she finished the relevant section. I must tell Professor Dumbledore at once. Stay here with him, won't you? Of course, Hermione said as the now frantic nurse rushed out of the room to contact Dumbledore. Once she was gone, the room was again silent except for the sounds of Harry sleeping. Daphne sat down next to him and the other followed her lead and waited for the nurse to come back. Where's Sirius? Hermione asked, curious as to why he wasn't the first one they told. Out on order business of some kind, Daphne said. I only know that because my father went with him. Neither of them would say what they were up to, just that it wasn't dangerous and so I shouldn't worry, which probably means they are now in mortal peril. Neville laughed at the joke, then remembered he was supposed to be quiet and tried to stifle his laughs. Silence returned then as they continued to wait. There was little else they could do at that point. It was almost 20 minutes later when Dumbledore finally walked into the room with Madame Pomfrey trailing close behind him. The book had been laid on a table and Dumbledore immediately went to it and began reading. He stroked his beard as if in deep thought as he did. What do you think? Hermione asked. Are we right? I believe you may be, Dumbledore said with a nod. I have heard of Loki's wrath before, but never knew what it did. It's been many years since I last heard of someone looking for it. Who was the last one? Daphne asked. Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore replied, though this was before he began attempting to take over the world. I don't know if he ever discovered what it was or how it was performed, but it seems that Voldemort has. That's not important now. What is important is helping Harry. We thought we might be able to try and show him the spell the next time he's aware of what is going on. Hermione explained. Eventually that will have to be what we do. Dumbledore agreed. But before that can happen, I must show Harry how to perform occlumency. How can you do that? Neville asked. He's out. Very true, Mr. Longbottom, Dumbledore replied while his eyes lit up as if he had just heard a very funny joke. But I believe Harry is already learning. How? Daphne said. His mind has been looking for some way to combat this spell ever since it struck him. Dumbledore explained. I believe that when I first entered his mind to try and set things right, his subconscious was observing me and what I was doing. Perhaps inadvertently, I showed Harry how to fight the effects of the spell, and he has been trying to recreate that ever since with some success. What I shall do is return to his mind and continue to demonstrate how to perform occlumency. It is a most unusual way to learn the art, but if we are successful, Harry should be most skilled in it by the time we are through. So you are a legilimens. Daphne smirked. I've always suspected you were. Very intuitive of you, Ms. Greengrass. Dumbledore said as he smiled back. Now, I believe I shall begin at once. I must warn you, however, this process could take several days. Do not expect to have the old Harry back immediately. The three teens all nodded a bit sadly but did not say anything in response. Dumbledore turned back to Harry and placed his hand lightly on the boy's forehead. He then whispered legilimens and began the process of bringing Harry out of his own mind. The next day Dumbledore returned and continued trying to help Harry. The first session had produced a noticeable change in him. Harry no longer spoke of strange, nonsensical things. In fact, he did not speak at all. He simply wandered around his room inspecting things as if he were very curious about what they were. Dumbledore seemed to believe this was a good sign, though Madame Pomfrey was not sure what to make of it. Sirius had quickly become frustrated with merely watching Dumbledore stare at Harry, as if in a trance, and had left the room. Although he was reluctant to admit it to himself, most of his anger came from that fact that it was Dumbledore helping Harry and not him. But unfortunately Sirius was not a legilimens, and therefore there was nothing he could do. And so he sat in the living room drinking a glass of fire whiskey and waiting for his godson to get better. Got another glass of that? Daniel Greengrass asked as he walked in the room. Sirius pointed over to the table where the open bottle was sitting, and Daniel poured himself a glass before sitting down near Sirius. Give it a few more days and you'll have Harry back as good as new. I know. Sirius replied with a smile. As soon as he's better and I've finished telling him how glad I am he's okay, I am going to have to yell at him for no watching his back and putting us through this. Terribly rude of him. Go easy on him. Daniel laughed. He is still untrained, though his potential is undeniable. Don't leave his education up to Dumbledore, though. There are things about magic that he will never teach. Like the Cruciatus I saw you use on your brother? That, I admit, was an error. Daniel agreed. I should have just Avada Kedavraed him and been done with it. It doesn't bother you? Sirius asked. Using the unforgivables? No, it doesn't. Daniel answered bluntly. They are tools, nothing more. Whether or not they are evil depends on how they are used. You don't use them, do you? I made a promise to myself to be different than the rest of my family. Sirius explained. Part of that has been not using the unforgivables. Maybe, as you say, it isn't a bad thing to use them at all. But I never will. Besides, if I need to finish a duel, there are other ways to do that than the killing curse. True, but they're probably more painful. Daniel replied. In a way, the killing curse is quite merciful. Produces instant death. There's no pain, suffering, or false hope that its victim might live. That's a unique way of looking at it. Sirius said with a small grin. I see your point, but I don't think I'll be thanking the Death Eaters for their kindness anytime soon. No, I suppose not, Daniel said. He was about to say something else when they both heard Daphne's voice shouting for Sirius to come into Harry's room. She had been sitting and watching Dumbledore during the past hour or so, eager as anyone else was to see Harry's condition improve. Sirius and Daniel jumped out of their seats and rushed to the other side of the house where Harry's room was. When they walked in, the first thing they saw was Harry, sitting up in bed looking alert and aware of his surroundings. Sirius, Harry said happily. Sirius immediately ran to Harry's side and gave him a hug. Are you better now? Have you cast the counter curse? Sirius asked hopefully. Not exactly. Dumbledore answered from the other side of the bed. He is becoming more adept at overcoming the turmoil in his mind. What counter curse? Harry asked, unsure of what was happening due to the fact he had just regained the use of his mind. We identified the curse Voldemort used on you, Daphne explained. It's called Loki's Wrath, and the counter to it can only be cast by you or Voldemort. How do I do it? Harry asked eagerly. Actually, Harry, I was hoping you would wait to cast the spell, at least for a few days, Dumbledore said, to the shock of all those in the room. Everyone immediately began demanding to know why he would ask such a thing. Harry, by fighting this spell your mind seems to be teaching itself occlumency, which is the art organizing your thoughts in a way that prevents them from being manipulated by a legilimens. I have never seen anyone make as much progress in the art as quickly as you have in the past few days, and I believe that in a few more you will have mastered it on your own. This would be a valuable skill. Sirius? What should I do? Harry asked uncertainly. It's up to you, kid. Sirius said. I won't lie to you, occlumency is an important thing to learn, especially if there is anything in that head of yours you want to protect. But I don't know that I like this method of you learning it. I can think clearer now. Harry said. It's not as confusing as it was before, but even now I am struggling to keep myself going. I can't keep this up forever. But you're learning to, Dumbledore commented. And that is what is important. I think you should do it, Harry. Daphne said. I hate seeing you like this, but you're getting so much better on your own. I just don't want Voldemort to ever be able to do this to you again. She's correct. Dumbledore said. Once you master occlumency, you will be immune from the effects of the spell. I leave the choice up to you. Harry looked around at the group which had assembled in his room as he tried to decide what to do. The last week had been very difficult for him, but had improved by leaps and bounds in the previous days and would only get better. He could handle the challenge if he decided to face it, and in the end it was that knowledge which helped him make the decision. Fine. I'll do it, Harry said finally. This should only be for another few days, right? Then I can cast the counterspell and be done with it completely? Precisely. Dumbledore agreed. You're doing a fine job as it is. Just continue doing what you are doing. I'm sure your friends will be happy to sit with you and keep you company as you resist the effects of the spell. I do not believe you need my help anymore, though either myself or Professor Snape may come around to check on your occlumency progress. Snape stays out of this house except for order meetings. Sirius demanded. That is not negotiable. If I see him in here, you will have to find another spy. Understand? Dumbledore looked disappointed with Sirius' statement, but did not argue with him. Very well, I will pass on the message to Severus. Dumbledore said. I do wish you two would put this feud behind you, though I am beginning to doubt that will ever happen. You heard what he said the last time he was here. Sirius replied angrily. I won't stand for that in my own house. Dumbledore shrugged and said nothing more on the subject. I hate to interrupt, but I think I'm about to lose control again. Harry said. Feels so strange, like when Harry's eyes appeared to glaze over and he slumped back in the bed. He slowly looked from person to person, but it was clear that Harry wasn't aware of what was happening anymore. Daphne moved to sit on the bed with him, though Harry continued to ignore her. You guys can go if you want, Daphne said. I'll stay with him. No one was in the mood to argue with her and they began to leave. Finally, only Harry, Daphne, and Daniel Greengrass were left in the room. You've become a very loyal young woman, and I'm proud of you, Daniel said quietly. Are you sure the Sorting Hat didn't mean to put you in Hufflepuff? Quiet, Daphne said in a fake angry voice. You would do the same thing if Mom was in his place. You know me too well. Daniel agreed. Try and make it home for dinner. Okay? Sure, Daphne said. Daniel looked at the young couple one last time before turning and leaving the room. Daphne continued to wait, hoping that Harry would awaken once again and give them the chance to talk like they had before he had been hit with the curse. As the next few days passed, Harry's periods of awareness increased in both frequency and length. By the third day, he was absolutely normal for the majority of the time he was awake. Once he had passed that halfway mark, the improvement seemed to accelerate, and just a week after Neville had found the key to repairing the damage done by Voldemort's spell, Harry was able to spend the entire day talking with friends and even reading the next year's textbooks without any real problems. Slowly, he began to get back into the routine he had established before the battle at Azkaban. After hours of pestering, Harry was finally able to convince Sirius to duel him as a test of his recovery. The two of them made their way to the cleared-out basement, although Sirius was trying to talk Harry out of it the entire way. I just don't think this is a good idea, Sirius said. You haven't even cast the counter spell yet. You're still carrying the curse with you. Yes, but I can fight it now, Harry assured him. I haven't really had the chance to use magic for over a week and it's driving me insane. Does that make sense? I think I understand a little about insanity, Harry, Sirius replied, smiling. And you certainly are showing all of the early signs, sad to say. You remind me a bit of myself at your age, to be honest. I'm gonna hex that smirk off your face, Padfoot, Harry said. Assuming you aren't going to chicken out. No, I suppose not, Sirius answered. You're sure about this? For the dozenth time, yes, I am sure, Harry said. The two had reached the basement and were now facing each other with about 15 feet separating them. Harry had his wand out, pointed at Sirius, who was holding his wand down at his side. Harry could already tell that his godfather was not going to put any effort into the duel due to his worry for him. A problem Harry would just have to correct. Ready? Sirius nodded and raised his wand. Harry decided to wait for him to cast the first spell so as to better judge his frame of mind. Sirius hesitated for a moment as if he were also waiting for Harry to cast first. But eventually he sighed and cast a spell. Stupefy, Sirius practically shouted. The spell came out weak and Harry did not even have to move in order to avoid it. His suspicions were confirmed. Sirius was trying to go easy on him. Harry grinned and shook his head. Sirius was going to pay for not taking him seriously. A silent Levi Corpus caught Sirius off guard and hoisted him into the air where he hung upside down. Before he could cancel the spell, Harry had silently cast Aguamenti and was spraying him with a jet of water to the face that, while not painful, was still effective at preventing him from casting the counter to Levi Corpus. After a few moments, Harry got bored with his game and cancelled the spell for his godfather, who tumbled to the ground with a loud thump. When Sirius pushed himself up off the ground, Harry was amused to see an angry glare on his face. Gonna stop playing around now? Harry asked mockingly. You know, Harry, I was trying to be nice, Sirius said as he shook the water out of his hair, much like a dog would do. Yes, playtime is over. Sirius dropped into his dueling stance, this time clearly not treating Harry like a sick child. Sirius' opening spell was a bludgeoning hex aimed at Harry's stomach which, if it had hit, would have completely ruined his day. Harry was expecting something similar, however, and raised a shield that was able to easily absorb it. Sirius growled, obviously unhappy that his opening salvo had been stopped so easily. He then began to let loose a stream of spells at Harry, all of them designed to hurt, slow down, or simply annoy him. Harry avoided almost all of them, the exception being a jelly legs jinx that forced him to the ground and rolling away from Sirius' follow-up spells as he countered the jinx. Within seconds he was back on his feet and ready to take the fight to his godfather. Incendio! Harry yelled, wanting Sirius to know what was coming. A wall of flame sprang from Harry's wand so large that avoiding it was not an option for Sirius. Instead he raised a shield and covered his eyes against the bright flames. While his opponent was distracted, Harry took the time to disillusion himself and move off to Sirius' side. By the time the flames died down, Harry was practically invisible, a fact that Sirius quickly noticed. You can't hide from me, Sirius said as he looked around the room searching for a sign of Harry. Disillusionment spells are particularly effective when cast on non-moving objects, and so there was little chance Sirius would see him unless he moved. Or cast a revealing charm, Hominum Revelio, Sirius said with a wide wave of his wand. Harry's was moving before he even felt the spell taking effect and his disillusionment charm fading out. As he moved behind Sirius, Harry cast a spell that sent hurricane force winds towards him and knocked the man to the ground. The wand was knocked out of Sirius' hand, and before he could crawl to retrieve it, Harry had summoned it. Sirius turned to face Harry and saw that he now had two wands pointed directly at him. Lucky move, Sirius said, not really meaning it. Harry had surpassed him, and there was little more he could do to teach his godson. My wand, please? Here, Harry said as he threw Sirius' wand back to him. It felt good to once again be using his magic, even if the duel had ended a little too quick for his tastes. Wanna go again? I don't know if that would really help you, Harry, Sirius replied. You need a more able teacher than me now. You just need to be a little less reckless during real fights. That's what got you hurt last time. I know, and it was stupid of me, Harry said. It was weird though, I didn't even mean to chop off Crouch's head. I was just surprised when it happened. That makes sense, I suppose. Just don't do it again, Sirius said. I don't want to have to carry your unconscious body back here again. Thanks for that, by the way, Harry answered, grinning. I do appreciate it. And whoever it was that thought to pick up my firebolt, you can thank Tonks for that one, Sirius told him. I was more concerned with you. So, No more crazy stuff, okay? You know I can't promise that. Harry laughed. Have you seen my life over the past 4 years? Who knows what is going to happen in 5th year? Maybe you will have a quiet year with no one trying to attack you. Sirius said hopefully. Sure, that'd be different. Harry agreed. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat to get their attention. When Harry turned to look, he saw that it was Professor Dumbledore with Mad-Eye Moody right behind him. He had no idea how long they had been there watching. I do believe that Harry wouldn't know what to do in a year without conflict, Dumbledore said, obviously having heard the last part of Harry's conversation. But we shall, as always, strive for that. I hope so, Harry answered with a shrug. What's going on? I have come to test your mental shields, and if they are as strong as I believe them to be, you can cast the countercurse and be done with this Loki's wrath business once and for all, Dumbledore informed him. The professor then conjured a pair of chairs in front of Harry. He sat in one and motioned for Harry to sit in the other. Harry, eager to have to be done with the curse, sat down and waited. Now, you have never tried to prevent an attack from another person, so it may be a bit different. In the end, your goal is the same, to protect the knowledge and feelings that make up who you are. I am going to attempt to take that from you. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, Harry answered nervously. Dumbledore nodded and cast the spell, beginning the legilimency process. Harry closed his eyes, hoping that would help him concentrate. At first nothing happened, but then he became aware of another presence in his mind. It was different than how he felt when he could not fight the effects of Voldemort's spell, but at the same time somewhat similar. Suddenly a memory rushed to the forefront of his mind. It was of the welcoming feast in his first year. Dumbledore was giving his typical speech and also warning people to stay away from the room where Harry knew Hagrid's Cerberus Fluffy was. It took Harry a moment to realize that he was seeing this memory because Dumbledore had caused him to, and if Dumbledore could call up this memory so easily, he could retrieve any other as well. Harry focused on the feeling that he associated with fighting Loki's wrath and tried to hide the memory from Dumbledore. Slowly things went black and silent as the memory faded from view. But as it did, a fresh assault began as Dumbledore attempted to view another memory. Harry could not tell what he was after, but knew he could not stop to find out. Again he fought back against the mental intrusion, but this time it was a little easier because he realized what he needed to do. Harry thought he had won the contest when Dumbledore renewed his attack, this time more powerful than ever. Harry's defenses buckled under the pressure of Dumbledore's mental assault, but amazingly held. Though for how long they would remain, Harry could not say. Suddenly the pressure was gone, as was Dumbledore's presence in his mind. Harry opened his eyes to see Dumbledore and the others smiling back at him. "How'd I do?" Harry asked. "Marvelously," Dumbledore answered happily. "Very impressive work, Harry. You should be proud of yourself." "Oh, well then, thanks," Harry replied. "So can I get rid of the spell now? It doesn't affect me like it used to, but it is still very annoying." "Certainly," Dumbledore smiled. "I trust you know the wand movements and incantations?" Harry nodded. He had spent long hours committing every detail to memory. "Then proceed." Harry gripped his wand and stood up from the chair, careful to give himself enough room. The incantation was in Old Norse, though Harry did not know that. He knew how to pronounce the words and in what order, but not the meaning behind them. If he had, he would have recognized it as a prayer to old gods, begging for mercy. As he spoke, he waved the wand in an elaborate movement, careful not to make any mistake. As he spoke the last syllable and finished the wand movement, he was surrounded by a bright yellow light that flashed and then faded away. Immediately he could tell that the force which had been draining his magic to turn his mind against itself was gone. "It worked," Harry said happily. "Me again." "Nice work, Harry," Sirius said, grinning happily. "I knew you could do it. Now, there was one more reason we are here today," Dumbledore said. "A request from Sirius, actually." Harry looked at his godfather uncertainly, wondering what was going on. "Like I said before, you need a better teacher than me. And we just happen to have one," Sirius said. "Mad-Eye? He's all yours." "You?" Harry said, surprised the old Auror would be willing to train him. "Me," Moody said, grinning evilly. "Vacation's over. I hope you are ready to go through hell for the next month." because this isn't school and I'm not your professor anymore. The gloves come off, are you ready for that? Sure. Harry answered uncertainly. Moody had a certain reputation that even the most talented Death Eaters had to respect. The prospect of him tutoring Harry was both exciting and terrifying for him. But there were few better teachers in the world. When do we start? Right now. Mad Eye answered, whipping out his wand and beginning to attack Harry, who was caught completely off guard. Neither Sirius nor Dumbledore could keep themselves from laughing at the predicament Harry now found himself in. Chapter 36. The force of Moody's spell sent Harry spinning to the ground, but he was moving as soon as he hit. Over the past 3 weeks he had learned to never stop moving when facing the old Auror. It was the only way to have any chance of beating him. Harry winced as he sidestepped another spell from Moody before shooting a reducto back at him. Harry's left arm hung limp and useless at his side, and he was fairly certain that it was broken. Additionally, his right leg was bleeding from a long gash just above his knee, and the skin on his right shoulder had been burned off, which made it quite painful to move his arm while casting. His only comfort was that Moody wasn't looking much better than he was. Harry was fairly certain he had broken Moody's ankle on the one good leg he had left early in the fight, and though it had slowed the older man down some, he had refused to give any sign that he was in pain. Perhaps he had cast a numbing charm on it while Harry wasn't looking. That was possible, but it also increased the amount of damage done to the ankle. The skin on Moody's left arm had also been ripped open by a wolf that Harry had transfigured from a marble he had hidden in his pocket. Moody had quickly caught on to his habit of transfiguring random items into wild beasts to do his bidding, and had removed everything from the basement that could be easily transfigured. Harry had responded by bringing his own materials with him. In the beginning, Moody had the advantage in both pure magical power and experience. As a result, Harry ended most days a bloodied and beaten wreck, with Moody's laughs and words of advice ringing in his ears. Gradually he began to improve, and although he still ended most days with multiple injuries, he had been able to begin effectively retaliating against his tutor. Moody insisted that the day wasn't over until one of them was not able to continue. Unfortunately for Harry, every day so far had ended because he could go no further. Today, however, was looking promising for him. A jet of blue light erupted from Moody's wand headed for Harry's feet. Harry turned to avoid it, realizing only as the spell hit the ground that Moody had never intended for it to hit him. The floor underneath his feet became soft like a thick mud, and Harry began to sink into it. With great difficulty, Harry was able to pull himself out of the hole, but it had slowed him down enough that he could not avoid Moody's next spell. It was, unsurprisingly, the Cruciatus Curse. At first Harry thought it was odd the old Auror would ever use the spell, but Moody had explained that this training was meant to prepare him to fight Death Eaters, and the average Death Eater only really uses a few spells. The Reducto Curse was one of their favorites, and in the right hands could be deadly. But the two spells used more than that were the Cruciatus and the Avada Kedavra. The pain from the curse was brutal, and Harry knew his teacher wouldn't hold back. His only options were to give up or fight through the pain. Harry chose to fight. It took all of his willpower to focus through the pain, but Harry managed to conjure a brick wall between himself and Moody. The Cruciatus was strong enough to break through the wall, but in the moment that took, Harry was on the move again. The spell he used to counterattack was quite different from normal spells. Instead of a ball of light flying towards its victim, this one produces bolts of electricity that shot from the tip of his wand and struck his victim. Moody had used it on him during their first week of training, and he knew from experience that it was almost as painful as the Cruciatus. A flare of blue light signaled that Moody had been able to raise a Protego shield, which Harry knew was capable of stopping the lightning spell. Harry cancelled the spell and immediately launched a powerful piercing curse at Moody in the hopes it would break through his shield. He saw Moody's Protego evaporate as his curse flew past it, but Moody was not caught off guard like Harry had hoped he would be, and had avoided the spell. As Harry prepared his next move, he couldn't help but notice that Moody is smiling at him, and that is never a good sign. With his wand pointed at his teacher, Harry cast a slicing charm that spread like a wave from his wand at about chest level. It wasn't powerful enough to kill, but he knew it would end the fight if it hit. As the spell left his wand, Harry heard Moody say something, but could not make out what it was. That was odd to begin with. Moody always cast silently unless it was a spell which could not be used silently, and there were very few of those. Harry's jaw dropped in shock as he saw a familiar green light build at the end of Moody's wand and then speed towards him. Harry instinctively dropped to the ground to avoid the spell. Harry was overcome by anger at Moody's carelessness, and as he pushed himself to the ground Harry felt the rage in him building. He attempted to cast a stupefy in hopes of ending the duel and finding out just what Moody thought he was doing. But what came out of his wand was like no stunning spell he had ever seen before. Instead of a small sphere of light, an entire wall of red magic erupted from his wand and raced towards Moody. Harry saw his shocked expression and futile attempt to raise a shield before the spell hit him and dropped him to the ground. Harry walked over to his stunned tutor and removed the wand from his hand. With his wand he cast Incarcerus, causing ropes to wrap tightly around Moody. Only then did he enervate the man. Moody's eyes shot open, and he took a moment to consider his situation. Harry was glaring down angrily at him, but Moody's response was to begin laughing madly as if something were very funny. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Harry demanded to know. "You could have killed me." "Calm down, Potter." Moody laughed. "It wasn't really the killing curse, just one that happens to look almost exactly the same. It's good for catching people off guard, just like I did you. And it just so happens that it got exactly the response I was looking for." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "You're more powerful than you think. Far more powerful than I am." Moody explained. "I've known it for a while now. The hard part has been drawing it out of you. Every so often I'll see a flash of something great in you, but then you go and hide it away again. That must end if you're ever going to survive." With a flick of his wrist, Harry vanished the ropes tying Mad Eye Moody down and helped the man up. Neither of them were in particularly good shape at the moment and were both in need of healing spells and potions. Harry sighed. As bad as he felt today, he knew he had been far worse before. That's when realization finally hit him. "Hey, I beat you," Harry said, smiling. "I finally did it. It's about time, too." Moody replied. "If it takes you this long to beat a one-eyed, one-legged senior citizen, you're never going to make it in the real world. You're still one of the best." Harry protested. "Everybody says so. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Doesn't change the fact that if you can't beat me, you certainly can't be Voldemort." Moody said with a grunt. "Still, you're a fun fight, kid. Go get yourself cleaned up. I think we're done for the day. I go back to Hogwarts at the end of the week." Harry reminded him. "I'm going to miss these duels, but not the pain that comes with them, of course. Sure would be nice if you were going to be around this year to keep helping me." "I told you already. I am not teaching at Hogwarts this year," Moody said. "One semester of you kids was enough. I'd rather be dealing with Death Eaters and other criminals. Have it your way." Harry laughed as he slowly walked towards the exit. Now that the duel was over and his adrenaline was wearing off, the pain of his injuries was becoming impossible to ignore. "See you tomorrow, Professor." As Harry closed the door, he could clearly hear Moody insisting that he was not a professor anymore. Harry chuckled and made his way back to his room, where he kept a trunk full of healing potions. After the duel he just finished, he was going to need a lot of them. Harry's firebolt lay on the desk in front of him with several bright lights shining on it. He was carefully inspecting every inch of the high-quality broom, making sure that it had not suffered any damage during the battle at Azkaban. So far he had not seen any problems other than the normal wear and tear, but he knew better than to just assume it was fine without checking. He had found himself missing Quidditch during the past few days and hoping that the school's favorite sport would be returned this year. Finally satisfied that the broom was in good condition, Harry began applying a coat of protective potion that would ensure it stayed that way. "Hey Harry, didn't mean to walk in on your polishing your broom," a joking voice said from the doorway. Harry turned and saw that Fred and George Weasley were standing right outside his door, congratulating each other on the joke. Ah, very funny," Harry replied. "It's a good thing you two aren't trying to be stand-up comedians." "Don't say that," Fred protested. "We'd be smash hits." "Sure," Harry said skeptically. "So what are you two doing here?" "Dad's at the order meeting downstairs, and we thought this would be the perfect time to test out our new product," George explained. He then held out a small box which Harry carefully took, uncertain whether it was going to explode or attack him in some way. "What is it?" Harry asked, still not daring to open the box. "Go ahead, look for yourself," Fred replied. It won't bite. Harry didn't completely trust either of the twins, but decided he might as well get it over with. When he opened the box, he thankfully saw that it had not been a trap as he had feared. Inside was one item, what appeared to be a human ear with a long, flesh-colored string attached. An ear on a string? Harry asked. What's it do? You? Oh, business partner of mine. Hold in your hand Weasley's Wizard Wheez's newest creation. Extendable ears, George proudly proclaimed. With these, no conversation is private. Maybe that's not the best ad line, Fred said thoughtfully. But who cares? We'll figure it out. And now, the demonstration. How would you like to listen in to a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix? George asked. Once in a lifetime opportunity. Sirius will just tell me what's going on when it is over anyway, Harry said to the disappointment of the twins. But let's try them out anyway. The twins smiled and ushered Harry out of his room and to the stairway. From here they could faintly hear voices talking, but it was impossible to make out what they were saying. George put a finger over his mouth, telling the others to be very quiet, as he took an extendable ear out of his pocket. He slowly began lowering the ear downstairs and closer to the meeting itself. Thankfully, none of the Order seemed to notice what was going on. When the device had reached its destination, George put the other end of the string in his ear and gave Fred and Harry a thumbs up to let them know it was working. Harry began copying what George had done, and after a bit of effort to get the ear positioned right, he could now hear exactly what was going on at the meeting. These are great, Harry whispered to Fred, who merely smiled and nodded. Downstairs, the meeting was already in progress with what sounded like Kingsley Shacklebolt reporting on a team of Aurors taking down a pair of giants the previous night. 2 young Aurors had also apparently died on the mission, but the Ministry still seemed to consider it a success. Similar missions will be authorized as soon as we have solid information on where the giants are hiding. Shacklebolt continued. To date, we believe we have killed perhaps a quarter of the giants brought to England, but the threat is still very real. The good news is that funding to the Aur division has finally been increased, allowing us to update equipment and hire new recruits. The bad news is that we are getting fewer applicants wanting to be Aurors than we had hoped. A problem you will soon be in a better position to address, I would think. Dumbledore commented. He received no audible response. Severus. Any news? The Dark Lord is planning something, though no one knows what. A meeting of all Death Eaters has been called for tomorrow at 5. This is a very unusual occurrence. Snape explained. I will bring back what news I can. Where is our next target, then? Sirius asked. We should be planning on attacking as well. Let us wait at least until Severus has uncovered more information. Dumbledore replied. You can wait then, Sirius said. I'm going to help the Aurors. I have experience fighting giants, and that's what they need right now. Amelia offered me a position as a consultant to the Aur division, and I guess I am going to take it. Harry was surprised by his godfather's statement, as he had not mentioned anything about it to him. He wondered if Sirius had been waiting for him to go back to school before doing this. There are other ways you could be helping the Order, Dumbledore responded. But this is the best way I know how to help the war effort, Sirius said, interrupting him. It's done, Dumbledore. There's no use arguing with me anymore. Very well, Dumbledore said softly. I believe this meeting is at an end. All of you, please be careful in the coming days. If, as Severus says, Voldemort is planning to launch a new offensive, it could come at any time. There were murmurs of agreement as the meeting broke up and people began to leave or talk to each other about other things. Harry and the twins quickly pulled their extendable ears back so they would not be caught. No one seemed to have noticed them. Quietly they stood up and walked back to Harry's room. Well, that was interesting, George said once they had closed the door. Well, okay, maybe a bit boring. Do you think all of their meetings are like that? That's basically it, Harry said knowingly. They mostly just sit around to talk about what's going on. Why did you two want to know so badly anyway? Thinking of joining the Order? They'd be lucky to have us, Fred insisted. We've got to do something though, don't we? Family tradition and all. These extendable ears work great, Harry said. I bet the Order could use things like this. The truth is that they probably won't let you fight until at least after you graduate. But if you two could keep coming up with useful stuff for them to use, then they would be a lot more likely to let you in. Brother, our business partner makes a good point. Fred replied. I've got it. A new line of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. Zonko would never think of doing something like this. We could corner the market. George said happily. Just be careful who you're giving these things to, okay? Harry said, holding up the extendable ear. It would be bad if they ended up in the wrong hands. Guess that's going to be a small market then, huh, George? Fred asked.
No worries.
Come on. I've got an idea I'm dying to try out. Let on. George said, raising his hand to point towards the door. The twins waved goodbye before marching out of the room, leaving Harry alone to wonder what they could be up to. After considering it for a moment, he decided it was probably safer not to know and sat back down to finish working on his broom. Are you sure you can't tell it's me? Harry asked as he gently poked at his face. He and Daphne were standing in front of the entrance to Diagon Alley behind the leaky cauldron. Before getting on the night bus to make their way here, they had taken turns casting various glamour charms on each other, so that no one would be able to recognize them. As a result, Harry was now a blonde with brown eyes and a flat nose. His most unique feature, his scar, had been hidden, and he did indeed look completely different. Daphne, meanwhile, had been turned into a brunette with bright green eyes that would have matched Harry's natural eye color. Harry had also conjured a pair of glasses with plain lenses for her to wear that masked her appearance even more.
No, Harry.
Daphne replied, smiling. You saw yourself in the mirror before we left. There's no way anyone will recognize either of us. We'll be safe this way, Sirius and my dad both thought so. Harry shrugged in response, but made sure he could quickly get to his wand if he needed to. Daphne began pressing bricks on the wall with her wand, and a moment later the bricks began to rearrange themselves into a door, opening the way into Diagon Alley. So, what's first? Harry asked. Quidditch supplies? No, how about some new robes? Daphne replied. You may not have noticed, but you've grown since last year. So have I, for that matter. Madame Malkin's is right over there. Let's go. Harry groaned but followed anyway. He did not especially like the process of picking out and having new robes fitted for him, but he knew it was necessary. They spent the next half hour in the store, most of it with Daphne mocking how uncomfortable he clearly was having his measurements taken. In the end, though, they both left with exactly what they came for. For the next few hours they strolled through Diagon Alley, purchasing all the supplies they would need for the coming year and enjoying the anonymity. They both agreed that disguising themselves was the best way to spend time in public when they wanted to have a good time. Eventually the day was drawing to a close. They had arrived shortly after lunch, had barely noticed how much time had passed. They knew that they would be expected back soon, so reluctantly they began to head back to the entrance of Diagon Alley. Their path took them past the entrance into Nocturne Alley, and what Harry saw when he glanced down the seedier district stopped him in his tracks. Did you see that? Harry asked as he took a step towards Nocturne Alley. See what? Daphne asked, clearly unaware of what Harry was talking about. I could swear I just saw Rodolphus Lestrange walk into that pub. Harry explained. He took a few steps towards where he had seen the Death Eater before Daphne put a hand on his arm, stopping him. What are you thinking of doing, Harry? Daphne asked. You can't just go charging into Nocturne Alley and attack Lestrange. Who knows what kind of backup he has. I just want to see what he's doing. Okay? Harry explained. Maybe I'll get the chance to take him out, maybe not. But I can't just give up and let him go. Okay, but just try not to draw attention to us. Daphne replied. Together they walked into Nocturne Alley and towards the pub where Rodolphus Lestrange had gone. The alley seemed unnaturally dark, even though the sun was brightly shining back in Diagon Alley. Very few people were there, and those who were made sure to keep their faces mostly covered. Harry and Daphne tried to do the same, so as not to appear out of the ordinary. They approached the pub and stood next to it, looking through a dirty window that offered a view of the bar at which Lestrange now sat. A glass of amber-colored liquid was placed in front of him, and he eagerly drank it before ordering another. The bartender nodded and poured a glass, but it was clear from his face that he was reluctant to do anything to anger Lestrange. I knew it was him. Harry smirked as they watched. Hopefully he'll be coming out of there soon. I don't know about that, Daphne said as Lestrange downed another drink. He looks pretty occupied at the moment. Wait, What time is it? Harry asked, remembering something he had heard the previous night. Almost 5. Why? Daphne replied. Because Snape said they had a Death Eater meeting at 5 to discuss something big. All of the big shots are going to be there. Harry explained. I guess we can just wait for him to leave. That won't work, Daphne said. See that door in the back? It leads outside. I've already seen a couple of people leave through it. My guess is that Lestrange will do the same thing when he has to leave. Well then, do you think we should just go in there and drag him out? Harry wondered. I bet I could take him. Too risky. I don't think we're going to be able to stop him, Harry, Daphne said sadly. She was disappointed as well. Lestrange had just been given a new drink, having quickly finished his first 2. The other people in the bar had moved out of the Death Eater's way as if trying to avoid him. So we don't try and stop him, we do something else. Harry suggested. I think I could get a tracking spell on him from here. Those are unpredictable if not done very close to the subject. Daphne replied with a shake of her head. Wait a second. I think I may have an idea. What is it? Harry asked. If it works, we'll have to thank Snape and Malfoy, Daphne said with a grin. She then reached into her bag and pulled out a tiny pouch. When the pouch was opened, Harry saw numerous small containers, each filled with a different potion. I got the idea for this from Professor Snape. He always carries around a few useful potions just in case he needs them. And Malfoy gave me this idea. Daphne held up a vial that held a dark red liquid. Let me guess, the Draft of Rage? Harry asked. Daphne nodded and carefully handed the potion to Harry. Have I told you today how amazing you are? Never hurts to say it again, Daphne replied. Now, how good are your switching spells? Oh, I get it, Harry said as he began to understand Daphne's plan. You want me to switch some of Rodolphus' beer with the potion. Do you think he'll notice? He's drinking pretty fast, so hopefully not. Can you do it? I think so, Harry answered. The hard part is going to be figuring out when to do it. We don't want it to wear off before he gets there. Daphne nodded, and they both turned back to the window trying to decide when to act. Lestrange had just been given another drink and reached out to take it when suddenly he stopped and winced in pain a little. Now Harry, he's just been called, Daphne said, realizing that Lestrange's pain came from his dark mark being activated. Harry nodded and cast the switching spell. Instantly the red potion in the vial was replaced with some of Rodolphus' beer. They could only assume that the potion had made its way into the Death Eater's glass. Rodolphus stood up from the bar, and for a moment Harry and Daphne worried that he would leave without drinking the potion. But thankfully he retrieved his beer and downed it one long gulp. He then walked out the back door and left without paying. The bartender wisely did not try and stop him, but was simply thankful he had left. Do you think it worked? Harry asked. Couldn't tell. I think so, Daphne answered, also unsure. I guess the Death Eaters are about to find out. Harry shrugged and happily began to imagine all the chaos they might have caused. He only wished he could be there to see it. Rodolphus Lestrange did not know it. But Harry's spell had indeed worked exactly as he planned it. The Death Eaters were all beginning to arrive at Voldemort's lair in response to the call. But Voldemort himself had not yet arrived. The room into which Lestrange and the others had apparat was dark and cold, with rough stone walls making it appear like the dungeon it was. As Rodolphus Lestrange looked around the room, he scowled in annoyance at the others and the fact that his drinking had been interrupted. His mood did not at all approve when Crabbe and Goyle, 2 of the less intelligent Death Eaters, bumped into him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Lestrange demanded to know as he turned to face them. Already his hand was tightly clutching his wand, just waiting for an excuse to use it. Out of the way, Lestrange, Goyle said, unafraid of the other Death Eater. They attempted to keep walking, but Lestrange grabbed Goyle by the collar of his robe and threw him into the wall. Crabbe and Goyle both looked surprised by his actions, but Lestrange's face was twisted into a look of pure fury. What's wrong with you? He's drunk, Crabbe said, leaning in closer to Lestrange. The smell of alcohol still lingered around him. Lestrange growled at Crabbe, but kept Goyle pinned to the wall with his forearm at Goyle's neck. Stay out of this, you useless moron, Lestrange demanded, before turning back towards his victim. Now you will pay for what you did. You won't do anything to me, Goyle replied, not recognizing the danger he was in. By now the argument had started to draw a crowd of Death Eaters who had been waiting for Voldemort to arrive. Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy both watched, wondering what would happen. Oh really? Crucio! Lestrange roared. Immediately Goyle fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Crabbe, seeing that his friend needed help, charged at Lestrange and knocked him to the ground. Lestrange hit the floor hard and struggled to get up while Crabbe went to check on Goyle. Everyone assumed the confrontation was over, but Rodolphus Lestrange had other ideas. Finally pulling himself to his feet, he pointed his wand at Crabbe's back and yelled Avada Kedavra. Crabbe only had the chance to turn towards his attacker and look at him in shock before the green light struck him in the shoulder and sent him tumbling to the ground. The surrounding Death Eaters gasped in surprise, not expecting the argument to turn deadly. Goyle, seeing his lifelong friend murdered right in front of him, did the first thing that came to his mind. He aimed his wand at Lestrange and cast the killing curse right back at him. Fortunately for Lestrange, he was able to dodge the curse, but a young Death Eater who was standing behind him was not so lucky. As he fell, panic began to spread in the room as Death Eaters tried to get away from Goyle and Lestrange. Goyle! Lucius Malfoy yelled. Put down your wand. Goyle looked at Malfoy for a moment, unsure of what to do. He knew that the Dark Lord would not be happy with what he had done. But Lestrange had killed Crabbe. His brief moment of uncertainty was what Lestrange had been waiting for, and he took advantage of it by firing another killing curse at Goyle. The large man tried to avoid it, but was not able to. He too collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. A moment after the spell had left Rodolphus Lestrange's wand, Bellatrix fired a Expelliarmus at him and sent the wand flying to the ground. Rodolphus screamed in anger and dove for the wand, but was hit by an Incarcerus spell from Lucius Malfoy. The two senior Death Eaters stood over Rodolphus and looked at each other, unsure of what to do now. Around them the Death Eaters all began trying to talk over each other, some yelling for Lestrange to die and some trying to calm the others. Silence! The magically amplified voice of Lord Voldemort demanded. Immediately all conversations stopped and the crowd parted so that Voldemort could approach Lestrange. As he stood over the man, the potion in Lestrange's body began to wear off, and his senses came back to him. Rodolphus, why have you betrayed me? No, my lord, Rodolphus pleaded. I would never betray you, but you have. Voldemort insisted. 3 men lay dead because of you. You know how this must end. No, please, Rodolphus begged. I don't know what came over me. Someone set me up. I shall have mercy on you. Voldemort finally answered. Due to your many years of loyal service, I will not torture you before I kill you. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort spoke the words with no enthusiasm, disappointed that he was being forced to kill one of his most loyal followers. But the man must pay for his actions to ensure that the others understood the consequences of such behavior. Lestrange had no chance of avoiding the spell, and soon he too was dead. Finally, everyone understood that the carnage was over. Voldemort turned to head back to the front of the room, saying as he walked, "Clean this up. We have business to attend to." The newest Death Eaters understood that meant they were to dispose of the bodies, which they obediently began to do. The others just shook their heads and wondered how this could have happened before turning to face the Dark Lord, who would not let that minor inconvenience get in his way. And the summer's drawing to a close. Thanks again for sticking with this story. It means a lot to me when I hear that you're enjoying it. Chapter 37. Professor Dumbledore sat at his desk in his office at Hogwarts making final preparations for the coming school year. With his responsibilities as leader of the Order of the Phoenix and in the Wisengamot, it was sometimes easy to become overwhelmed, overlook his day job. But teaching children had been his life's work for most of his life, and he was not willing to give it up. In a few short days, the halls of Hogwarts would once again be filled with children eager to learn how to harness their magical abilities, and it was his task to make sure they had that opportunity. Dumbledore's thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at his door. "Enter," he said loudly enough so that the person outside could hear. When the door entered, it revealed Severus Snape, who, Dumbledore assumed, had just left the meeting of Death Eaters called by Lord Voldemort. The old professor could tell from the look on his spy's face that something was amiss. "Is there a problem, Severus?" Yes, I would say so. Snape replied. Crabbe and Goyle are dead, and the responsibility of informing their families has fallen to me. I had not heard of any attacks today. Dumbledore commented. How did they die? Killed in a pointless brawl by a drunken Rodolphus Lestrange, who was then executed by the Dark Lord as punishment. Snape explained. There is certainly an increased feeling of tension within the ranks of the Death Eaters now, but fear of the Dark Lord will keep them in line for the most part. How very odd, Dumbledore said. But even in these times of war, we must remember that not every death is a result of an enemy attack. Perhaps it will discourage recruitment into the Death Eaters if they begin to fear that they may fall to friendly fire. I would also encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity this presents, with regards to young Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. With their fathers dead, you may be able to offer them advice that would dissuade them from following in their father's footsteps. I will try, Snape promised, but I fear that they will turn to the Malfoys for guidance. We can only hope that Draco does not turn out to be like Lucius. True. Dumbledore agreed with a nod. Now, have you learned of Voldemort's plans? An attack is coming on September 1st. Snape replied. Ah, so it is true then. Dumbledore said. An attack on the Hogwarts Express. I had heard rumors. No, those rumors have been spread by the Dark Lord on purpose. Snape answered. The Ministry will waste much of its manpower protecting a target that the Dark Lord has no plans on attacking. Meanwhile, other targets will become vulnerable. So where is the attack going to occur? Dumbledore asked. We must be prepared. We were not told. Snape said. We were assigned to different groups that would each have some mission to complete. Judging by the number of groups, no fewer than half a dozen targets will be hit on September 1st. Are you to lead one of these groups?
No.
Snape replied with a grimace. I am to assist the Dark Lord on a mission he claims requires his participation. I have no idea what that could be. Dumbledore nodded and sighed. The news his spy had brought was less complete and more ominous than he had been expecting. The forces at his command could not be everywhere, and so it was inevitable that some of Voldemort's attacks would succeed. He could only hope that they would be able to respond in time. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore said finally. I will inform the rest of the Order and we will be ready when needed. Of course. Snape answered with a small bow of his head. Dumbledore turned back to what he was working on before Snape entered the room. But as the potions professor left, Dumbledore turned a worried eye back towards the door. Snape, he knew, had suffered and sacrificed much over the years in order to atone for his past sins, but the new war was going to be especially tough on him. Dumbledore only hoped that the stress of Snape's situation would not become too much for him to handle. Harry, get down here. Sirius yelled from the kitchen on 12 Grimmauld Place. We need to be leaving. It was the morning of September 1st and Harry was desperately trying to get his last-minute packing done so that he would be ready to board the Hogwarts Express. Upstairs, Harry was busy throwing clothes and books into his trunk. He had planned on doing this the night before, but Mad-Eye Moody had shown up intent on fitting one more brutal duel into the summer break. This one had been watched by Sirius and Daphne, who were amazed at how violent it became. After nearly a half hour of fighting, Harry had finally emerged the victor, although he passed out a few moments later due to blood loss from a huge gash across his abdomen. It took another hour to heal the two warriors, and by then Harry was in no mood to pack. I'm almost done, Harry shouted back as he slammed his trunk closed. He was forced to lean on it with all of his weight to get the lid down far enough for him to latch it shut. When he was finally finished, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not typically like him to wait until the last minute to pack, but he knew from his experiences with the Weasleys that it was not at all uncommon. With a flick of his wand, the trunk rose into the air and followed him out of his room and downstairs where Sirius was waiting. I don't know why you're in such a rush. The train doesn't leave for a half hour. True, but I have other things to attend to, Sirius replied. Harry nodded, knowing that he was referring to the pending Death Eater attacks that the Order of the Phoenix had been warned about. As Snape had predicted, the Ministry, believing the rumors, had positioned the bulk of its available forces at King's Cross Station and along the path the Hogwarts Express would take. All available members of the Order of the Phoenix had been assigned to patrol various places they believed to be potential targets to see if the Death Eaters showed up there. If they did, a request for backup would immediately be sent out, and hopefully they would be able to prevent Voldemort and his followers from doing any significant damage today. Harry was upset that he was not being allowed to participate, but Sirius had been able to convince him that it was better if he was on the train just to ensure it wasn't attacked. Harry begrudgingly saw the merit of this point of view. Yeah, and the worst I'll have to deal with is Draco Malfoy making his annual visit to my car on the train to annoy me. Harry griped. And I'm not even allowed to curse him for it. You shouldn't say that, Harry. You'll jinx it, and then I'll have to come bail you out from an all-out assault. Sirius jokingly replied. Besides, maybe you'll get lucky and little Malfoy will try and hex you. Then you can curse him in self-defense, of course. Of course. Harry agreed, smiling a little at the idea. A year ago, Malfoy might have been a challenge in a duel. But now? Not a chance, Harry knew. If he does, I'll try not to hurt him. Just embarrass him. I'll make a marauder out of you, yet. Sirius replied proudly. We better get going. Are your friends going to be waiting on you? I'll probably be there before they will be. Harry answered. I'm ready anyway. Sirius nodded and walked over to Harry, placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry made sure he was touching his trunk, and together they apparat away from 12 Grimmauld Place and to the apparition point at King's Cross Station just inside the magical barrier. When they arrived, they saw that the area was already full of people, most of them families saying goodbye to their children for the year. At first glance it appeared to be like any other year, but then Harry's eyes were drawn to the uniformed Aurors walking around and watching everything with a careful eye. They appeared tense and ready for battle. Harry turned to see that Sirius had noticed their behavior as well. Even though they were fairly confident that there would be no attack here, it still made both of them a little nervous. Why do I get the feeling this isn't going to be a good day? Sirius asked as he looked around. Harry nodded in agreement with the statement. For a moment they silently watched the crowds as if waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. I almost forgot. I have something for you, Harry. Really? Harry asked. What is it? Sirius reached into his coat and pulled out what appeared to be a simple mirror. Harry took it and inspected it with a confused look on his face. What's it for? I have another one just like it. Sirius explained. And if you ever need to talk to me, all you have to do is say my name and we'll be able to talk through these. Pretty neat. Huh? It's great. Harry exclaimed. Thanks, Sirius. No problem. Just try and stay out of trouble this year. Okay? I'll try. Harry laughed. Promise. It won't be the same without you around. Sirius said thoughtfully. We'll still be able to talk through the mirrors. Harry replied. And I'll be back for Christmas. Of course you will. Sirius agreed. I better get going. There's no telling when the action is going to start today. Sirius, Harry said uncertainly. He then hugged his godfather and Sirius hugged him back. Thanks again for letting me live with you. This has been the best summer I've ever had. It's good to hear you say that, Harry. Sirius said. Have fun at Hogwarts and do try and learn something. I will. Harry promised. Bye, Sirius. His godfather nodded and turned to leave, and as he did, Harry suspected that the man was feeling quite emotional. Once Sirius had reached the apparition point, he turned and waved at Harry one last time before disappearing. Harry felt sad watching him go, knowing how much his godfather had enjoyed having him live at 12 Grimmauld Place, but it was easier for him because he truly was excited to be going back to Hogwarts. Finally, Harry turned and continued heading for the train. Happily, he saw a familiar face getting on to the train. Neville! Harry yelled, as he quickly walked towards his friend. The other boy was just about to step onto the train when he heard Harry call to him. Hey, Harry! Neville said, also happy to find a friend. Want to go find somewhere to sit? Sure. Harry agreed as they climbed onto the Hogwarts Express. The first few carriages they looked in already had other students sitting in them, but finally they found one that was empty and stepped inside. So Neville, happy to be going back to school? Definitely. Neville replied with a fierce nod. I love Gran and all, but it gets boring there in the summers. Hogwarts is always much more exciting. Dangerous, exciting. Same thing, I suppose. Harry said. Well, for me at least. I know. Neville agreed. Oh yeah. Guess what I got in the mail this week? What? Harry asked. Neville reached into his pocket and pulled out a gleaming badge painted scarlet and gold with a large letter P stamped on the front. Neville, is that a prefect's badge? Yes. Neville happily confirmed. I've never seen Gran prouder than when I got this. Congratulations. Harry said, happy for his friend but still a little disappointed he didn't get to be a prefect. I bet Hermione is the other prefect for Gryffindor. Probably so. Neville agreed. So do you know who the defense professor is going to be? No, but it won't be Professor Moody. Harry said. He told me that he prefers the company of criminals to teenagers. I'm starting to believe that position really is cursed. We just can't keep a teacher for more than a year. It's been like that for decades. Neville reminded him. Nobody really knows why. As Neville finished saying that, the door to their compartment opened and Daphne walked in with a large smile on her face. Good morning, she said happily as she sat down next to Harry. I love this time of year. You know, I seem to remember most kids not liking when summer holidays ended. Harry said. But I feel the same way. Even before Hogwarts it meant I got to get away from Dudley for a few hours out of the day. Hey, you made prefect! Daphne exclaimed, seeing the badge on Neville's shirt. Congrats. What about you? Harry asked. I can't think of anyone in Slytherin who deserves it more. But you forget that it doesn't really matter who deserves it in Slytherin. Daphne answered, shaking her head. Rumor is that Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy are the new prefects. Great, something else I'll have to listen to him brag about. Harry replied. Although even I'll admit he wasn't as bad as usual after we saved his life from those Dementors. Daphne nodded in agreement with Harry's statement. Her housemate had indeed bothered her less than usual during the spring semester of the previous year. While she was thankful for the change, she also wondered how long it would last. So did you hear if our little trick with Lestrange did anything? Daphne asked Harry. Neville looked on curiously, so she explained to him what they had done. Sirius wasn't at the last order meeting, so if something did happen he hasn't heard about to tell me. Harry explained. And I didn't actually tell him about what we did either. He'd just gripe at me for not calling in help when we spotted Rodolphus. Plus, the fewer people who know about it, the more likely it is to work again. Very true. Daphne agreed. I did tell my dad though. He commends on a job well done. A moment later Hermione walked in the door with her Gryffindor prefect badge proudly pinned to her robes. When Harry saw it he stood up and began applauding her, causing Hermione's cheeks to redden at the attention. Sit down, Harry. Hermione said. That's an order from a prefect. First day and you're already abusing the privileges. Harry replied. What will the other prefects say? Everyone laughed as Hermione sat down on the bench next to Neville. The four friends began talking about all the things they were excited to do in the new year. A few minutes later, the last warning that the train was about to leave was given, and shortly after the Hogwarts Express left the station and they were on their way back to school. The train had only been moving for a few minutes when the door to their compartment once again opened and Draco Malfoy took a step inside. A frown crept over his face, which he quickly changed into a sneer. He had been looking for a place to sit, but this was obviously not it. Looks like I found where they put the trash, Draco said as he turned to leave. I'll be going, wouldn't want anyone to think I'd associate with you. Hey Malfoy, Harry said, stopping him. Where are your goons, Crabbe and Goyle? Or did they finally fail out? Draco looked at Harry suspiciously, wondering if Harry was trying to set him up for something. Crabbe and Goyle were both at the funerals for their fathers and would not make it to Hogwarts until the following day. A fact that Draco knew but Harry clearly did not. That's none of your business, Potter. Draco finally replied before leaving the compartment and its inhabitants wondering what was going on. Draco had heard how Crabbe and Goyle's fathers had died from his own father the night it had happened. Although Lucius Malfoy blamed the entire incident on Lestrange's stupidity and Crabbe and Goyle's carelessness, Draco had to wonder just what kind of group the Death Eaters really were. His own father constantly ridiculed the people he worked with, and yet he never questioned his own place among them. Draco knew full well that someday he would be expected to follow in his father's footsteps, but not for the first time he wondered if that was truly the best choice for him and the Malfoy family. Until recently Draco had always been in awe of his father, but that was changing. What if the elder Malfoy was mistaken in his gamble, which making yourself a servant of the Dark Lord obviously was? Draco sighed, not really knowing the answers to his questions or even why he was worrying about them to begin with. The trip to Hogwarts was, as expected, rather uneventful. The large group of Aurors commanded to protect the Hogwarts Express did their job as well as could be asked, but the attack they believed to be coming never materialized. The real battles were being fought elsewhere. Reducto, Bellatrix Lestrange happily yelled as she continued to break down the walls of Amelia Bones' house. She and her group had been tasked with attacking the home of the Minister of Magic and capturing her if possible. Fortunately, Minister Bones had not been home when the attack took place, and Lestrange had to settle with destroying the large house. Bellatrix, the Aurors are on their way, Wormtail cautiously warned. It was a bad idea to get into Bellatrix Lestrange's way when she was casting curses. Oh fine, you pathetic waste of flesh. Bellatrix sighed. Tell everyone we're leaving. But first, Fiendfyre, the magical, and almost uncontrollable, flames leapt from her wand and continued to grow as it fed on what was left of the house. Though she did not know it, and probably would not have cared if she had, one of her fellow Death Eaters was still inside the house and perished as a result of her spell. That was the only casualty her team would suffer. As the flames continued to rise and engulf the surrounding area, Bellatrix cheered and laughed. There were few things she liked more than causing chaos. Wormtail and the others operated away, most afraid of the fire, the approaching Aurors, and the insane woman who had been appointed to lead their team. Sturgis Podmore had been assigned the task of watching the home of Minister Bones, which everyone agreed was a likely target. At the first signs of trouble, he had requested help, but by the time the others arrived, the Death Eaters had left, and it was clear the house would be a total loss. A normal fire could quickly be extinguished, but Fiendfyre was completely different. Only the combined efforts of Mad-Eye Moody and Bill Weasley could finally put out the fire. Walden McNair and his group of Death Eaters were not ordered to fight at all that day. Instead, they had spent the morning gathering together a group of 12 giants and convincing them to attack the village of Godric's Hollow. Voldemort had picked the target himself, enjoying the idea of not only destroying the childhood home of Albus Dumbledore but also the town in which he had been temporarily defeated so many years ago by an infant Harry Potter. After many hours of work, the giants were finally ready and the Death Eaters commanded them to attack. Within moments, panic began to spread in the village. The giants knocked down the walls of houses and business, picked up and threw cars as if they were children's toys, and attempted to stomp on any person that got in their way. The Death Eaters stood at the top of a nearby hill and watched Godric's Hollow be torn apart. Fortunately, a magical member of the community was able to tell the Ministry of Magic about the attack, and they sent their giant fighting squad there as soon as possible. Sirius was among the group that arrived to battle the giants. They knew, however, that with only 20 wizards in their group, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the giants. Working together, they began to target the giants one by one, first luring one away from the others and then launching an all-out assault on the isolated giant. Luckily, the giants were not very intelligent and did not catch on to the Aurors' plans. Slowly, the number of giants began to fall until there were only 2 left standing. They, however, were also the 2 biggest and seemed reluctant to separate. "We're going to have to take them both at once," Sirius yelled. By this point, he, like the rest of his team, was exhausted. It had taken them almost 2 hours to get to this point, and by the end of the first hour it had become clear to all of them that they were no longer fighting to protect the village. Godric's Hollow had been utterly destroyed. Every building in sight had sustained some damage, and in one of the rare calm moments of the day, Sirius had stopped to wonder how the Aurors were going to explain this to the Muggles. The Aurors had taken losses as well. 2 had been killed by the giants and 3 injured severely enough that they were forced to leave. That left 15 of them to fight the 2 biggest giants. When he was sure allies were ready, Sirius led them towards the giants. "Blind them," Sirius commanded, casting a conjunctivus curse towards the eyes of one of the giants. The others obeyed his command and followed suit. Many of their spells either missed or were not strong enough to have an effect, but thankfully by the end of their barrage both giants could no longer see due to their eyes being swollen shut. The giants reacted to the situation by panicking and swinging their fists wildly. One of the giants began clumsily walking towards them, and an Auror, fearing the giant was about to attack, fired a blasting curse towards it. This, of course, only angered the giant, and it lunged towards the source of the attack and crashed down on the unfortunate Auror, instantly killing him. "No!" Sirius yelled angrily. Attack on my command. Now. This time a variety of curses hit the giants from all sides, and the combined efforts of the 14 remaining wizards was enough to knock the huge creature unconscious and leave it bleeding to death in the middle of the street. Only one more, one of the Aurors said as they turned to face the last giant. It was rubbing its eyes and blinking constantly while the team got in position around it. Suddenly the giant lowered its hands at it. Was clear the blinding spell had worn off. The giant let out a huge roar and began running towards Sirius. Sirius knew that there was no chance he could outrun an angry giant and did the one thing he knew it would not be expecting. Running towards the giant. Spells rained down on the giant, but without any obvious effect. It continued stomping towards Sirius, and the gap between them was closing quickly. As they approached each other, the giant leaned forward to grab Sirius, but missed him as Sirius ran under the giant's legs. The giant kept trying to reach through his legs, but the awkwardness of the position and his forward momentum caused him to tumble forward and crash hard on the ground. Confringo! Sirius yelled as the giant attempted to get up. The spell hit the giant in the forehead and caused a huge wound to open up. Moments later, spells from the other Aurors rained down on the creature and finally ended the battle. Pity it's over, McNair said to the other Death Eaters as they watched the Aurors regroup. And that's 12 less giants. What about the Aurors? A junior Death Eater asked, eager to prove himself. Should we attack? That's not what we were told to do, so no. McNair informed him. We're through here. Let's go. Moments later, the Death Eaters were gone. Elsewhere in the country, other targets were being attacked as well. The Order of the Phoenix sent most of its forces to counter an assault on Diagon Alley led by Lucius Malfoy and the Carrows. 9 innocent bystanders were killed by the Death Eaters before the Order, led by Professor Dumbledore, could arrive. Dumbledore had expected to find Voldemort leading this attack, but no one seemed to have any idea where he was. The Death Eaters, knowing they were no match for Dumbledore, operated away before the Order could inflict any real damage on them. Shortly before the Death Eaters launched their assault on Diagon Alley, Severus Snape walked into the Ministry of Magic, accompanied by a tall man in plain, dark robes. His skin was pale but not unordinary so. He had black hair and dark brown eyes. Some might have even considered the man attractive. Together the two men approached the check-in station at the front of the ministry, where an overweight wizard sat and inspected all those entering the building. Names and destinations, please, the guard asked, not even bothering to look up from his clipboard. Severus Snape. Professor Snape said. Department of Mysteries. And you, sir? The guard asked, finally looking up. Thomas Riddle, also to the Department of Mysteries. Lord Voldemort replied with a smile. It had been so long since he had walked among the people in disguise that the whole situation greatly amused him. The guard waved them through, and the two men continued on into the ministry towards the Department of Mysteries. How do you like my glamour, Severus? Flawless, my lord. Snape answered. No one could tell it was a glamour at all. I do not doubt the quality of my work. I was speaking of my appearance. Voldemort replied. This is what I once looked like so many years and so many rituals ago. Of course I am more than human now. It is only fitting I no longer look like you mere mortals. Of course, sir. Snape agreed. Where in the Department of Mysteries are we going? The Hall of Prophecy, of course. Voldemort answered. You attempted to bring me the prophecy once before. It is appropriate that you are with me today when I finally hear it for myself. Dumbledore and his foolish order would never expect me to simply walk through the front door and ask to hear it, as is my right. No, my lord, Snape said. They expected you to fight for it. While entertaining, that would be unnecessary. Voldemort replied. They had finally reached the Hall of Prophecy, which was guarded only by the fact that touching a prophecy ball that did not belong to a person would drive them insane. After a few minutes of searching, Voldemort found the glowing ball containing the prophecy concerning him and Harry Potter. Neither he nor Snape had ever heard the complete prophecy. Shall we? Voldemort asked as he activated the ball. The light inside flashed and a ghostly voice began speaking from inside it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. The voice began, confirming to Snape and Voldemort they had found the right one. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal. but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Very interesting, Voldemort said as the light in the ball dimmed. His brow furrowed in thought as he considered the meaning of the prophecy. Likewise Snape was attempting to determine what it could possibly mean.
Come, Severus.
Our work here is done. The Dark Lord and Snape left the Ministry of Magic, having completed their mission without needing to use a single offensive spell. Lots of great comments on the last chapter, which I definitely appreciate. The good guys are trying to fight a smarter war, which means using their enemies' weaknesses against them. And now we're finally back at Hogwarts, where who knows what this year will bring. Chapter 38. As Hogwarts finally came into view, Harry couldn't help but smile and squeeze Daphne's hand. She laughed at her boyfriend's obvious excitement, but was actually happy for him. It was good to see him this way. They, along with Hermione and Neville, were riding in Thestral-pulled carriages towards Hogwarts while the first years took their boat ride to the castle. All of their group had witnessed death in the preceding months and were now able to see the strange creatures. Hermione knew from reading Hogwarts, a history, that the Thestrals had always been there, but it was still unnerving to see the skeletal horse-like animal. They're really kind of beautiful in a way, Daphne commented as she stared at the pair of Thestrals pulling their carriage. Not cute like a newborn crup or anything, but still they have a certain elegance that you don't see in many other animals. I don't know, Neville said uncertainly. I'll just stick with my frog Trevor. He doesn't have to worry about being replaced by a Thestral. Neville then began feeling through his pockets and looking through his bags. Oh bollocks, I've lost Trevor again. I'm sure he'll find his way back, Neville, Hermione assured him. He always does, or you could just summon him back to you, Harry suggested. It should work. You think so? Neville asked. At Harry's nod, he stood up in the carriage, took out his wand, and said, Accio Trevor. For a moment nothing happened, but then Neville was struck in the back by his summoned frog, who then landed with a loud thump in the floor of the carriage. Sorry Trevor, are you okay? Neville asked the clearly startled amphibian. Trevor croaked angrily at his owner before leaping into Neville's pocket to rest. I wish we would have known that spell in first year, Hermione said as she laughed at the scene in front of her. Sure, but if you had you wouldn't have met me on the train that day, Harry reminded her. And then who knows what else could have changed. You're right, you know, Daphne agreed. Little changes can have profound and far-reaching consequences. The future remains unwritten, just like that transfiguration essay I was supposed to do, Neville said. You better get on that before Hermione here decides to make you a schedule telling you exactly what you are supposed to be studying every hour of the day. Harry replied. Not that I don't appreciate your schedules, Hermione. You're just lucky I bother to waste my time trying to help you, Hermione said jokingly before turning to Daphne, as if preparing to relate some secret to her. He would have failed all 4 years of history of magic if it weren't for my notes. You're the only one who can manage to stay awake during that bloody class, Harry said. All of Gryffindor and half of Hufflepuff used those notes. In fact, Fred and George have been selling copies to the younger kids for years now. They never told me that, Hermione said. And I certainly haven't gotten paid for any of my work either. Maybe I shouldn't have told you then, Harry replied. The others in the cart broke out into laughs which only ended when they realized their trip was over and they were finally back at Hogwarts. The centuries-old castle towered above them with light pouring out of the windows into the dark night. Harry could remember how awed he had been when he had first seen the castle so many years ago, and even now the sight made his heart leap for joy. Truly felt more than any other place he had lived, like home. Together the 4 returning students walked into the castle and towards the Great Hall. Once there Harry kissed Daphne before they parted ways. He headed towards the Gryffindor table and she towards the Slytherin table. As the students continued to fill the Great Hall, Harry noticed that the teacher's table was still mostly empty. Still no word on who the defense teacher is going to be? Harry asked Hermione as they took their seats.
No.
Whoever it is, they didn't ride the train in, Hermione answered. The rumor is that Professor Dumbledore had some problems trying to find a replacement for Professor Moody, but I'm sure he found somebody decent. Don't be so sure, Harry replied. Remember Lockhart? Or Quirrell? As the flow of students into the hall began to decrease, the teachers began arriving. All of them were familiar faces though, giving them no clue on who the new teacher would be. As the last students finally took their seats, a door in the back opened and Professor Dumbledore walked out with Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt and Professor Snape at his side. Dumbledore looked as calm as ever, but Shacklebolt and Snape were clearly unhappy about something. All three then took a seat at the teacher's table. "It's Shacklebolt," Harry said happily. "I should have known. Dumbledore did say something about him having a chance to encourage more people to become Aurors at that meeting we listened to. This must be how. I wonder what they were talking about that had him and Snape so upset." Hermione wondered. They, of course, had not heard anything about the numerous Death Eater attacks of the day. Harry shrugged in response, not knowing the answer to her question either. Their conversation was then interrupted by the new first-year students being ushered into the Great Hall. Harry marveled at how small they looked but knew he had once been in their position. The Sorting Hat sang a song encouraging school unity in these troubled times before beginning to sort the new students. They seemed to be split fairly evenly across the four houses, as was usually the case. Each house cheered in turn as another member was added to their ranks. When the sorting ceremony was finally over, the opening feast magically appeared on the table and conversation seemed to cease as the hungry students began to eat. A few seats down on the table, Harry noticed that Ron's eating habits had not changed at all over the summer, even if his attitude had slightly improved. "Attention!" Professor Dumbledore called from the front of the room. All eyes turned to him as he stood to address the students. "Welcome, everyone, to another exciting year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I encourage all of you to take full advantage of the opportunity you are provided to educate yourselves, which is especially important during these difficult times. As you may know, Lord Voldemort has returned and our wood is once more at war. Even today several battles were fought against his forces. You, dear children, are the future of our world, and someday soon the burden of deciding its fate will rest on your shoulders." The students began to softly talk amongst themselves, most wondering what had happened during their ride on the train. Dumbledore was forced to tap a spoon against his glass to regain their attention. "Professor Moody has unfortunately not returned this year, but let me assure you that he felt teaching you was the greatest joy his life had ever known." Harry tried to hide his laugh, knowing how Moody really felt about teaching. "This year defense against the dark arts will be taught by Professor Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror on loan from the Ministry of Magic, whose years of experience will be a valuable resource as he attempts to prepare you for not just your OWLs and Newts but for the future. Before we sing the school song, I would like to remind you all that the Forbidden Forest remains forbidden, and Mr. Filch has an updated list of banned items on his door for those of you who are interested. Now the music, please." With that, everyone began singing in a variety of different ways to many different tunes. Dumbledore happily waved his wand as if he were conducting a symphony through the entire thing, while beside him even some of the teachers seemed to be mildly annoyed by the annual event. Eventually the song ended, and with it the feast did as well. Hermione and Neville, as new prefects, had to rush out of their seats to help escort the first years to the Gryffindor dorms. The rest of the students were free to mingle. Harry began to get up from his seat when he saw Daphne rushing towards him. "Is something wrong?" he asked once she had made her way through the crowds to him. She shook her head no and sat down beside him close enough so that no one could hear what they were talking about. "I found out why Crabbe and Goyle weren't on the train," Daphne said. From the look on her face, Harry could tell the reason was good news. "Well, why?" Harry asked. "Malfoy was explaining all of this to Nott, and I just happened to overhear him," Daphne explained. "Anyway, Crabbe and Goyle's fathers were killed at a Death Eater meeting in a fight with Rodolphus Lestrange. The draft of rage, it must have worked," Harry realized. "Exactly," Daphne agreed. "But none of them seemed to know that Malfoy thought that Lestrange was just drunk. The best part is what happened after that. Voldemort killed Lestrange as punishment for his actions." "Brilliant," Harry said happily. "So we took him and two other out without putting ourselves in any danger at all. If only it could always be that simple." "I know," Daphne replied. "Now only Bellatrix is left of the Lestranges. We're one step closer to getting that Horcrux. She still wants to kill me and Sirius." Harry reminded her. She'll be coming at us eventually, don't doubt that. We'll just have to be ready. So what about Crabbe and Goyle? I guess they will be coming back? Unfortunately so, Daphne confirmed. Probably by tomorrow, in fact. But it might not matter so much. Malfoy seems different this year. Still a jerk, of course, but quieter. Something is going on with him, but I can't tell what it is. He's still potentially dangerous, Daphne. Harry reminded her. Don't expect him to ever have a change of heart. Daphne nodded and was about to say something when they realized they were being watched. They looked up from the table to see Professor Snape standing over them looking annoyed. As usual. Dumbledore wishes to speak with you, Potter. Snape informed Harry. Now, I'll talk to you later. Okay? Harry told Daphne as he got up to follow Snape. He gave her one last kiss before turning to catch up with Snape, who had chosen not to wait on Harry to say goodbye to Daphne. Harry walked behind Snape, not really caring to talking to the man, as they made their way through the many passages leading to Dumbledore's office. Once there, Snape spoke the password, which was, to Harry's surprise and amusement, Canary Cream, before they both climbed the stairs and entered the office. It was exactly as Harry remembered it being from the last time he was in it, even down to Dumbledore sitting at his desk with a worried look on his face. Ah, Harry, so good of you to come. Dumbledore began, motioning for Harry to sit down. Snape took the other empty chair in front of Dumbledore's desk. I'm afraid there isn't much good news to share with you. What's wrong? Harry demanded to know. Is Sirius okay? Yes, I assure you Sirius is just fine. Dumbledore replied. Tired from fighting giants all day, but otherwise unharmed. The good news is that the Order suffered no casualties today. However, we were unable to stop Voldemort from accomplishing almost everything he set out to do. What? Harry asked, relieved to know that his godfather was okay. His forces struck at a variety of targets, but I was unaware of his true goals until Severus returned shortly before the opening feast. Dumbledore began. With a heavy sigh, he continued explaining. Voldemort has learned the full contents of the prophecy. That was his goal all along. The rest was merely a distraction. But how? Harry asked. Who told him? No one did. Snape answered. He simply walked into the Hall of Prophecy and listened to it, as was his right as one of the people it described. And no one in the ministry tried to stop him? Harry asked disbelievingly. Why not? He wore a glamour. Dumbledore said. And when asked for his name, he simply gave it. The Ministry is apparently on guard against Lord Voldemort, but not Tom Riddle. A mistake I am as shocked as you to hear about. Certainly it is not common knowledge that Riddle became Voldemort, but enough know that it should have been caught. Why don't more people know? Harry asked. Wouldn't it help if people knew that Voldemort was really a half-blood? The Daily Prophet would never print such allegations, even though they are true. Dumbledore answered sadly. But perhaps it would be wise to make that knowledge more available to the general public. Though it may simply anger Voldemort. The Death Eaters would never believe you. Snape commented. Even the older ones who knew him as Tom Riddle first would never believe that the heir of Slytherin, which the Dark Lord certainly is, could be anything but a pureblood. It would be a waste of effort. I don't believe you, Harry replied. I think it's worth it and I'm going to try. Snape shrugged as if Harry's commitment made no difference to him. As of now, we do not know how Voldemort has interpreted the prophecy, or what he plans on doing with this new knowledge. Dumbledore explained. This is a situation which I had hoped we could avoid. Why? Harry wondered. It doesn't really tell him anything he didn't already know. Did it? The only new thing in there is that now he knows one of us is going to have to kill the other one. And I bet you he already planned on killing me himself. This is true. Snape confirmed to Dumbledore's chagrin. Standing orders are to capture you and bring you to the Dark Lord if the opportunity presents itself. I, of course, am exempt from that command because I am far more valuable here spying on the Order of the Phoenix. You know, sometimes I still wonder if you're loyal to anyone but yourself. Harry said. Snape once again shrugged, not at all interested in what Harry believed. I fear that Voldemort may see you as more of a threat now than he did before, Harry. Dumbledore said. Before, his anger towards you was solely because of your role in his downfall, but now he knows that one day you will be able to challenge him as an equal. He will not want to allow that to happen. So what do I do now? Harry asked. I've been working as hard as I can on dueling and learning more powerful magic, but I know it's still not enough to beat Voldemort. Plus, he's still not mortal. I am working on that, Dumbledore explained. Now that it has been confirmed his snake Nagini is indeed a Horcrux, we have been working on destroying it. Unfortunately, the beast rarely leaves Voldemort's presence. I am working on ways to draw it out, perhaps then we can strike. Good, Harry said, glad to know that Dumbledore was at least working on the problem. I thought you might also want to know why you were not picked as prefect, Dumbledore said. Harry was surprised by the comment. Although he did think he deserved it, he also believed that it was a good thing that Neville got it. He hoped the recognition would increase his friend's confidence. Clearly you would make a fine prefect, but I did not wish to burden you with any other additional responsibilities. I suspect you will be busy enough as it is this year. What exactly do you mean by that? Harry asked nervously. Have you ever had a calm year at Hogwarts? Dumbledore replied. Harry had to admit Dumbledore had a point, but he wondered what else was going on. I know of no specific threats concerning you, but as always I would advise you to be on guard. Other than that, I hope you have a good year. You may return to your dorm. Okay, Professor, Harry said as he stood and left the room. Snape stayed behind to talk to Dumbledore alone, but they waiting until Harry was downstairs and could no longer hear anything to begin their conversation. Harry was once again unsure of what to do about Dumbledore. He firmly believed that they should be on the attack against Voldemort, but there was little he could do about it from within Hogwarts. He would simply have to hope that Sirius and Daniel Greengrass were doing their best to oppose the Death Eaters and Voldemort on their own while he was at Hogwarts. After a few minutes of searching before remembering that he had the Marauders map, Harry was able to find Daphne waiting for him in the unused classroom. They had practiced magic in the previous year before moving to the room of requirement. They spent an hour or so discussing all of the things they had learned and what it meant before realizing they had already missed curfew. Deciding they had already broken the rules and they weren't likely to get into any more trouble if caught anyway. They stayed in the room to enjoy some of the better parts of being boyfriend and girlfriend before finally calling it a night and heading back to the respective dorms. Your homework for next class is 12 inches of parchment detailing in which ways a zombie is different than an inferius. Class dismissed. Oh, and Potter, stay behind a moment. The class of Gryffindors and Ravenclaws laughed, wondering what Harry had done to get in trouble on the first day. But Harry himself was fairly certain that he had done nothing wrong. Professor Shacklebolt's class had been very interesting, mostly due to his descriptions of his encounters with the various forms of the living dead and how he had battled them. Better yet, Harry knew that unlike Professor Lockhart, Professor Shacklebolt wasn't just lying or exaggerating. Can I help you, sir? Harry asked as he watched the new professor organizing his things in preparation for the next class. I got a letter from Alastair Moody this morning about you, Shacklebolt informed him. He says that you two have spent the last month beating the hell out of each other and that he now considers you a wizard of decent skill and intelligence. Don't be fooled. From Mad-Eye Moody, that is high praise indeed. That's very nice of him, Harry replied. He was a great teacher. I only wish he enjoyed teaching more. Then perhaps he would be here instead of me, Shacklebolt said with a sigh. But there are certainly worse jobs. Now, Moody requested that I pick up on your training where he left off. Are you interested? Yes, Harry answered happily, eager to test his skills against another opponent. So will it be like my lessons with Professor Moody? No, probably not, Shacklebolt replied. Alastair is a far better dueler than I am, Harry. And if you can come close to beating him, then there is little use in us spending all of our time dueling. What I aim to teach you is a better sense of control and efficient use of your magic. I have not been gifted with an excess of magical power like Moody or Dumbledore, but I have one where others have lost because I make the most out of what strength I do have. How do you do that? Harry asked. Part of our time will be spent going over wand movements and incantations, making sure that you are casting spells in the most efficient way possible. Shacklebolt explained. That's the physical side of it, but most of the training is mental. Your frame of mind when you are performing a spell can have a powerful impact on how well the spell works. Alastair mentioned he noticed some inconsistencies with the strength behind your spells. He says they're more powerful when I'm angry. Harry agreed. Sometimes it's like I lose control and am just fighting on instinct. That's not always a bad thing, Harry. Shacklebolt commented. Especially once you have honed your instincts to respond how you would if given the time to think your actions through. Don't worry about it too much, we'll find a way to bring out your full potential. Let me know when you have your schedule set and know when we can work on this. I will, Harry promised. Thanks, Professor Shacklebolt. Professor Shacklebolt smiled and waved him off as the students for his next class began filing into the room. Harry realized that he too had a class to get to and ran out of the classroom, hoping he could make it to the charms classroom in the few minutes he had before class began. Luckily for him, he slid into his seat just moments before Professor Flitwick began to call roll. Harry smiled as he took out his quill and began to take notes, still happy to be back at Hogwarts. The rest of the week passed by in a blur for Harry. Dumbledore had been right when he predicted that he would have a busy year, and by the end of the week Harry was secretly happy that he had not been selected as a prefect. The amount of homework a fifth-year student was expected to do seemed to be double that for a fourth year, a fact Hermione explained was due to the need to be prepared for the OWLs at the end of the year. In addition to that, Harry also had to find time to spend with Daphne and his own independent training. He had not yet begun to work with Shacklebolt, although that would start the following week. Also, Angelina Johnson, Gryffindor's new Quidditch captain, had cornered him in the halls twice, demanding to know when he was free for Quidditch practice and for the new keeper tryouts. Gryffindor faced the difficult task of replacing Oliver Wood, who had after graduation earned a spot playing for Puddlemere United. No one seemed to know who was the favorite to replace him, though it was rumored that Ron Weasley and Cormac McLaggen were both interested in the position. The Weasley twins, who were vehemently opposed to allowing McLaggen to join the team, were already planning on ways to prevent him from doing so. Daring him to eat a pound of doxy eggs the day before tryouts had already been suggested. It was easy to forget that outside the castle walls a war was being fought that involved many of their friends and family members on both sides. No major news had been reported in that first week other than the events of September 1st, and although the war was still often discussed, many found it easier to just ignore the topic. Harry had expected to hear more taunts and insults from Slytherin, but with Draco Malfoy reluctant to take up the leadership role for that, what trouble there was from Slytherin was far less serious than it could have been. Daphne reported to him that the Slytherin common room had become an odd place, with almost no one sure where the others' loyalties lay. Crabbe and Goyle had returned, as expected, and immediately been taken under the wing of Professor Snape. The Slytherins weren't very surprised by this. It was common knowledge that Snape would take care of them as well as he could, and with their fathers dead they would need extra help. Meanwhile, the war continued, although the Daily Prophet refused to acknowledge that fact. As in the First War, disappearances were commonplace. Many of those were simply people escaping the war, but others were casualties of it. The major offensive for the light side was the fight against the Giants, now being unquestionably led by Sirius Black. Over half of the huge, destructive creatures had been killed since their arrival in England, with more falling daily. Despite Voldemort and the Death Eater's efforts to control them, it was simply not in their nature to sit around and wait for orders. And so at the first opportunity they were given they would run free, happily crushing everything in sight and bringing the attention of Sirius's team of giant fighters down on them. Their numbers were dwindling, and it was hoped that the giant threat could be eliminated by the end of the year. While Sirius fought giants and Harry sat in school, Daniel Greengrass was not idle. His efforts were mostly political and economic, but no less important than Sirius's. Even Voldemort needed funds to conduct his war against magical Britain, and if he could be deprived of that, the war against him stood a much better chance of succeeding. Unfortunately, the goblins had been unwilling to help him or take a side in the conflict, but even so Greengrass had used his wealth and influence to attack known financiers of the Dark Lord. Progress began slowly and with much difficulty, but with time the situation was improving. But, unfortunately, the Dark Lord's forces were also striking back. Every day their numbers grew, sadly due to the fact that their views were supported by a large portion of the public. And so the war continued, with neither side seeming to be closer to victory than the other. The Dark Lord Voldemort sat in his throne room contemplating the prophecy, as he had been doing for the past several days. Like Dumbledore, he believed in the power of prophecy without question and felt confident this was a legitimate one. And unfortunately, this prophecy held little good news for him. Parts of it were familiar to him. The Potters and the Longbottoms had both fit the description of having a child as the 7th month died and defying him 3 times. And though he had been certain before that the prophecy referred to Harry Potter, the line about marking him had left no doubt. No, his focus on the Potter boy was absolutely correct. The next line, however, did worry him. In what ways was Potter his equal? And what power did the boy possess that he knew not? Was it even possible for him to learn of that hidden power, or did the prophecy negate that possibility? It would be foolish of him not to attempt to learn it. The next line was perhaps the most interesting one. And either must die at the hand of the other. It meant not only that one of them would eventually kill the other, a seemingly inevitable event, but until that happened they both enjoyed some measure of invincibility. No wonder the boy had such incredible luck. Nothing other than the Dark Lord himself could kill him. True, it also suggested that Potter might be able to kill him as well, but he had taken measures to prevent that from happening, hadn't he? No, the only logical way to interpret the prophecy was as a guarantee that Harry Potter would eventually die by his hand. Of course, after that happened the prophecy would be fulfilled, and then anyone could potentially slay him, but the fact that he was immortal prevented that from happening. All things considered, Voldemort believed the prophecy to be slightly underwhelming. However, it did tell him the Harry Potter held an unknown power, and perhaps that could be taken from him and added to his own. Yes, Voldemort could envision it now. Potter's death would set about a chain of events that resulted in his unrivaled domination of the Muggle and magical worlds. But first he must learn of this hidden power, and to do that Voldemort would need to watch Harry even closer. The first option he considered was to use his spy, Severus Snape, to gather information on Harry. Unfortunately, even if Voldemort assumed Snape was completely loyal to him, this offered problems. Snape hated the boy, of that Voldemort had no doubt. His hatred tended to cloud his judgment, however. Snape was wrong to believe that Potter's successes came merely as a result of dumb luck, though that had certainly played a part. Snape would never be able to recognize the strength Harry held. Besides, he couldn't risk Dumbledore learning about his plans. Another method would be to task the children of one of his Death Eaters to spy on Potter, but Voldemort did not really consider that idea viable. He disliked children and did not think they were truly capable of following orders. The son of Malfoy would have been an obvious choice, but he and Potter were rivals, which would hamper his ability to gather information on the target. This was not the job for a child. That left him with few good options. Voldemort had no choice but to give this task to the only person he truly trusted, himself. Or, to be more precise, a part of himself he held full control over. Nagini! Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue. Yes, this was the best way to attack the problem. Soon Harry Potter's secret would be revealed, and then his short, pathetic life would end. And then, with any luck, the rest of the world would fall right behind him. Chapter 39. As Harry walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he quickly realized that his lessons with Shacklebolt would be nothing like his lessons with Moody. A space had been cleared in the middle of the room, but not for dueling. Instead, a pair of mats had been placed on the floor, and his teacher was currently sitting on one, seemingly unaware of his presence. Shacklebolt had his eyes closed and appeared to be in deep meditation. Harry frowned, wondering how exactly this was supposed to help him. "Don't look so upset," Shacklebolt said to Harry's surprise. Shacklebolt still had his eyes closed, and Harry wondered how his teacher had seen the expression on his face. His occlumency shields were still firmly in place, so he knew it could not have been that. "Sit down, Harry, we have much to discuss. What were you doing?" Harry asked as he sat down on the empty mat across from Shacklebolt. Harry attempted to mimic the position his teacher was sitting in, but found it to be quite uncomfortable. "It's a technique that helps me focus. I find that it provides me with a greater connection to the magic within me," Shacklebolt explained. "We'll get to that, but not tonight. Soon, perhaps. For now, I want you to think about a few things. Where do you think the magic you use comes from?" "I was born with it," Harry replied after thinking about it for a few moments. "I don't think anyone knows why some people are magical and some aren't. Hermione thinks it is genetic, and that's why magical parents are more likely to have magical children. Squibs and Muggleborns are the exceptions, I guess. But that is an answer to the question of why you can use magic, not where it comes from." Shacklebolt said. Do you think your body produces the magic itself, or does your body absorb the magic from the world around you? I'm not sure. Harry answered truthfully. It's a little of both, actually. Shacklebolt replied. In a way, you are not only just surrounded by magic, but it is also a part of you. Think back to when you cast a spell. Do you feel the pull on your magic? Where? It feels like it is flowing through my hand to my wand. Harry said after thinking about the question briefly. Although the discussion was interesting, he wondered how it was going to help him. I see. Shacklebolt replied. Let's do an experiment. Take out your wand and concentrate on the connection between it and you. Feel the magic that dwells in all parts of you, not just your hand. Now cast Lumos. Lumos, Harry said softly. The tip of his wand immediately lit up so brightly that Harry and Shacklebolt were forced to turn their heads away from it. Harry cancelled the spell and then looked curiously at his wand. That came out a lot stronger than I meant for it to. And that's the lesson I wanted you to learn tonight. Shacklebolt said happily. There is more to casting a spell than simply saying the words and waving your wand. The importance of concentration and frame of mind are not to be ignored. Think about that as you practice. Remember that every spell is different, and the approach that produces the best results for one spell might not work for others. How so? Harry asked. Think about the Patronus charm. Shacklebolt suggested. Your emotions and frame of mind are vital to its success. But if you tried to cast the Cruciatus curse like that, it would work at all. You'll see for yourself, though. You're going to want me to use the Cruciatus? Harry said in surprise. Yes, I am. Shacklebolt confirmed. It's important for you to know and feel the difference. That's all for tonight, though. You did just fine, Harry. Harry got up from his seat and put his wand away. He realized he had been wrong to doubt that the lessons with Shacklebolt would be as helpful as the ones with Moody. The two men were very different and therefore had different ways of teaching, but in the end they were both powerful wizards who wished to see him improve. He owed it to both of them to give it his all. Thank you, Professor Shacklebolt, Harry said as he walked towards the door. I won't let you down. I know you won't, Harry. Shacklebolt laughed. Have a good night. Harry nodded and left the room, still thinking about what his tutor had said and eager to practice what he had learned. Unknown to either of them, their entire conversation had been overheard by Nagini, who was quietly resting in the walls of the classroom. Getting into and moving around Hogwarts had been amazingly easy for the snake. Although Nagini was quite large, she was nothing compared to the basilisk who had previously made the castle its home. Due to her size, Nagini could even go places the basilisk could not, like the hollow space in the wall she currently occupied. Sensing that her target had left the room, Nagini slowly moved back to the tunnel that she knew could take her anywhere she wanted to go within the castle. A problem the living Horcrux faced was that although she could usually track her prey, she was frequently having difficulty listening in on his conversations, which was what Lord Voldemort was really interested in. To be able to listen in on what Harry was saying, Nagini had to actually be in the room, and that often exposed her to the danger of being caught. That, her master had stressed, must not happen. So far no one suspected that she had taken up residence in the walls and hidden spaces of Hogwarts, and for now her orders were to do nothing more. And so, she waited and hoped that soon she would be allowed to hunt. Hours later, Harry sat alone in the Gryffindor common room reading his potions textbook, hoping that Snape would go a little easier on him this year, but knowing it was unlikely to happen. In their first lesson earlier in the week, Snape had cornered Neville and demanded to know what he had done to improve so much. Neville's answer, that Harry had helped him study, had enraged the potions professor and led to him insulting Harry for attempting to do his job. That Neville had improved was obviously not important to Snape. The sound of the door opening caught Harry's attention and caused him to look up from his work. It was well after curfew, and he expected it to be Neville and Hermione, who were out making the rounds as part of the prefect duties. But instead it turned out to be Ron and Ginny, both looking exhausted. What are you two doing? Harry asked curiously. Going to bed. Ginny answered with a yawn. Good night. The youngest Weasley walked up the stairs to the girls' dorms and into her room, leaving Harry and Ron alone in the room. Ron waved at his sister as she left before crashing down on the couch in front of the fireplace. So why were you out after curfew? Harry asked again. You're not going to tell Hermione and Neville, are you? Ron asked worriedly. I doubt either of them would go easy on me. No, I'm not a prefect after all. Harry replied. Besides, you know how often I go out after curfew. Ron laughed and nodded as he remembered their adventures from previous years. Well, I heard that the tryouts for the keeper spot on the Quidditch team are coming up this weekend. Ron began explaining. And I thought that I might have a shot at it, so I asked Ginny to help me practice. When we play at home, she's usually a chaser and is pretty good. She'll probably make the team next year when there is an opening. I always play keeper anyway, and I don't think I'm too bad. You've seen us play, what do you think? You have as good a chance of making it as anybody. Harry answered with a shrug. In fact, you probably know better than I do who your competition is going to be. A bunch of younger kids are saying they want to try out, but none of them are supposed to be any good. Ron said. But that 6th year Cormac whatever is apparently an amazing keeper. Or at least that's what he's telling everybody. I know Fred and George can't stand him though, so hopefully that will help me out a little. Why don't they like him anyway? Harry asked. Neither of them would give me a real answer. On the train this year he said something pretty nasty to Katie Bell. Ron said. They didn't tell me what either. Harry said, wondering what it could have been to upset the twins so much. He did, however, know that Fred and George were just about the last people in the world you wanted angry at you. It almost made him feel bad for the guy. But then again, Katie was his friend too, and anyone who hurt her deserved what they got. If that's the case, then there's no way he will ever make it on the team, even if he is the best keeper out there. That's what I thought, but you never know. Ron replied. Hopefully I won't need the help. I don't want to be the only Weasley other than Percy not to make the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Good luck then, Harry said. He and Ron had not spoken to each other much in the past year. In fact, this had been one of the longer conversations they had recently had. Perhaps he thought Ron was growing up. He suspected a year ago Ron probably would have just shown up at tryouts and hoped he made the team, but at least this year he was putting some effort into it. I'll be cheering for you to make it. Thanks, Harry. Ron said as he sat up on the couch. I appreciate it. Harry nodded and returned his attention back to the book. Ron remained sitting there for a few more minutes before yawning and walking up the dorms. A half hour later, after finally reaching the point where he could not stand the thought of reading any more about potions, Harry also left the common room and headed for bed. Another peaceful day at Hogwarts ended, but peace did not extend everywhere, and even there it was bound to end. Sirius checked his watch again, wondering where Daniel Greengrass was. It was well after midnight, and only an hour earlier, he had received a fluke call from the man to meet him here, in the middle of a Muggle park. Daniel had not said why it was so important that they meet, but Sirius had come anyway. Sirius quickly grew tired of waiting, and was about to begin searching for his ally when he heard the soft crack of apparition. Over here, Sirius. Daniel called out from a nearby bench. Sirius walked towards him cautiously. Something was going to happen tonight, and he wanted to know what. It's okay, we're safe for now. What's this all about, Daniel? Sirius asked. He didn't enjoy being left in the dark more than anyone else. Tonight we can strike a major blow to Voldemort, Daniel announced. It will take a bit of daring, but it will be worth it. Explain. Sirius demanded. There are about a half-dozen Death Eaters that control the financing for Voldemort's war. Most notably Malfoy, but there are others almost as important. Daniel replied. Tonight I discovered that one of them has been a bit careless about guarding information and has put himself in a very vulnerable position. Who? Sirius asked. Not. Daniel said. Snape mentioned a week ago that Nott had been tasked with reaching out to the vampires to fill the gap left in the Dark Lord's ranks now that the werewolves and dementors are gone. Don't forget the giants either. Sirius added. We think he only has 20 to 25 left. Excellent. Daniel said with a nod. For the most part the vampires want nothing to do with Voldemort, but Nott is hoping that with enough money he can buy their support. A goblin at Gringotts who enjoys the extra galleons I often give him informed me today that Nott made a huge withdrawal from the bank. Such large withdrawals are very uncommon, and Gringotts usually does whatever they can to slow the process down so they can learn more about where the money is going. Nott seemed to know that and insisted that they give him the money immediately. He also let it slip that if he didn't have the money by tomorrow there would be hell to pay. He got his money a day earlier than he needed it, So you think he's going to meet with the vampires tomorrow and give them the bribe? Sirius asked. Precisely. Daniel confirmed. Meanwhile not, and the money are waiting at his house. What do you want to do then? Sirius asked. Break in and steal the money? For starters, yes. Daniel agreed. But we can do much more than that. Especially since I intercepted Knott's owl to the vampires and replaced his note saying he had the money with one saying that he had the money and they should send their emissary tonight to come get it and negotiate the deal. Very sneaky of you, Sirius said. How is it that you know about all of this and Dumbledore doesn't? I couldn't have done it without the information I gathered from the Order of the Phoenix. Daniel replied. But I also have my own sources of information, many of them not as noble as the great Albus Dumbledore would like. You're sure we're not walking into a trap then? Sirius asked warily. As sure as I can be, Daniel said. Nott should be the only one in the house. His son is at school and his wife died a few years ago. Getting in undetected will be the hardest part. I don't know what kind of defenses he has. Okay then, lead the way, Sirius finally said. Daniel nodded and placed his hand on the other man's shoulder. A moment later they apparat away and appeared in front of a large home that actually looked more like a mansion. The Knotts were quite wealthy and had been since Voldemort's first rise to power. It was that wealth that enabled Nott, like Malfoy, to avoid prison by paying a few well-placed bribes. The home did not seem to have any obvious protections. I'm not good with wards, Sirius warned. Can you check them? Yes. Daniel confirmed. He then cast a diagnostic spell toward the house. When it hit, the light split off into a couple of different pieces, each a different color, that ended in strange symbols that Sirius did not recognize. As he studied them, Daniel began laughing. What's so funny? Sirius asked.